by the world-famous Budweiser Clydesdales. Plus, beer sampling on the plaza presented by Brewery Products. That's LGBTQ Night, Wednesday, June 14th. Tickets at YorkRevolution.com. Your teams, all the time. Zone plays for local sports. Sports Radio 1350 WOIK.
Nothing. New Britain leads it. First pitch of the inning from Guzman just missed down and away on Jamar Walton, who leads it off. DHing for New Britain here in the opener. Walton hitting .269, and he swings and cues one off the end of the bat to short. Rolls to Dent. He'll sidearm to first and got him. And a good start to the second inning for Guzman, who's had them off balance here early. The bulk of it has been his off-speed stuff.
Now batting, the center fielder and your brothers came in of the game.
Well, I mentioned his time in the Cuban professional circuit. Most of it was with Cienfuegos, which means 100 fires. 2009, 10, and 11, and then again in 14. Here's Michael Krause, who takes a smidge low. In 2012, he pitched for Cocodrilos de Matanzas, the Crocodiles, and then also for the Cuban national team. Pitch here is down and away, 2-0. And he had hid in Panama when he defected from the Pan Am Games, risked his life taking the boat to the DR. He trained and worked out with the Dominican Winter League team, Tigres de Licey. Pitch, a curveball, misses down and in, 3-0. Also worked out at an academy there, then to Puerto Rico, and then eventually to Miami. He fires, and there's a fastball strike. 3-1. He came in search of the MLB dream. As we mentioned, he's got a wife and a child back home in Cuba. The wind and the pitch. And a drive left center field toward the gap and hit deep, and it's gone. It sails all the way out of here. Michael Krause, a line drive home run, and it kept going and cleared the fence in front of the playground in left center. It's his 8th of the year, and New Britain with a 2-0 lead here in the top of the second.
It was certainly hit hard. The only question was, did it have the height to get out? It was never hit all that high off the ground, and a line drive just got over the top of the wall out there in left center.
The Bees have hit a lot of home runs. It's their 44th, fourth most in the league. Here's Jordan Hinshaw as Guzman misses down and away. Hinshaw in his 4th game, he's over from the Pacific Association, another league for younger players. That's out west. That's where Darian Sanford had come from. And he rips this one up the middle and a base hit. Into center, a couple steps toward right center is Witherspoon to throw it back. But one of the all-time jumping out of your shoes moments from Cannonball Charlie was Hinshaw, who apparently was given no warning by those nice teammates of his when he came to York for the first time. About jumped out of his skin in right field, right in front of it. Here's Michael Baca, who rounds out their order, hitting at 169. Runner at first with one out, 2-0 New Britain. And the pitch, a breaking ball, it's a strike. That was the slider. Well, in 2015, there was a record 150 players from Cuba who emigrated, whether it was legally or illegally. They were between the ages of 15 and 25, the average age 22.89, according to On Cuba magazine. Pitch is grounded to second, should be two. Franco feeds Dent across the bag, and he fires to first. 4-6-3 double play. And Luis Guzman bounces back with the twin killing. 1 run on 2 hits, nobody left. We go to the bottom of the second. It's a 2-0 New Britain lead.
Sports injury? Walk into WellSpan Urgent Orthopedics for immediate care. No appointment is ever needed. Our orthopedic and sports medicine specialists are here to treat you. Visit wellspan.org/urgent orthopedics today for hours at our York and Hanover locations.
The Children's Cancer Recovery Foundation aims to create smiles, inspire hope, and rediscover childhood by providing new toys and gifts to children with cancer across North America. CCRF is based in New Oxford, but serves nearly 17,000 children annually. They rely on local community members to collect more than 50,000 toys each year, distributing them year-round. For more information on how you can make a difference in the life of a child with cancer, visit online at children'scancerrecovery.org.
Are you one of the many people that has a 401k that is eligible to roll over, but you just haven't done it yet? Maybe you're not sure where is the best place to put it. I'm Tom Dasher of Tom Dasher Investment Services. I specialize in helping you getting your 401k and IRA money parked in the best place for you. So if you haven't rolled your 401k yet, or if you're not satisfied with your IRA, call me for a consultation at 487-2096. That's 487-2096. And check out my website at tomdasher.com.
All about local sports. Sports Radio 1350 WOIK.
Head to the bottom of the second, it's a 2-0 New Britain lead. And the Revs with Burgess, Franco, and Dent coming up against Mike Lee, who issued a walk but got a double play to finish his first inning 1-2-3. Burgess at 274, 8 home runs, 24 driven in, coming into play here today. And Lee with his first pitch of the inning and misses down low. Lee, who re-signed with New Britain May the 1st, and replaced Casey Coleman, their opening night starter. It was the 1-0, and a ground ball pulled over to second base. Up with it is Kajimoto, who almost went to a knee, and he'll throw to first for the out.
Well, not only did he almost go to a knee, I think he almost came up on that one too early. If he just had stayed down long enough, but it looked like one for a moment that might go right between the wickets.
Bees are second in the league in team defense. A .980 percentage. Only Somerset at .983 has been cleaner. Here's Angel Franco, who's hitting .276. He hit his second home run on Sunday. The pitch from Lee takes a fastball strike. A lot of sink on Lee's stuff. I would imagine that when he's pitching well, he is getting a lot of ground balls. Franco 2 for 4 Sunday with a homer and a sac fly. Pitch is lofted in the air and left. Connor Bierfeld coming in toward the line, and he'll make the grab. 2 quick outs. Our broadcast today brought to you in part by Wolf's Bus Lines, the Pretzel Twist, Neighborhood Sure Save, Turkey Hill Minute Markets, Atline Foods, and D's Nuts. Here's Ryan Dent coming off a monster of a game on Sunday, 4 for 5 with a career-high 6 driven in. He previously had 2 5 RBI games in the Red Sox system. And he gave him the lead a couple of times. Pitch misses high and away. He picked up the game-winning RBI on a 7th inning double after the poorly overturned call in the top half of the inning. And he had given them the lead the previous inning with a base hit. Here's a ball low, 2-0. He had 2 two-run hits in Sunday's game. Tied for the 4th most RBIs in a game in Revs history. Pitch is popped up foul, heading back over the roof. That was the most by an individual hitter since Andres Perez, the next to last game of 2015. He drove in 6. A couple have had 7, one has had 8. Here's the 2-1. And off speed and over for a strike, 2-2. The Dent now up to 266 with a home run and 12 driven in. He doubled his season RBI total in one day. Lee the wind, the 2-2. And it misses down and away, blocked over to the right by Skelton. Rebs and Bees faced each other on opening night for the second straight year. We mentioned Coleman was their opening night starter. The Astros signed him. Went to AAA Fresno, so that's when Lee was reacquired. He winds the 3-2. Oh, a called third strike, and Dent did not like it. He thought it was away. Fastball at 86. And a 1-2-3 inning. Second strikeout of the game for Lee. We go to the third. Matt President with the play-by-play. The Reds trailing in game 1. It's 2-0.
Where will you find the kinds of deals on athletic footwear that are too hot to keep indoors?
Outside, under the tent.
Of course!
Flying Feet.
Flying Feet Sports Shoes annual tent sale is back this Friday and Saturday only. Father's Day weekend just wouldn't be complete without a money-saving stop under the tent for this once-a-year Flying Feet event. Greg Baum and his staff have combed through their enormous back room and tagged some of this year's best deals. Save on thousands of discontinued and one-of-a-kind athletic shoes for men, women, and children at astonishingly low prices. Running shoes, cheerleading shoes, walking shoes, hiking boots, soccer cleats, volleyball shoes, all kinds of shoes for all kinds of activities. Athletic socks and apparel on sale too. 10 sale items are self-service only, so allow plenty of time to shop and try on. Cash or check with ID only. No charges accepted. Please come prepared.
Flying Feet.
The annual tent sale at Flying Feet Sports Shoes. 1511 Melrose Avenue, York. Friday 10 to 9, Saturday 9 to 4. All sales final.
Hey Rebs fans, get points or great rewards just by supporting your team through the new Revolution Rewards program. Use the new York Revolution app to receive and earn points for ballpark food, store discounts, stadium tours, and more. Available through the Apple and Google Play stores, the York Revolution app also features team news and exclusive content, contests and promotions for Revolution prizes, online ticket purchases, live game streaming, and more. Download the York Revolution app today. Free stuff by supporting your team? That's Rebs time.
For local sports on your smartphone, search WOIK at the App Store.
Top of the lineup, due up for New Britain here. Top of the third. 2-0, the Bees in front. Luis Guzman back to work. Into the line, the first pitch to Kajimoto. Line drive, base hit, center field. He was waiting back on a first pitch fastball and got it right on the barrel, and that'll extend his hitting streak to 7 in a row, a leadoff man on for the Bees. James Skelton now will stride to the plate. Skelton walked and scored the first run of the ball game. Helped out by a stolen base and an error. Left-handed hitting catcher. Not a prototypical catcher, but he's done a fine job behind the plate. Pitch on the way, and that's a breaking ball in the dirt. Ball 1. Skelton did not come up as a catcher, but has done a fine job, but a guy who gets on base a ton, leading the league with a .422 on base percentage, batting in the 2-hole. And a pitch on the way is a fastball just off the plate away. Skelton also leading the league in walks with 42, including that one in the first inning, and that's 12 more than the next highest. He's also played some second base, first base, left field, and right field in his career, in addition to his time behind the plate. 2-0 the count. Guzman throws to first, and back in safely is Kajimoto. As we mentioned, Guzman making his first career start for the Revs, as is his catcher, Derek Capetillo, behind the plate, as Guzman gives a lob toss over to Burgess, and Kajimoto back in easily. Leadoff man on top of the third, a 2-0 count to Skelton. Pitch on the way, breaking ball outside corner for a strike. It's 2-1. Nice job by Guzman there to backdoor the catcher. Trian fell even with the bag at third and off the line. The middle of the infield looks to turn two. Guzman sets. And the pitch on the way. Runner goes for second. It's a called strike to throw down the tag. And he's out at second base. Capetillo, a fine throw down on a line, and Dent swiped the tag across to erase Kajimoto's leadoff single. So Skelton ran on Capetillo his first time around, and it was an errant throw into right center field. That nearly hit the umpire, Tim Detweiler. That time, the throw on the money, and one away. A 2-2 count to Skelton. The pitch on the way, and it's a breaking ball down and in. So it's a full count, 3-2. Infield now backed up. Trienfeld continues to play well off the line. The payoff pitch, breaking ball, skied out to left field. Mitchell back on it, still going, has some carry onto the warning track, pulls up, and makes the catch for out number two. Off the end of the bat, but the breeze blowing out, and Mitchell, who made that amazing catch in right field, the call notwithstanding, now playing left field tonight with Harrison right, and he was back towards the right corner of the monster to make the play. So here's Jovan Rosa. Rosa down on strikes in the first. And the pitch on the way from Guzman, a hard ground ball to third, up with it Trienfeld, steps and fires across in time to retire the side. A base hit, but nobody left on the caught stealing by Capetillo. And through 2.5, it's 2-0 Bees in front on 1350 WOYK.
Money and business are essential to the strength of a community. So is cheering and celebration and music and fun. That's why York Revolution games, concerts, youth sports, special events, and more happen at a place called People's Bank Park. People's Bank has been serving York County for more than 150 years. Always cheering, always celebrating, always committed to the things that make York County great. And to you having a great time at People's Bank Park. People's Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Sports Radio 1350 is your home for local and national sports. The Big Sports Talker also has you covered with news throughout the day. Catch statewide updates on news and sports from Radio PA. Stock reports with Your Money Now, mornings and afternoons. And national news updates every hour from Westwood One. Stay up to date while getting your sports fix all day. Sports Radio 1350 WOYK. First in York, first in sports.
Hear that? It's the sound of summer. Sound nice? Call Kona Ice. We do it all. Schools, sporting events, parties, both corporate and birthday. You name it, we'll be there. We bring the party to you. If you need a little bit of fun in your life, we're the shaved ice truck for you. Oh, and we fundraise too. This summer, cool down with Kona Ice. Give us a call at 1-800-KONA-ICE or visit us online at www.kona-ice.com. Kona Ice. Flavor our world.
Your teams all the time. Sports only place for local sports. Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
Home half of the third, lower third of the lineup due up for the Reds. Jared Mitchell, Carlos Trienfeld, Derek Capetillo. Against Mike Lee, who has faced the minimum. A one-out walk to Alonzo Harris in the first, erased on a double play off the bat of Tejeda. And that's where we stand. A 2-0 game, Bees in front, as Mitchell digs in, lefty against righty. Third baseman Rosa in on the grass, and the first pitch to Mitchell. Fastball called strike, outside corner at the knees. It's 0-1. Mitchell, as we mentioned, playing left field today. The set from Lee. Now he winds, and the pitch on the way. A breaking ball, and it just missed the inside corner. A little bit of late break. Pulled it inside. It's 1-1. Lee now in his 10th pro season, second in the Atlantic League. Began last season in Lancaster before coming over. And the pitch on the way, fastball bounces in and skips by the catcher Skelton all the way to the backstop. And he fared quite well after coming over to the Bees a year ago. A 5-0 record, a 2.45 ERA with New Britain. And as Darryl mentioned earlier, he really looks like he's going to work from the stretch, but then despite having his feet square to the plate, the pitch on the way, line drive towards center field. It's in there for a base hit. Jared Mitchell, leadoff single. A big turnaround first, but he'll pull up there. And the first hit of the ball game for the Revs. Mitchell continues his success here in the month of June. He is now 11 for 33, a 333 average this month with a double, a triple, a home run, and 5 RBI. Here's Carlos Trienfeld, but as I started to say, Lee, his feet positioned as if he were to stretch, but does in fact pull that left foot back and go into the wind, a snap throw to first, and Mitchell back in standing. Lee was drafted twice by the New York Yankees, but did not sign either time. And then ended up going in the 8th round to the Boston Red Sox in 2008. Pitch on the way to Trienfeld, fastball called strike outside corner, it's 0-1. Trienfeld has a word or two for James Clayton. He felt that was off the plate away. Trienfeld, a .213 average, a home run, 7 runs driven in. Righty against righty as Lee checks first. And the pitch on the way, breaking ball inside. And now it's 1-1. Mitchell on at first has picked up a couple of steals in the last several games. Now 31 in his Revs career, moving him into a tie for 7th on the all-time list. Snap throw to first, this time Mitchell back in with a dive. But Lee went to the Red Sox in 2008, did sign, and pitched in the Red Sox organization from 2008 through 2011, working his way up to Double-A. And then he began to hop around a bit. A 1-1 pitch to Trienfeld, fastball fouled off, third base side. Between 2012 and 2015, Lee did stints in the systems of Atlanta, Arizona, and Toronto. And he did pretty well. In fact, he was named Player of the Week 3 different times coming up. A mid-season All-Star with Mobile in the Diamondbacks organization. One and two the count. Mitchell off at first. Another throw over, and that one in and out of the glove of Maddox over there at first as Mitchell dove back in. Lee signed with the Braves as a free agent in 2012, then to Arizona via the Rule 5 draft in 2013, and then was traded to Toronto. Pitch on the way. It's a pitch out it looked like, but not a very good one, and it slapped foul wide of first. The catcher Skelton popped out of his crouch, and Trienfeld decided to give a rip at it, but a little late. Perhaps trying to hit behind the runner, but Mitchell stayed put. So the count remains 1-2. Middle of the infield looks to turn 2 with nobody down here, home half the third. Mitchell inching his lead off first, another throw back, and he's just in time. Head first back to the bag, the tag slapped down by Maddox, but just a hair late. So during this at bat, more throws to first than to the plate. Trienfeld waiting patiently. The 1-2 pitch on the way from Lee. Fastball hit well down the line in left field. It's hooking, and it is just foul. Had home run distance to it, just above the arch nemesis down the line. But it just tailed foul. 300 feet straight down the line. It was well beyond that by the time it finally met Arch Street out of the stadium. Train fell just a hair early on that one. So the count holds 1-2. Leadoff man Mitchell at first base. Time called now by Trienfeld. He wants to double check the count. James Clayton reminds him it's 1-2. Nobody down. New Britain ahead 2-0. The 1-2 pitch. It's a pitch out, and Mitchell is running the throw down to second to tag, and that's in plenty of time. Mitchell decided to go on 1-2, and Skelton and Lee were prepared. It's a caught stealing 2-4 as Kajimoto applied the tag to erase Jared Mitchell, who got on with a leadoff single.
I know we talked about this the other day. You don't seem to see as many pitch outs as you do in the big leagues, and it's really rare to see them guess right, it seems like, but they did, made that throw easy for Skelton.
Pitch on the way, swing and a miss, strike three, ball gets away. Trienfeld trying to hustle down, Skelton to the outside of the base, delivers a strike down to Maddox. And so a caught stealing followed by a strikeout, and it goes from one man on and nobody down to bases empty and two away here in the bottom of the third. Third strikeout from Lee. He has had one in each inning so far. Witherspoon in the first, Dent in the second, and Trienfeld here in the third. Two down for Capetillo, his first at bat as a Rev. Right-handed batter in the first pitch on the way. Fastball, a swing, and a foul tip into the glove of Skelton. It's 0-1. For Mitchell, that was his first time being gunned down this year. It had been a perfect 5 for 5. And the pitch on the way, fastball, and it's just below the knees. They count even at a ball and a strike. And the Revs, who'd been just 35 of 60 running the bases, Mitchell was a big bright spot for them, 5 for 5 until that one. A victim of the pitch out as Capetillo takes a strike, a fastball on the inside edge. One and two the count, two men down. Bees ahead 2-0. Lee from the belt, winds and the pitch on the way. Ground ball to shortstop right there at Baca. He's up with it, steps and fires to retire the side. A base hit and nobody left. Mike Lee has still faced the minimum through three. It's 2-0 Bees heading to the fourth on 1350 WOYK.
Take it from me, guys. You want to make life happier? Your wife wants a nicer lawn. The kind of lawn you see on Home and Gardens and Martha Stewart. Here's a hint. You're not alone. Call your pals at Heritage Lawn and Landscape Care. They've got a way with lush lawns that the ladies like. And as you know, happy wifey, happy hubby. Winky face. Heritage Lawn and Landscape Care. World-class care right in your backyard. 717-292-9994.
The Children's Cancer Recovery Foundation aims to create smiles, inspire hope, and rediscover childhood by providing new toys and gifts to children with cancer across North America. CCRF is based in New Oxford, but serves nearly 17,000 children annually. They rely on local community members to collect more than 50,000 toys each year, distributing them year-round. For more information on how you can make a difference in the life of a child with cancer, visit online at children'scancerrecovery.org.
Can you sit up, little guy? There you go. What a big boy. Whoa! Every time he grabs my maple donut, it pulls him over to one side. But he keeps on grabbing at it. Whoop, there he goes again. Wait, let's see how this works. Here you go, little dude. Here's another maple donut. Can you grab it? Well, there you have it, folks. Charlie's right. A balanced baby needs a maple donut in each hand.
Maple donuts taste right.
York Sports on your mobile device or online at WOYK1350.com.
2-0 Bees in front. Luis Guzman back to work. He gave up a run in the first two frames, but a caught stealing an inning ago erased a leadoff single. It was a 3-up, 3-down inning. And now he'll work to Craig Maddox to begin the fourth. Lefty against the righty pitcher, and the change up on the first pitch, down and away, ball one. Maddox, Bierfeld, Walton due up here in the fourth. Maddox 1 for 1 with a single through the right side. Franco playing him that direction, and the 1-0 pitch on the way, swing and a miss. A high fastball, and he chased it. It's 1-1. Guzman with the high socks, the bright red leather glove. The entire team going with the alternate hats with the golden front panel. And the 1-1 pitch on the way, a fastball misses up and away, ball two. Now we detailed, or Darryl did, the journey that Luis Guzman took to the United States. Certainly an incredible story. One of many by Cuban players as Maddox skies one out to shallow right center. Harris coming in from right calls off the center fielder Witherspoon and makes the catch for out number one. Harris, the right fielder that time, taking charge, and Witherspoon just pulled his glove behind his bat saying, okay, I guess it's yours. 1 up and 1 down here in the fourth. Harris with tremendous speed out there and right, of course. He's played all over the field since coming back from the oblique. Played left in Lancaster, center and right, as well as second base, in addition to DHing a couple of days. Here's Connor Bierfeld, and the first pitch on the way, fastball fouled straight back. So as I began to say, we told you about the journey for Guzman, but as we were doing some research on him before the game, I dug a little deeper into other defected players in U.S. and Cuba. The pitch on the way, and it's a check swing, but a strike called outside corner on the fastball. It's 0-2. And of course, the two countries have not always had the best relations, but that's seemingly changing of late. Pitch on the way, it's a breaking ball, and it's an interesting hop off the glove of Guzman, picked up at third by Trienfeld, and it looked like it was going to be hit towards second base. It skipped back towards the body of the pitcher Guzman, and by the time it got to Trienfeld, there was no play at first. An infield single for Bierfeld, and 1 on with 1 away. But in 2015, on July 1st, Barack Obama announced that U.S. and Cuba would begin formal diplomatic relations, and later that month, on the 20th of July, each country established an embassy at the other. Pitch on the way, fastball upstairs to Jamar Walton. Walton the ground out to short his first time up. Trienfeld in at third, middle of the infield looks to turn two. The setup in, and the pitch on the way, breaking ball in the dirt. It's 2-0. So after those embassies were established, the following year in March of 2016, Obama visited Cuba, and for the first time since 1999, a U.S. professional baseball team visited Cuba. It was the Tampa Bay Rays. And the pitch on the way, swinging a foul ball left side and out of play. It's 2-1. The Rays faced off with the Cuban national team in March of 2016, and the Rays won that game 4-1. But hopefully it meant more off the field than it did on the field. Simply an exhibition game. 2-1 the count, a toss to first, and Bierfeld back in safely. Now players have been defecting from Cuba for many years now. Dozens have made their way from Cuba to the major leagues. 2-1 the count, the pitch on the way, it's grounded to short, could be two. Dent plays the backhand hop, the flip to second, on to first, it's a double play. 6-4-3, Dent got a funny hop, turned his glove, still able to shovel to Franco, who delivered a strike to Burgess, and the infield single by Bierfeld is erased. Last inning it was a caught stealing, this inning a double play ball as no runs are across in the fourth. We head to the bottom of the fourth in a 7-inning game. It's 2-0. New Britain ahead on 1350 WOYK.
Having the gang over to watch the game? Keep them happy with great Best Jet products from your neighborhood Sure Save markets. Football fans, hockey fans, basketball fans, everyone's a fan of game day party planners with $18.93 deli items. Best Jet hot dogs go great with Best Jet kettle cooked chips. Or serve up a couple Best Jet rising crust pizzas with 12 packs of Best Jet soda. Throw the best game day party ever with Best Jet products. Shop Savills Markets in Shrewsbury, Stewartstown, Whiteford, and East York, Wetzel's in Glenrock, and Nell's Market Fresh Foods in Spry.
This is the Dan Patrick Show.
Conor McGregor tweeted that he's back in for UFC 200. Hasn't been confirmed, but I told you this last week. I still felt like A, he's not retiring, and B, he'd be back in UFC 200. Now, is there a chance Conor McGregor knew what he was doing from the outset here? He had given UFC 200 all of his publicity, millions of dollars of publicity. Is there a chance Dana White knew what Conor McGregor was doing? Is there a chance that Dana White, being the businessman running UFC, would be in on this with Conor McGregor from the get-go? Now, before you say no, look at all the publicity generated. And if you knew the end game was still going to be Conor McGregor was still going to fight, would you have gone through this? And you can't say, boy, that's so far-fetched. There's so much money attached to this. I never say never when it comes to this stuff.
The Dan Patrick Show.
I got some ideas.
That's just good radio.
Mornings at 9 on Sports Radio 1350 WOIK.
First in York, first in sports. Sports Radio 1350 WOIK.
One hit, one walk for the Revs on the day, but they've been set down in order. Mike Lee's faced the minimum. A caught stealing and a double play ball helping in that cause as it's back to the top of the order here, home half of the fourth. Witherspoon, Harris, and Tejeda. A 2-run deficit for the Revs. The first pitch on the way from Lee. Witherspoon shows bunt, pulls back, and takes a breaking ball off the plate away. 1 run in the first, 1 in the second for New Britain, a 2-0 lead. Witherspoon, a strikeout victim, his first time up. Mike Lee winds and the pitch on the way. Fastball and a swing and a miss, a big cut. Witherspoon out in front, swung over the top. Witherspoon, who had his average up to 305 a week ago, now back down to 290. And the 1-1 pitch on the way, fastball fouled straight back. Lee, as we mentioned, was drafted by the Red Sox in 2008. He was drafted out of Oklahoma City University. And at Oklahoma City in 2008 had a very fine season prior to being selected. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The pitch to Witherspoon. Fastball hit back up the middle, and that'll get on through. Past the dive of Baca at short, on into center field. A leadoff single for Travis Witherspoon. And the Revs with a leadoff man on in back-to-back innings. Michael Baca at short went full extension up towards the middle, but couldn't quite reach it. And now he'll play double play depth along with Kajimoto, with Alonzo Harris coming to bat. At Oklahoma City for Lee in 2008. He went 10-2 with a 2.79 ERA. 29 earned runs over 93 2/3. And the pitch on the way to Harris, a fastball called strike. Maybe a ball off the outside black, but Lee getting the call. It's 0-1. And that performance, which included 124 strikeouts over those 93 2/3, helped Oklahoma City to a third-place finish in the World Series. Pitch on the way, there's a called strike, this time a breaking ball, again the outside corner, it's 0-2. That the NAIA World Series. Lee checks first, Witherspoon hands on knees. The 0-2 on the way to Harris, a breaking ball in the dirt, 1-2. Looked like a changeup maybe there from Lee, dropped straight through the zone, and a nice job by Harris to lay off. Harris will walk in the first, was erased on a double play ball. 1-2 the count. Witherspoon inching his lead, and the pitch on the way. Fastball fouled off right side. Harris protecting a late cut and just fighting it foul the opposite way. Lee, his last time out against Long Island, took the loss. Went 4 innings, allowed 7 hits, 5 runs all earned. Walked 2 and struck out 2. 1-2 the count, a throw to first, and Witherspoon a head first dive in safely. So Lee, with that loss, now has 4 on the year, still looking for his first victory. His team ahead 2-0 here, home half the 4th. 1-2 the count to Harris, and the pitch on the way, fastball off the plate away, and Harris lays off. Alonso a .281 average, 4 doubles, 8 runs knocked in. Very good eye at the plate, 14 walks to 17 strikeouts. 2-2 the count. A long hold, now the pitch on the way, breaking ball popped up, shallow right center, that's down for a base hit. Witherspoon around second, he got a good read, he'll go first to third on the bloop single by Alonso Harris. A great piece of hitting with 2 strikes, just blooping one off the end of the bat, dumping it over the second baseman Kajimoto, and the Revs have 2 men on with nobody down.
Oh, it was a good read, absolutely zero hesitation from Witherspoon. He knew it off the bat that was one he didn't have to hesitate on whatsoever, and going first to third easily.
So here's Tejeda. First and third, nobody down. The Revs looking to even this one up. They're down by 2. New Britain 2 runs on 5 hits, no errors. The Revs no runs on 3 hits and 1 error. Tejeda, a ground ball double play his first time up, ended the first. And the pitch on the way from Lee, a breaking ball hit sharply down the line and left. It's a foul ball as Witherspoon skipped out of the way of it, down leading off in foul territory, off the bag at third.
Almost went right through an aerobie that the Bees bullpen has under their bench.
Popular toy amongst professional baseball players. The Barnstormers had a triangular one that I'd never seen before the other day. Pitch on the way 0-1, and it's fouled off. Got in on the fists, and it's right back over the screen. A boomerang type of aerobie that one of their players was throwing out towards the arch nemesis, and it was shooting right back to him. But that thing had some major hang time.
Yeah, we had that for, well, 1 year we lost it. It went over a fence and didn't come back, but then we got another one and had about a week of fun with that before going back to the regular thing.
Tejeda down 0-2, first and third, nobody down. Pitch on the way, fastball chopped to the right side, Kajimoto to second for 1. The return throw to first, it's a double play. A run does come home as Witherspoon touches, but now the base is empty and 2 away. No RBI there for Tejeda, but it's 2-1.
Yeah, not the way you wanted to get it in. 7-inning game, a big inning would certainly go a long way, but at least able to get that first run home, thanks in big part to Witherspoon's base running initially. Another little tricky hop, but Kajimoto able to handle it.
So now it's Michael Burgess, base is empty, 2 away. And the first pitch on the way, changeup over, strike 1. 2-1, Bees on top now, bottom of the 4th. Burgess a ground out to second base, his first time up. And the pitch on the way, fastball down and in. Burgess again hopping back. He's had to do that in pretty much every series this year. That's the book on how to pitch him. Just frustrate him, and if nothing else, down over the shoe tops. Force him to move around in the batter's box. They play him the opposite way in the outfield. A big gap in right center, wind blowing out. And the 1-1 pitch on the way, breaking ball lifted in the air, down the line and right, over comes Hinshaw onto the warning track, and he runs it down to retire the side. A good break on that one by Hinshaw, playing in just his 4th game as a Bee. And the Revs do get 1 on 2 hits. A ground ball double play brings the run home, and after 4 complete, it's 2-1 Bees on 1350 WOYK.
At Donegal, we understand there are many costs associated with running a business. That's why Donegal works with you to provide quality insurance products based on your business needs, and why we deliver that insurance at a price to fit your budget. Call your local independent Donegal agent today and discover why, when it comes to insurance for your business, Donegal is a better value. Contact Coton & Kunkel Insurance at 717-854-0300 or stop in at 3217 East Market Street, York. Locally owned and operated by Pam and Rudy Kochman. Kochman & Kunkel Insurance. Hey Revs fans, now's your chance to win big with the Revs and Shipley Energy. This season, during every home game at Peoples Bank Park, it's the all-new Shipley Energy Grand Slam inning. Each game, one inning will be designated, and one name will be selected as the contestant. If the Revs hit a Grand Slam that inning, you could win $5,000. To enter, stop by Fan Services and fill out your form, or enter via the York Revolution app or YorkRevolution.com. Sign up today and win big with the Revs and Shipley Energy this season.
What a game. The home runs, great pitching, even that foul ball over our heads.
I know, it was so close, I almost caught it. Maybe next time, Gus.
Well, what about catching this?
Pay me. The new scratch-off from the Pennsylvania Lottery, with top prizes of $100,000.
That's more like a grand slam. Keep on scratching.
Players must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
Your county, your teams. Sports Radio 1350 WOIK. First in York, first in sports.
The Revs get one back. It's now 2-1, New Britain ahead. As we head to the fifth, Mike Kraus, Jordan Hinshaw, Michael Baca, bottom third of the order due up against Luis Guzman. Guzman back to work in the first pitch on the way to Kraus, a breaking ball, and it just misses up and in, ball one. Some late break on that one, but apparently after it had crossed the plate. Kraus a home run to left center, his first time up, a line drive shot. And the pitch on the way, fastball misses high. 2-0 the count. Kraus, another guy in this order that does get on base a lot. Tied for first in the league in hit batsman. Pitch on the way, breaking ball misses high. It's 3-0. Kraus and Skelton, the two guys you have to watch on the bases, really the only two guys that run for this Bees team. 3-0, the pitch on the way, and it's a fastball, high ball for a four-pitch walk to begin the fifth as Mike Kraus is aboard to start off the frame. So here's Jordan Hinshaw. Hinshaw, as Darryl mentioned, came over from the Pacific Association, signed on June 6th. And now Capetillo will come out to the mound, joined by Paul Fletcher, the Revs pitching coach, as action begins down in the right field bullpen.
I saw Corpus head that direction. I'm not sure if he's the one throwing, but he very well might be.
Certainly don't see him down in the bullpen seats. Corpus picked up his first win on Sunday in that comeback effort, a 10-9 decision over the Barnstormers as the Revs took 2 of 3, winning the rubber game for the first time this year. And the Revs are now 8-5 against first-place teams, trying to solve the teams at the other end of the spectrum, including New Britain. They're 1-5 against the Bees this year. The Bees coming in with a record of just 17-32. Dead last in the Atlantic League, so the Revs trying to change their fate against the Bees at least. Also trying to change their fate in double headers. They're just 1-7 on the year in Twin Bills. Gomez ready to, or Guzman I should say, ready to go. Hinshaw back in there. Kraus leaning off of first in the first pitch on the way. Line sharply through the hole on the left side. Base hit left field. Mitchell up with it. Will get it back in as Kraus stops at second base. And the first two men reach for the Bees here in inning number 5. There've been a lot of base runners, but just 2 runs across. In fact, coming into the inning, and now I guess I'll include this inning, there have been 9 total frames played in the game. just one clean frame. And that was a 3-up, 3-down inning where the Revs went down in order in the second as Mark Mason comes to the mound, and that will be all for Luis Guzman. But aside from that 1-2-3 in the second for the Revs, in every other inning, there's been at least one base runner on for either side. And just one man left stranded. That was Maddox for the Bees in the first. So Luis Guzman goes 4 innings plus 2 batters. And he will give way. Manny Corpus coming on. And we'll say right here, we've learned to do that with Manny Corpus. He's a guy who will take a maximum of 3 warm-up tosses.
Well, he might have thrown 3 in the bullpen in right field and he was ready. It did not take long at all for him to be prepared. One thing that's interesting though, Matt, you mentioned last inning the attempt for the U.S. and Cuba to, reach some, on the baseball side of things, to reach some agreements. And a lot of the players that have defected in recent years have had to choose, do we wait and see if something official happens? And a lot of them have not been willing to wait. So they'll chance it and, make the life-risking journey.
But it really has to be such a tough decision when it's, your life in your hands and your future in your hands, but your family in your thoughts and whatnot. And to finish up on that discussion, there are currently 32 active Major League Baseball players who have defected from Cuba. There have been many, many more over the years, and 10 of which have gone on to make the MLB All-Star Game. And some of the big ones are Jose Abreu, Aroldis Chapman, Yoenis Cespedes, Yasiel Puig, Alexia Ramirez, and the late Jose Fernandez, just to name a few of them. But there have been some awfully big names who have gone through that treachery and had to make that tough decision and have really reaped the benefits. 2 men on, and the first pitch on the way to Baca. He lays down a bunt third base side, barehanded by Trienfeld, the throw to first, and Franco, the second baseman, there covering for out number 1, but the sacrifice is successful. Kraus up to third, Hinshaw to second, with 1 man down.
Man, nice job by Trienfeld because that ball was bunted fairly sharply, and he came in and it looked like he got a full palm on that ball, not in his fingertips where you normally have it to make a throw. It looked like it was kind of back in his hand a little bit, but on a variety of plays, he has really played a solid third base for the Revs. The more action that he's gotten, he was kind of an every other day or every third day guy initially, but now playing every day, he's really started to settle in.
Back to the top of the order now in Kajimoto. The Revs in a 7-inning game bring their infield in. Corpus winds and fires a first pitch fastball at the knees, strike 1. The other guy we haven't mentioned, Alexi Casilla, on the WellSpan Sports Medicine injury report. He's good to go against left-handed pitching, but hitting left-handed against righties still bothering him a little bit. Pitch on the way, and it's in on the hands. Taken for a ball, a breaking ball, only appeal to third, no swing, says Tim Detweiler on the check by Kajimoto. But Mace speculating that perhaps it'll take Casilla batting from the right side against righties just to get him back in there. With 29 games over the next 28 days, they need to spell some of these infielders. Pitch on the way, and it's a ball down and in, a fastball. It's 2-1. Kraus at third, Hinshaw at second, a 2-1 New Britain lead, and they're looking for more. 1 man out, Revs have the infield in. Kajimoto up there, the setup away. And the pitch comes from Corpus, a fastball lifted foul and out of play, left side. Kajimoto has only played in 25 games, but a .330 average on the year. 2 home runs, 9 runs knocked in, and were he to qualify for the league leaders, he does not, but if he were to, he would be 4th in the league in batting. Big spot for him, 2-2 the count with 1 away. Corpus the high set. The kick and the pitch, a breaking ball down and in. Count full now, 3-2. First base is open, but I don't think you want to face James Skelton with the bases loaded. Outfield plays Kajimoto the opposite way. And the payoff pitch from Corpus, fastball down low, ball 4. So Corpus comes in and he gets a sac bunt down from Baca. The Trienfeld made a nice play on, but now a walk to Kajimoto loads him up.
Now batting pitcher number 3, James Skelton.
Once again, a 7-inning game today. 2 7-inning games with the makeup from May 25th. Skelton with the bases loaded, 0 for 4 on the season. Has struggled with runners in scoring position. Just a 136 average in the first pitch, swung on and lifted to straightaway center. Witherspoon going back, still on the run, and he makes the catch shy of the warning track. It's plenty deep for Krause, who tags and scores. Going second and third on the play is Jordan Henshaw, and James Skelton on the first pitch does his job. Gives the Bees an insurance run, an answer run after the Revs scored one in the bottom of the 4th, and now it's 3-1, New Britain ahead.
Yeah, looking for the first good thing that he could drive somewhere in the outfield. He got it on the first pitch. Didn't waste any time going after it. Usually he's the guy getting on for the men behind him, but in this case, he's the one to bring one home.
Kajimoto on the deep fly out does stay put at first base. But with Henshaw advancing, it's first and third. Rosa at the plate. He's 0 for 2. Checker first in the pitch on the way, a slider outside, ball 1. Rosa a strikeout in the first, a ground out in the third. Corpus checks the runner and comes set. A long hold and the pitch on the way. Breaking ball and a swing and a miss. Took something off that slider. Just 70 across. The count even at a ball and a strike. The high socks for Rosa. Slightly open stance from the right side. Righty against righty. A throw to first and back in standing is Kajimoto. Rosa tied for second in the league in doubles. He has 14. Witherspoon playing him to pull in center. The 1-1 pitch on the way, a slider this time. It misses off the outside edge. It's 2-1. Corpus, as I mentioned, got his first win of the year on Sunday against Lancaster, with Allen getting his 6th save. He works from the stretch, first and third, the pitch on the way, and it's a slider again, but down and away, it's 3-1. Corpus in that game, 2/3 of an inning, 2 hits, and a win. It did allow 2 inherited runners to score. 3-1 pitch, the setup away, and it's hit in the air, down the line and right. Drifting towards the stands, Burgess giving chase, and he can't get there. It lands just on top of the tarp, just inside the stands down the right field line. Lonzo Harris never really broke for that one. I'm not sure if he didn't see it or it was certain it was well out of his range. Of course, his range is quite lengthy, so must have known well. Playing in right field today, Mace trying to get the speed on the bigger half of the field with the big wall out there and left. Mitchell probably has a little bit better of an arm though. 3-2, full count to Rosa. First and third, runner goes, pitch on the way, hit well to left field straight away. Mitchell going back, looking up at the wall, and it hits the midway point of the wall. Coming around third to score is Kajimoto all the way from first. In front of him was Henshaw, 2 runs across on the double by Rosa, his 15th of the year, and it's 5-1, New Britain ahead.
Now that makes it an awfully steep comeback in a 7-inning game. That's a big hit. Mitchell, though, he really played that ball well for having not played in front of the arch nemesis much. It can take some funny bounces. It can kind of reverse on you or check up based on spin, but he played it well. And the fact, though, that it was 3-2 with 2 outs and Kajimoto had the leeway to go, that head start had no chance at the plate.
Maddox the batter now, and the first pitch, a fastball outside corner at the knees, strike one. Yeah, with 2 outs, he was not only running, but didn't even have to look and see where it went. Just had to check with his head coach, Dan Clyburn, over the third base. He was waving him all the way around. Good speed. Maddox holds the bat out in front of the plate, and the pitch on the way, fastball down and in, the count even at a ball and a strike.
It's now 3 walks that have scored. New Britain's turned into runs.
Three of the 5, the other a home run by Kraus and Hinshaw, who reached on a single. Swinging a foul up the first base line off the bat of Maddox. He's now down in the count 1-2. New Britain with a run in the first, a run in the second, and 3 here in the 5th. The Revs with their lone run across in the bottom of the 4th. A 7-inning game here, so not a whole lot of time to answer. Maddox waves the bat out in front of the plate. A long look in from Manny Corpus. He sets, and the pitch on the way, fastball down and in. 2-2 the count now. Maddox now in his 11th pro season, 3rd in the Atlantic League, 2nd with New Britain. Was in Southern Maryland in 2015 with Stan Clyburn and followed his headman up to New Britain. Pitch on the way, breaking ball inside. So the count full now, 3-2. "19 pitches now for Manny Corpus out of the pen. Corpus, a deep breath as he comes set. Infield back, outfield ahead of the pole. Pitch on the way. Line drive towards the gap in left center field. A long run for Witherspoon. He's not going to get there. It's going to bound up and off the wall. Rounding third is Rosa. He'll come in to score. Back-to-back RBI doubles for New Britain, and it's a 6-1 lead.
Well, whenever we see Maddox, it's like his eyes light up. Last year was the same. I don't know how he's hitting only .228 because we see him and he does some serious damage on a consistent basis, whether it's up there or here. He's been maybe their toughest out.
Well, this season against York, to Dill's point, that's his 6th double and 7th run driven in, hitting .423 coming into play. He's 2 for 3 in this one with a couple RBIs. Bierfeldt the batter. And the pitch on the way, slider and a swing and a miss. 77, that one a tighter slider from Corpus, who was moving the slider around from 70 to 77 throughout this inning. 0-1, Corpus kicks and delivers. Another slider, and this one a foul tip off the mask of Capetillo. And Corpus in the driver's seat, it's 0-2. Bierfeldt a strikeout in the first, an infield single on a weird hop off the glove of Guzman in the 4th. He's the 8th man to bat here in this inning. Corpus a long look in. Infield back, outfield straight away. The 0-2 pitch on the way. Fastball just missed the outside corner. A good eye there from Bierfeldt on a close pitch as Corpus worked backwards. Bierfeldt with the high stirrups. They have stripes on the top. Gold and white. The black sock and the pitch on the way. Fouled off the end of the bat. Straight back to the backstop. The Bees in the
alternate yellow tops. The Revs wearing their alternate blues at home. They wear them on the road almost every game, but usually go with the whites here at home. 1-2 the count. Corpus to the plate. It's a slider down and away. Bierfeld making Corpus work, and Manny has now thrown 25 in the inning. Bierfeld, another guy who's hit well against the Revs. 320 this season coming into play. A 2-2 offering on the way. Slider reached for him, popped up foul, and it will get back out of play, first base side. Bierfeld, of course, had that 2 home run game in the opening series of the season up in New Britain. 2 of the 5 home runs that New Britain batters have hit against the Revs this year. Coming into the day, Kraus adding another one, that in the second. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 4 runs across. The pitch on the way, down and in, it's fouled off. In and out of the third base side dugout, occupied by the Bees. The count holds it 2-2 to Bierfeld. Kraus started off the inning with a walk. Henshaw singled. A walk to Kajimoto, a double by Rosa, and a double by Maddox. In addition to a sac fly from Skelton. 2-2 to Bierfeld. The pitch on the way. Slider hit sharply to short, deep in the hole. Dent dives, and it's over his glove into left field. A base hit. Rounding third is Maddox. He'll come in to score. 3 straight RBI hits, and Bierfeld tacks on another. It's now 7-1. Bees on top.
Corpus kind of dropped down on that one and looked like it flattened out a bit, and I would assume with 2 strikes he probably wanted to start it away and have it dive off the plate, but it kind of started middle in and hovered in front of too much plate. Bierfeld able to reach it. He didn't hit it hard, but able to make contact and got a good result for himself.
Well, the Bees now have batted around as Jamal Walton comes to the plate. The DH batting from the left side. 2 ground outs, both to short, 1 a double play in this game. 2 down, and the first pitch on the way. A fastball hit sharply through the right side. Skipping around it was Bierfeld. He'll move up to second on the play and stay right there as Harris gets it back in. And now Mike Kraus will come to bat for the second time in the inning. Four straight hits for the Bees, who as a team are tied for 7th in the league, coming in with a .248 average. But against the Revs, well, they certainly hit it hard.
And everything they've done this inning has been good. Even their outs, a sac bunt and a sac fly. Even their 2 outs this inning have been productive and exactly what they were looking for in that moment.
A meeting on the mound now between Capetillo and his pitcher Manny Corpus. Corpus came in 2 batters into the frame and surrendered that sac ball on the first batter that he faced, so he did get the first one. But 5 of the next 6 have reached against him, and 5 runs have scored in the inning. Chris Dula up and throwing now for the Revs in their right field bullpen. Dula came in the other night for his best outing in the finale against Lancaster. 2/3 of an inning, got the hold. And the first pitch on the way to Kraus, a breaking ball in there, strike 1. Kraus walked to get this inning started. Came around to score. He also had a home run in the second, so he scored 2 of the 7 runs. Pitch on the way, breaking ball off the plate away. It's 1-1.
And you really don't want to have to bail a reliever in the inning, but at some point they had to get somebody going, and And that visit from Capetillo was just to buy some time for Dula to start throwing as much as anything.
Well, the other thing is when you're playing a double header, you can even less afford to exhaust the bullpen in game one. 10 hits in the game for New Britain, 7 runs across. 1-3-1 for the Revs. Corpus sets, checks second. And the pitch to Krause, a fastball popped up right side, and that will get back and out of play.
That's two fans. Let's hear you nice and loud now.
Krause is the K-man. And Corpus looking for a big one here to escape the fifth. Bierfeld at second, Walden on at first, 2 away. Krause the high socks as he waves the bat from the right side. The setup away. Corpus kicks. The pitch on the way. Fastball lifted in the air straight away right field. Has some carry to it. Harris going back. Still going back on the warning track. Reaches up to glove it and retire the side. But New Britain bats around in the inning. They score 5. And they take a 7-1 lead to the home half of the fifth on 1350 WOYK.
Enter Rudders Summer of Freedom Sweepstakes today. Look for the entry star, purchase participating products, scan your Rudders rewards card, or enter VIP information at checkout and automatically be entered to win your choice of a 2017 Jeep Wrangler Unlimited Sport, Ram 1500 Bighorn Quad Cab, or Dodge Challenger RT from Stettler. Drive better, drive Stettler. Free gas for a year and one of thousands of prizes, including Red Bull, Pepsi, and Pennsylvania Lottery scratch-off tickets. Must be a Rudders VIP to enter. Rudders, why go anywhere else?
Need material handling equipment for your company's busy season? Mid-Atlantic Industrial Equipment offers a full line of rental equipment to keep you operating at maximum efficiency. Forklifts from 3,000 to 15,000 pound capacity, narrow aisle reach trucks and order pickers, electric pallet jacks, scissor lifts, and forklift clamp attachments. Daily, weekly, and monthly terms available. Call today at 888-383-LIFT. That's 888-383-5438. And check us out online at MidAtlanticIndustrial.com. Celebrate Pride Month with the York Revolution. This Wednesday, it's the first ever LGBTQ night at People's Bank Park. Join the Reds in welcoming former Cincinnati Reds pitcher and Athlete Ally Ambassador Joe Valentine for a special presentation. Take part in the pregame parade and help honor LGBTQ community leaders and members of our armed forces. And before the game, don't miss the visit by the world-famous Budweiser Clydesdales. Plus, beer sampling on the plaza presented by Brewery Products. That's LGBTQ night, Wednesday, June 14th. Tickets at YorkRevolution.com.
Follow York Sports on your Android. Search Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
Angel Franco is set to go here, home half the fifth. The Revs in a 6-run hole. 5 runs an inning ago scored by New Britain as they sent 10 men to the plate. They now trail 7-1. Franco, Dent, and Mitchell due up in inning 5 of 7 as we play 2 7-inning games here this evening in order to make up the game rained out last time around. The pitch on the way to Franco, called strike outside corner at the knees with a fastball. Mike Lee back out there and he gets ahead 0-1. Lee 56 pitches now through 4 innings plus 1 pitch, and he fires and Franco swings and misses. The fastball came down and in. Angel will fly out to left field his first time up. Lee into the wind and the 0-2. Fastball missed outside. It's 1-2. The Revs have had 4 base runners through 4 innings. Witherspoon came around to score. The other 3 have been retired on the bases. 2 due to double play balls, and 1 was Jared Mitchell, who was caught stealing. Pitch on the way, swing and a miss. Franco chased it in the dirt, and he's now the 4th strikeout victim on the night for Mike Lee. So that brings up Ryan Dent on our Heritage Lawn and Landscaping home run contest. For game 1, it's Joshua Top. But Joshua, if the Revs do not go yard in game 1, you will carry over. So you have 14 innings tonight. Best of luck. Ryan Dent, the hitter, first pitch fastball right there, strike one. Dent, a strikeout victim in the second, coming off a major game on Sunday. 4 hits, 6 RBIs against the Barnstormers. The 0-1 pitch, and that misses down and away, a breaking ball. Dent had 6 RBIs on the season coming into that game, so he doubled that total. And the 4 hits equaled his production over the previous 7 games. 1 ball, 1 strike. The pitch on the way. He takes a breaking ball down and off the plate. It's 2-1. So Dent setting the single season high this year for the Revs. Casilla ahead of him. A big part of that. The 2-1 pitch on the way. He checks his swing, takes a strike, and it's 2-2. Casilla on base in each of his appearances at the plate. Officially 3 for 4. He reached on an error and was hit by a pitch and scored 4 runs, also a season high. Pitch on the way, fouled off down the line and right. Casilla out of the lineup today with a righty on the hill. As we mentioned, still battling back from that thumb injury, so only facing left-handers at the moment. 2 balls, 2 strikes to count on Ryan Dent. Shadows starting to creep out midway in between the plate and the mound. And the pitch on the way. Fastball, line drive, center field, Kraus over towards the gap in right center. Leaps at the last second, but able to make the catch for out number 2. He kind of jogged after that, and it had some late carry to it, but elevated a few inches off the ground and made the play, and there's 2 away. Two down for Jared Mitchell. 7-1, New Britain on front. Mitchell a single to center, his first time up, was caught stealing on a pitch out. Lee winds in, the pitch on the way. Fastball right there, strike 1. Mitchell rests the bat on his back left shoulder. And the pitch on the way. Called strike again, knees outside corner, Lee ahead 0-2. Lee working quickly ahead in the count, the 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. 3 pitches, and he gets Jared Mitchell down on strikes. A 3 up and 3 down inning for Lee in the 5th. The Revs go quietly, and they trail it 7-1 heading to the 6th. Daryl Henry will take you home when we come back on 1350 WOYK.
Did you know that Shipley Energy can take care of all your energy needs? From heating oil and propane to providing your home with electricity and natural gas. We also provide heating and air conditioning service and installation. All of your energy needs are under one roof at Shipley Energy. To learn more, visit ShipleyEnergy.com. Call 855-4SHIPLEY and don't forget to ask about our $100 rebate. Shipley Energy. Energy for life.
Can't get enough of the birds? WOYK has you covered. Join us all season on Mondays at 6 for the Baltimore Baseball Show, hosted by award-winning Orioles and National Baseball writer Dan Connolly from BaltimoreBaseball.com. Exclusive in-depth interviews plus the latest insight and analysis on the Orioles every week. Talking baseball with the birds, Mondays at 6. The Baltimore Baseball Show on Sports Radio 1350 WOYK. First in York, first in sports.
Dream big for less with a first mortgage or home equity. You lender.
here in Game 1. Chris Dula will come on. Pitching change is brought to you by Maple Donuts. And he'll face Hinshaw, Baca, and Kajimoto here in the top of the sixth. Dula the hold on Sunday. It came up big in that win against Lancaster, 10-9. Was the final in that one, and after allowing a leadoff single to begin the eighth by Caleb Gindle, they got the next two outs, and then Brad Allen came on, and Mace will talk about what he's seen from Dula between games. Our Broadway transmission managers report in between tonight. Jordan Hinshaw will lead it off. He's got two singles and a run scored. Here in Game 1 today, a 7-1 New Britain lead. Hinshaw over from the Pacific Association. Pitch from Dula, a swing and a foul tip into the glove of Tapatio. That fastball at 91. By the way, our sixth inning here in Game 1 brought to you by York Dental Sleep Therapy. Hinshaw, an outfielder with speed. There's the 0-1, and it misses down and away. Played in Pittsburgh in the Pacific Association, Pittsburgh, California. Last year hit .287, 21 steals in 71 games. Dula delivers, and a missed inside, a fastball, 2-1. Dula in his fourth appearance. Last two have been scoreless. Now ready. And delivers. And a swing and a foul back upstairs. And he's ahead, or rather even, I should say, 2-2. Overall, in his first three outings, 2 2/3 innings, 2 runs. The Sunday was the best he's looked, really attacking the strike zone. There's no question that he's got the stuff. Mid-90s. Now shakes off and ready. Another 2-2. And a liner the other way, foul to the top of section 2 as it rattles up into the bullpen balcony. It'll be about a half-hour break in between games. We'll hear from Mace then, and then Frank Gailey against Brian Dupre in Game 2 tonight. Dula kick, steals, and a foul tip. A slider there that bounced and glanced off Tapatio's face mask. Dula's glove tucked to his chest has the signal. Another 2-2. And a slider, and he doesn't get the call. Man. Right over the plate. He's asking if it was up. It certainly did not look like that was the case either. 3-2. I believe they're hearing it from the Revs dugout a bit. The payoff pitch, and it hit him. Tried to double up with the slider, and it slipped and hit Hinshaw right in the back, trying to duck underneath it, and unable to get out of the way. So it looked like perhaps he should have been struck out, and instead he's on base for the third time tonight out of the 8th spot in the order. Correct. There's Michael Baca, who's hit into a double play and is sacrificed for a bunt. First pitch, he bounces it to short. Dent backs up, gloves, goes to second. The turn, it's just in time. 6-4-3 double play. Dent to Franco to Burgess. And the Revs turning twin killings like machines here of late. That's their third today, 2 Sunday, 5 Saturday night, 3 Friday night, 13 in the last 4 games. Incredible.
etc. At BroadwayTrans.com or stop in and
annually. They rely on local community members to collect more than 50,000 toys each year, distributing them year-round. For more information on how you can make a difference in the life of a child with cancer, visit online at childrenscancerrecovery.org.
Hi, this is Dan Patrick. Join me weekday mornings at 9 on Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
Bottom of the sixth, a 7-1 New Britain lead, and Mike Lee might be having designs on the abbreviated CG here tonight. He's at 68 pitches through 5, a 1-2-3 fifth inning.
Just one over the minimum.
Nobody left on for the Revs. The only batter over the minimum scored. Carlos Trienfeld will lead it off here in the bottom of the sixth. The Revs have been held to 3 hits. They've been erased on 2 double plays, 1 caught stealing. Trienfeld a strikeout his first time up. Lee winds, delivers, and sinks it over at the knees, a called strike. And down in the zone all day for the most part. Has his sign, and the 0-1. Slider called strike 2. Lee went to Oklahoma City University. And then after rejecting the Yankees twice, as Matt mentioned, he was an 8th round pick of the Red Sox in 08. It's with the Red Sox, Braves, Diamondbacks, and Blue Jays systems, making it to AAA. 0-2. And in the dirt, Skelton blocks it over to his right. Revs with bullpen activity for the top of the 7th. Certainly don't want to burn through too many guys in a game 1 that you're trailing with game 2 still to go. Lee the pitch. And it floats a little bit high, a changeup, 2-2. First time the Revs see him this year. New Britain didn't have Lee in the first series, opening weekend, and then they missed him in late May. 2-2, swung on, hit in the air, right center field, toward the gap. Krause and Hinshaw, the right fielder, runs it down. They made a beeline for one another. No pun intended, and Hinshaw right in front of Krause runs it down for out number 1. Trienfeld hit it pretty solidly, but a little too much air to get it in the gap in between those two. Maybe the pun was intended. Here's Capetillo, Revs with Van Meter up in their bullpen. Capetillo a ground out to short in his first Atlantic League at bat. And Lee, the kick and the pitch. It's a breaking ball down low. Capetillo in his 5th pro season. He played in the Red system, 3 years for the Dominican Summer League team, and then 1 year in the Arizona League. Entire previous career with Cincinnati. The 1-0. And it hits the outside corner, a called strike. Looked like a 2-seamer that started to run back to Lee, who's been in the mid-80s all day, but a lot of late sink on that 2-seamer. 1-1, and a fastball strike. That went up to 86 and looked a little more straight. 1-2 the count. Lines, fires, and a bouncer hits softly toward third. Rosa charges, gets rid of it, high, and safe the call at first. Maddox went up, came down with his right foot on the bag, but Donald Mayer signals that while he was off the bag, Capetillo came across. He's safe with one out, and they'll call it a throwing error on Rosa at third base. You had time to get him.
Well, I personally thought the throw beat him. I thought his foot, Maddox at first, did get the foot back on in time. Certainly a bang-bang play.
I sort of thought so as well. Oh well. One out base runner. Here's Witherspoon at the top of the order. He's 1 for 2 with a single and a run. First pitch, fastball, misses up. Lee, who's now 30 years old. Last year with Lancaster, he was 4-5 with a 5.18 ERA when he was shipped to New Britain. 1-0, and a called strike, fastball on the outer edge. With New Britain, he found new life. In 8 starts, he was 5-0 with a 2.45 last season. 0-4 to begin this year, but looking for his first win. 1-1, and it missed away. They've now changed it to an infield hit for Derek Capetillo, who's got his first in the Atlantic League and with York. It was a tough play for Rosa charging. He had to fire it on the run. Lee ready, the 2-1. And a swing and a fly ball left center. Kraus on his horse, and he'll go into a slide and make that play. Capetillo about 2/3 of the way to second, hustles back. And Witherspoon again, a ball that had a little too much air under it. Might have been off the end of the bat a little. And Kraus, who was a teammate of Witherspoon's in Lancaster early last year, slides to make the grab against him. Witherspoon retired by 2 former Barnstormer teammates there, Kraus and the pitcher Mike Lee. At 2 down, and here's Alonzo Harris. 7-1 New Britain here in the bottom of the 6th. Harris on base both times, a walk and a single. And Lee, the pitch, it's outside and nicked off Skelton's glove. Back to the backstop. Capetillo moves up. Pass ball that Skelton just didn't reach far enough for. I wonder if he thought that one was going to run back and it never did. Looking down at the edge of his mitt, a little bit betrayed. But Lee has been running that 2-seamer back throughout the night. A couple that have started off the plate and come back, and he's gotten the outside strike call. And the zone has been much wider than tall here this evening. Here's the stretch, the 1-0, and a swing and a miss. Harris trying to drive it, but came up empty. A runner at second with 2 outs. The hit for Capetillo, just the 4th for the Revs this evening. Now Lee set belt high. 1-1. Swinging a foul tip, that ricocheted off the inside of Skelton's gear. Back behind the plate. A ball and 2 strikes. Lee at 84 pitches, trying to send it to the 7th. Has his sign. Here's the 1-2. Swing and a line drive to center, a base hit for Harris. Mace is pointing Witherspoon home. Kraus up throwing, and it skips in front of the catcher Skelton, who knocks it away. Capetillo, I beg your pardon, being sent around third, and he scores standing. Alonzo Harris, the RBI single to center, a 7-2 game. Capetillo's got his first run scored. Witherspoon just at the plate, and I was thinking he was out there, but apologies to Derek, who gets a chance to cross.
Well, not bad speed for the catcher. Witherspoon-esque coming around third. Nice job by Harris hitting it right back up the box.
A 7-2 game. Harris on all 3 times today. He's 2 for 2 now. Here's Tejeda. And he swings and drills one deep to left field, and it's gone! Isaiah Tejeda, a line drive, 2-run homer. Over the arch nemesis in left. And the Revs maybe not done yet here in game 1. A 7-4 game just like that. Looked like it was still going up. Right over the newspaper, and Tejeda with his 7th of the year, and it's a 7-4 game here in the bottom of the 6th.
Well, Lee certainly hasn't made many mistakes today, but Tejeda got a fastball right over the heart. And boy, did he hit it well. Over the newspaper. And I think it was Casilla the other day, might have gotten robbed by that top corner. Tejeda a little extra air under it. And hits it out.
Boy, he did crush it. Here's Michael Burgess. First pitch breaks down low. So we have a winner, Joshua Todd, or Toad, T-O-D-T, on our Heritage Lawn and Landscape Care home run contest. We'll have another contestant for game 2. So we're just awfully generous as Lee misses low, 2-0. Tejeda some back spin on that ball. And it flies out of here on a line drive. Here's the wind, the 2-0. And that missed low. Now New Britain still with nobody throwing. They have a couple of guys on the bands to get loose, and now they will send Joe Beimel, their closer, to the bullpen mound. The 3-0. And it's down and in. So Burgess is on base. 3 straight reaching with 2 outs. All 3 runs coming with 2 outs.
And the Revs with 3 hits in the inning, equaling their total from the first 5.
Here comes pitching coach Sean Gilblair, who makes a visit.
One of their player coaches, Craig Maddox the other.
Gilblair is active currently. We've seen him in a game earlier this season, but he's not down in the bullpen prepping to pitch in this one. He's in the dugout as pitching coach in traditional fashion for now at least. Now the visit wraps up. Angel Franco, the hitter. And the Revs within 7-4. They were down 6, and they've cut it in half. Franco tonight, a fly out and a strikeout. First offering, he fakes a bunt, and it missed down and away.
And it makes me think of the various scenarios that might present some fun, such as if Gilblair were loosening, but the pitcher ahead of him were having some mechanical issue. Time called from the bullpen, he runs in.
Next one is a called strike at the bottom of the zone. 1-1 count.
Of course, when he's pitching, they don't get charged any mound visits.
1-1. And a chopper foul, first base side. Maddox over to glove it. Well, we'll only see New Britain 20 times, but I would imagine that they see a little bit of it all with that arrangement. Lee had been hitting his spots all night, but a couple over the plate this inning. The walk then on 4 pitches to Burgess, although he is back in front of Franco here. He's ready, the 1-2. And a rip right side, and that's through. A base hit. Burgess up to second, and the tying run will come to the plate. Ryan Dent, the hitter, with 4 straight reaching, 4 total hits in the inning. And it's first and second still going here in the bottom of the 6th. A very quiet first 5 innings for the offense, but man, have they woken. Now, if Den reaches, I would think we'd see Beimel with the lefty Mitchell now on deck. But they'll leave Lee in to face a right-hand hitter. His 95th pitch now coming up. And, an outside strike call on Dent. But, again, that has been there throughout the night. He was rung up on that pitch in the second inning. He didn't like it at the time, but hit it hard in the 5th, lining out to deep center. Here's the 0-1, and a breaking ball down low. It appears that Beimel is ready. The catcher, Ivan Villa-Escusa, in the bullpen is just watching to see what happens. So Beimel ready, and we'll see if he's needed this inning or not. And the 1-1, swing and a foul straight back. Good rip from Dent. Now ball and 2 strikes. He drove in 6 of the 10 on Sunday. Trying to keep this rally going here in the bottom of the 6th in game 1. Now Lee ready. Here's the 1-2. Swinging a liner at short on a short hop, knocked down by Baca, and he flips to second just in time. Baca, the rookie shortstop, stays in front of the one-hopper. The short hop plays it off his chest, and that will end the inning. What a big play from their youngster at short. But the Revs cut the deficit in half. 3 runs in the inning on 4 hits. And 2 men left. We go to the 7th. It's New Britain 7, York 4.
Facing a legal issue can be a frightening time. What's my course of action? How do I know who to call? Fortunately, the York County Bar Association makes it easy. Now, you only need to make one call to find the right lawyer for you. Call the York County Bar Association and let us help you find the right lawyer with our Attorney Connection Lawyer Referral Service. Just call 854-8755 or visit yorkbar.com. Don't hesitate in getting the help you need. Contact the York County Bar Association and let us help you find the right attorney at the right time.
Come on, Colin Cowherd.
Steph Curry, one of the unanimous MVP. And I do feel there's an anti-LeBron movement to some degree. And who votes on the MVP? Sports writers. Often 5'8", 5'7", 5'9". They're small like Steph Curry. They relate to Steph. They don't like LeBron. LeBron's big and powerful.
This is The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
I'm blowing anything up. We're starting with Visit 3 on Sports Radio 1350 WOIK.
Enter Runners Summer of Freedom Sweepstakes today. Look for the entry star. Purchase participating products. Scan your Runners Rewards card or enter VIP information at checkout and automatically be entered to win your choice of a 2017 Jeep Wrangler Unlimited Sport, Ram 1500 Bighorn Quad Cab, or Dodge Challenger RT from Stedler. Drive better, drive Stedler. Free gas for a year and one of thousands of prizes, including Red Bull, Pepsi, and Pennsylvania Lottery scratch-off tickets. Must be a Runners VIP to enter. Runners, why go anywhere else?
All about local sports. Sports Radio 1350 WOIK.
Head of the 7th inning, and the Revs behind 7-4, but making a run at this thing before it's over. Joe Van Meter will come on. Pitching change brought to you by Maple Donuts. He really got the short end of the stick on Sunday. That overturned play ended up with 2 runs on his line, and he also had 2 in a game recently in Lancaster that should have been unearned, but gotta admire his approach. He says, just keep doing your job, good things will happen. Connor Bierfeld leads off, and he ricochets a foul tip off the side of Capetillo's face mask and back to the net. Bierfeld 2 for 3 with an RBI single here in game 1 today. Roughly a 30-minute break, and then game 2. But the Revs with one last turn at bat. Van Meter trying to keep it a 3-run score. Here's a changeup low. They look down at first, no swing the call. And that changeup he feels is a big key for him, and he really had it working well Sunday. He would miss low with some, but it was always down, and he got some swings on others. 1-1. Fastball missed outside off the glove of Capetillo. Van Meter 0-1, a 5.59 ERA in 17 games, but really it should be a 3.73 ERA. It's a shame that he's got to carry that around right now. Trying to bring that down. Stares in, has his sign. And a 2-1. Swing and a miss. Good fastball that exploded through. That one up in the zone, and Bierfeld couldn't catch up. Former Oriole prospect. There's the pitch. Just missed. Down in the way. That fastball at 91. Bierfeld in the Orioles system the last 4 years. And he was initially a pitcher, but developed as a hitter. Van Meter, initially a hitter, developed as a pitcher. It was the payoff pitch, missed up high. That fastball up out of the zone, and Bierfeld will reach to start the inning. Van Meter spent part of 2014 in the Orioles system as well, but he was at Frederick when Bierfeld had been at Delmarva. Bierfeld went to Frederick the following 2 years. Now here's Jamar Walton. 1 for 3 in the game. Van Meter, the first pitch, swinging a foul tip, knocked Capetillo's face mask right off as it deflected back. By the way, our broadcast tonight brought to you by Image 360, Yingling's Ice Cream, Highmark, Isaacs, Sheets, and Ace Distributing. Bierfeld at first base with 1 steal. He's been caught once. Bees have the fewest in the league, 34. Here's the 0-1. Swinging a ground ball toward the middle. Franco, backhand, glove hand flip, and Dent turns it. It's their 4th double play of the game in 7 innings. And that one the best of the bunch. Franco up the middle, backhanded, and fed Dent right out of his own glove in rhythm for 2.
He's done that so well throughout the season. When he feeds Dent, he just leaves the ball over top of the base, and Dent comes across to grab it. That time, most impressive of them all, doing it with the glove hand only. A fine play by Angel Franco.
Thing of beauty, it's the 2nd time they've retired Walton on 2. They've retired Baca on 2 twice. Here's Michael Kraus, who swings and misses. Kraus 1 for 2, a homer in the 2nd, walked and scored in the 5th. Base is empty, 2 outs. The Revs' 14th double play turned the last 4 games. Here's a high fly, right field side and foul. Out of play, 0-2. It's their 11th double play in the last 3, which is in just 25 innings, 11 double plays, and 14 double plays the last 34 innings. Wow. Here's the 0-2, and foul back off the net. Revs, by the way, in the bottom of the 7th against Beimel, I would assume it'll be Mitchell, Trienfeld, Capetillo. They do have Casilla available. And Derek Robinson as well. Luis Cruz is on the card, but away for at least a day for a personal thing he's tending to. Now Van Meter ready. 0-2 to the K-man, and he missed down in the dirt with the changeup. That changeup could be a strikeout pitch for him, though, with as hard as that fastball is, and it's got really good arm action on it. It looks like when he throws it, I mean, it has that appearance of slowing down on its way there, which is what good arm action will do. Almost looks halfway there, like it just kind of falls apart. There's the 1-2. Swing and a miss. He went to the fastball down, and he strikes him out. Moz sticks for everybody, and a scoreless top of the 7th for Joe Van Meter with help of their 4th double play turn of the game. Team record 5 just 2 games ago. We go to the bottom of the 7th inning. Beimel coming in for New Britain, and the Revs trailing 7-4.
Money and business are essential to the strength of a community. So is cheering and celebration and music and fun. That's why York Revolution games, concerts, youth sports, special events, and more happen at a place called People's Bank Park. People's Bank has been serving York County for more than 150 years. Always cheering, always celebrating, always committed to the things that make York County great. And to you having a great time at People's Bank Park. People's Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Can't get enough of the Birds? WOYK has you covered. Join us all season on Mondays at 6 for the Baltimore Baseball Show, hosted by award-winning Orioles and National Baseball writer Dan Connolly from BaltimoreBaseball.com. Exclusive in-depth interviews plus the latest insight and analysis on the Orioles every week. Talking baseball with the Birds, Mondays at 6. The Baltimore Baseball Show on Sports Radio 1350 WOYK. First in York, first in sports.
Celebrate the history of our national pastime at the National Baseball Hall of Fame and Museum in Cooperstown. See priceless treasures that will bring your baseball memories to life. Cooperstown is where you, your family, and your friends can relive baseball's greatest moments and honor the all-time greats of the game. Plan your family visit today at baseballhall.org.
On air, online, and on your smartphone. Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
Revs trail 7-4. Joe Beimel is in looking for the save for New Britain. Pitching change brought to you by Maple Donuts. Jared Mitchell will lead things off. He's 1 for 2 in the opener here of this doubleheader. As Matt mentioned, the Revs just 1-7 in doubleheader games. First pitch, he swings and fouls it away down the left field side. Final 2-2, a 4.91 ERA in 17 outings, 6 saves. Opponents hitting .321 though. A 40-year-old big league vet. Has his sign. And the 0-1. It missed low. Lefties against Beimel, 5 for 21, 238. It's the right-handers that have torn it up, hitting .351. Lee went 6. He'll be charged with 4 earned on 7 hits. The 1-1 fastball called strike away. 1-2. Mitchell, a rough go against left-hand pitching, 3 for 27. Overall, though, he's really turned it on. Beimel set at the belt. And the 1-2. That missed off the plate away. Mitchell, tree and fell, and Capetillo, although if it's a tying run situation, they could pinch hit for Casilla there. He's available, or pinch hit with Casilla. Capetillo, the youngster, just playing his first game here in the league today. The 2-2, and it missed down low. Mitchell, a good at bat to get it to 3-2. Mike Lee in line for his first win. In the 6 innings, he walked 2, struck out 5. It's the rest of his line, just shy of 100 pitches. Beimel ready. And the 3-2. Swing and a little tapper, and in the batter's box foul. It looked like it was going to creep in front. Skelton couldn't get the initial handle on it, and it settled and maybe checked up even, fortunately for Mitchell, in the right-hand batter's box. I don't know if he would have gotten the call away there. He might have, but close enough. He had to protect on 3-2. Just got a piece. Trying to get on and start something. And Beimel from the belt, lifts the leg, delivers, and a swing and a loop foul down the left field side. Bierfeld chasing, but that's tucked into the corner. Beimel, who made his major league debut 2001, he was drafted in '98. Out of Duquesne, the Pirates took the local guy 18th round. Originally gone to Allegheny College of Maryland, and then transferred to D1 Duquesne. Another 3-2, and a line drive, base hit right center, over the leap of Kajimoto. Mitchell a big turn, and he's on with a leadoff single here in the bottom of the 7th. 2 for 3 on the day, and he's got his 4th hit of the year against a left-hand pitcher, continuing to get his game, his overall game, going at the plate.
And a nice job battling there, fall off the pitch into the opposite batter's box, then the other one down the line he spoiled. That one he had designs of only fouling off. He intentionally flicked it down the line, you could tell just by his reaction, and then got a pitch he could drive.
Here's Trienfeld. If he gets on, the tying run bats. And Beimel, a leaner, moving over to first base. Mitchell back standing. Now, you can't get much with Beimel, who will do that little pause and fall to the side of the mound pick move, trying to freeze runners.
And there's no reason to at this point. Mitchell's run doesn't mean anything.
Pitch is taken low, 1-0 on Trienfeld, who has struck out and lined out to right. Capetillo in his first game with York is on deck. Looks as though Mace will let him swing away here. Beimel the pitch. Swinging a ground ball, left side, diving stop Rosa, goes to second, the turn to first will be late. But he robs Trienfeld of potentially bringing the tying run to the plate. It looked like it was into left, and Rosa dove and had it in his glove. Diving to his left. Robs Trienfeld as he, from his knees, through to second for the lead out. 1 down in the 7th. Looked like it was into left, and he swallowed it up. Here's Capetillo, who's 1 for 2 with an infield hit and a run. And first pitch, swing, look out, lines a foul off a seat down at the end of the York dugout. Beimel last in the majors in 2015. That was with the Mariners. 53 games that year, a sub-4 ERA at age 38. The 0-1. Swing and a line right, base hit right center. Trian fell around second. He'll go to third. Capetillo with his second hit here in his debut game. And Travis Witherspoon comes to the plate. The tying run will bat here in the bottom of the seventh. First and third with one out.
And a great swing right there, short to the baseball, letting it get deep, driving it to the gap in right center. And for a guy who hasn't batted in at least a month, he looks pretty sharp.
So here's Witherspoon, who's 1 for 3, a single and a run back in the fourth. Had a couple of days off, back in there with the doubleheader today. Here's the first pitch, and a changeup over at the knees for strike one. Final trying to get him to hit that changeup on the ground for a game ender, and Witherspoon didn't take the bait. Revs will start to toss in the bullpen just in case. Here's the 0-1. And a line drive, base hit to right. Trienfeld scores, Capetillo to second, and it's 7-5 here in the bottom of the seventh. Travis Witherspoon goes oppo. And the Revs with their 7th hit in the last 2 innings, their 3rd here in the 7th, are not finished yet. And Alonzo Harris, the winning run, will come to the plate. Witherspoon at first, but the speed right there represents the tying run. They were down 7-1 when they came to the plate in the bottom of the 6th. And it's now 7-5. Here's Harris, who's 2 for 2 with a walk today. RBI and a run. And the first pitch, it's right there for a strike. He elects to see one first.
And the plan for Harris should be to just follow suit, let the ball get deep, drive it the other way. Bimo's been working middle away to righties.
0-1, swinging a chopper high off the dirt and just foul down the third base line. Over the head of Rosa, who couldn't make a play on it. He let it bounce. It was just foul. There was also a ball loose from the New Britain bullpen just over into left field. While that ball was heading that way, that would have been interesting. 0-2 on Harris, who, by the way, we've talked about his pop. He does represent the winning run. He did hit 15 home runs each of the last 2 years with St. Paul. He's still looking for his first with York. Here's a look back, and the 0-2. Swing, and he fights it off, foul up over the roof on that high fastball. Bimo in the high 80s from what we've seen, that one 88. Last year, Harris actually won the American Association Home Run Derby at their All-Star Game festivities. It was the stretch. Another 0-2. And a line drive to right center. That's a base hit. Capetillo will be held and that's booted by Henshaw. He's going to score. Witherspoon goes to third. And it's a one-run game, 7-6. Here in the bottom of the 7th with still only one out. A single and an error in right. No RBI, but it's a one-run game. And Isaiah Tejeda to the plate. And that's it for Joe Bimel. Stan Clyburn will lift his closer and go to the right-hander, Nate Rowe, who he had up. Forcing Stan to make the decision, and he lifts Bimel with these right-hand hitters teeing off against him here in the bottom of the 7th. They were down 7-1. 4 outs ago. Actually, just a couple of outs ago since they scored with 2 outs last inning. And here they are within 7-6. Alonzo Harris now 3 for 3 in the game, on base all 4 times. And every single hitter, Matt, continued with that opposite field approach.
Not trying to do too much. Everyone pretty short and compact swings, just serving it the opposite way. I mean, even Jared Mitchell getting a hit against a lefty for just the 4th time this year. He battled. He didn't try to do too much. I mean, it's just putting the ball in play. And, I mean, Joe Beimel left some out and over the plate and allowed them to do it.
Revs with Brad Allen getting ready. Should the game go to extras tied. Nate Rowe for New Britain, 2-2, a 1.82 ERA in 23 outings, and opponents hitting only 181. 29 and 2/3 innings, 19 hits. He's walked 7 and has struck out 25. Righties against Rowe, hitting just 153. Lefties 242, not great, but a good bit better. Our broadcast tonight brought to you by Hatfield, York Water Company, Rickers, Pizza Box and Hoagie Shop, York Volkswagen, and Penn State York. The Revs do not have a walk-off win here this season. They're also trying to end a 5-game skid against this New Britain team.
And Tejeda cannot be thinking about a walk-off here. I know he just hit a home run his last time up, but his job right here is to get a pitch he can drive to medium-deep outfield and get the tying run in Witherspoon home from third.
So it has become 7-6. Rowe is ready. Tejeda in there, first and third, 1 out. The first pitch, breaking ball. It's a called strike. And that's a different look than they've seen all game. Big sideways bender. And made him flinch a bit on that first one. Stretch. And the 0-1. Breaking ball. He pops it up. Coming back toward the screen. Skelton on the move. And it does land in the stands. So Tejeda still with life, but down in the count 0-2. Skelton's hair matches that jersey that they're wearing.
And a good approach there by Nate Rowe. Comes out of the bullpen and throws back-to-back really tough sliders to hit, both front door on Tejeda. First one he took, second one he offered at and got it off the fist and popped it just over the screen.
No balls, 2 strikes. We'll see if it's another hook. They set up away, Rowe with the pitch, and a swing and a fly ball left field, but it's going to be shallow. Bierfeld is in. Witherspoon a foot in the bag and can't go from there. He got under it. They did throw another hook. It was in. They wanted it away, but Tejeda got under it. And Michael Burgess will try to do it here with 2 outs.
And I think it was more effective being in, to be honest. That's the pitch Tejeda was unable to get his hands in on and barrel it up. He got it a little bit off the fist, got it elevated too much and not nearly deep enough to get Witherspoon in from third.
The biggest comeback in Revs history, down 7, which they've done 3 times, twice last year. Today trying to come back from down 6. Here's Burgess, first and third, 2 outs. First pitch is inside, it drops him to a knee. He's 0 for 2 today. Did reach on a walk last inning. It's Rowe here trying to get the save for New Britain. Now look over at first, he's set. The 1-0, and a bouncing ball right to the first baseman, Maddox. He steps on the bag, and the comeback came as close as it could, but falls short. A 7-6 win for New Britain in Game 1. The Revs trailed 7-1 with 2 outs in the 6th inning, and they score 5 unanswered to pull within a run, but that's as close as they get.
And 8 hits over their final 2 innings. Really got after it against the bullpen, but a great start by Mike Lee. And in a 7-inning game, if your starter can go 6, I mean, he did give up that big inning in the 6th, but so tough to come back in a short game like that, down by 7-1.
Perhaps if it were a 9-inning game, you never know. The momentum certainly was a landslide in York's favor late in the game, but an attempt at a 6-run comeback falls a run short. For the Revs in the bottom of the 7th inning, 2 runs, 4 hits, 1 error, 2 left. 7-6 is your final in Game 1 as New Britain wins their 6th in a row against York, a stretch that the Revs will try to snap in Game 2 in about half an hour with Frank Gailey on the hill. 7-6 your final in Game 1. Our in-between game coverage coming up in a moment. We'll have the Broadway transmission managers report with Mace in just a bit, and they announced that 8:20 is the approximate start of Game 2, which is exactly 32 minutes away here on the stadium board. 7-6 final in Game 1. Stay tuned. Post-game for Game 1 is coming up next.
Sports injury? Walk into WellSpan Urgent Orthopedics for immediate care. No appointment is ever needed. Our orthopedic and sports medicine specialists are here to treat you. Visit wellspan.org/urgent orthopedics today for hours at our York and Hanover locations.
The Children's Cancer Recovery Foundation aims to create smiles, inspire hope, and rediscover childhood by providing new toys and gifts to children with cancer across North America. CCRF is based in New Oxford, but serves nearly 17,000 children annually. They rely on local community members to collect more than 50,000 toys each year, distributing them year-round. For more information on how you can make a difference in the life of a child with cancer, visit online at childrenscancerrecovery.org.
Hear that? It's the sound of summer. Sound nice? Call Kona Ice. We do it all. Schools, sporting events, parties, both corporate and birthday. You name it, we'll be there. We bring the party to you. If you need a little bit of fun in your life, we're the shaved ice truck for you. Oh, and we fundraise too. This summer, cool down with Kona Ice. Give us a call at 1-800-KONA-ICE or visit us online at www.kona-ice.com. Kona Ice. Flavor our world.
The Somerset Patriots will be hosting the 2017 Atlantic League All-Star Game on July 12th at TD Bank Ballpark. To vote your favorite Revs players into the All-Star Game, visit AtlanticLeague.com, and for more information or for tickets to the game, visit SomersetPatriots.com today.
The radio home of the Revs. Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
Revs fall 7-6 in Game 1, but plenty of excitement late in the game. They trailed 7-1, scored 3 in the 6th, 2 in the 7th, and Revs fans were clinging to hope of seeing a huge comeback on the edge of their seats there late in the game, and it stinks to see it come that close and not complete, but I think by and large a positive in Game 1 for the Revs, who show the ability to come back again, which they did on Sunday in that wild game against Lancaster. And realistically, the games that are going to matter most for them as far as standings and division and everything will be in the second half, and they certainly showed a lot even in the loss here in Game 1 today. The continued offensive production from Sunday, which obviously the offense has been beaten on quite a bit here in this first half, so continuing to put up numbers, and it took them until the 6th inning to get it going, but they did, and certainly the approach in that 7th inning against Beimel was terrific. Somebody that they saw earlier this year that gave them a couple of fits earlier in the season, a save or two against them in April and May, and the Revs took them the other way time and again for 4 hits in that bottom of the 7th inning, nearly pulling off a comeback that would not have been the biggest in Revs history. They had a couple of 7-run comebacks last year, another one back in 2010. 6 would have matched the biggest in stadium history until last season when they pulled off 2 of those 7-inning comebacks at home. And actually one of those was against New Britain on August 8th of last year when they were down 8-1 and won 10-8. Here today they were down 7-1 and end up falling a run short, 7-6. We'll recap things as the Revs fall to 20-30. New Britain now 18-32, and again they are now 6-1 against the Revs here this season. A 6-game winning streak that York will be trying to put an end to in Game 2. But it was the Bees who had the early lead, scoring in the top of the first inning in Game 1. James Skelton had walked with 1 out, and then stole second, took third on a throwing error. Luis Guzman, making his first Atlantic League start, struck out Jovan Rosa for the second out, but Craig Maddox came through with a 2-out RBI single, bounced into right for the initial run of the game. Then in the second inning, Michael Kraus with a home run to left center, his 8th of the year, and that made it 2-0. Guzman settled down and went 1-2-3 in the third and fourth, despite allowing a hit in each of those 2 innings. Kajimoto thrown out by Capetillo, trying to steal second base in the third, and then a double play for Guzman in the fourth. 1 of 4 turned by the Revs in this game, just 2 games after tying a team record with 5 double plays turned on Saturday night, both in losses, oddly. But a 2-0 game it remained until we got to the 5th, or actually a 2-1 game. The Revs getting on the board in the bottom of the 4th inning, and against New Britain starter Mike Lee, who had faced the minimum through his first 3. The Revs with singles from Witherspoon and Harris to start things in the 4th, and then a double play would bring home Witherspoon to make it 2-1. But in the 5th, New Britain seemingly put it out of reach, scoring 5 times, and especially in a 7-inning game, you might have thought that would be the case. The inning started with a walk to Kraus, a single by Jordan Hinshaw, and that was all for Guzman after 66 pitches, going 4+ innings. Manny Corpus came on, got a sac bunt for the first out, but then walked Kajimoto to load the bases. James Skelton, a sac fly, made it a 3-1 game, but then 4 more runs would score with 2 outs in the inning. Over the course of the next 3 hitters, who began a stretch of 4 consecutive 2-out hits. Jovan Rosa, a 2-run double. Craig Maddox, a 1-run double. Connor Bierfeld, an RBI single. And just like that, it was 7-1. Chris Dula came up big in the 6th inning. A hit batter put the leadoff man on, but then a double play. And then a hit batter and 2 walks would load the bases, but he struck out Craig Maddox to keep it 7-1 at the time. Little did we know that by doing so, that would nearly allow the Revs to come back. And the comeback bid began in the bottom of the 6th inning. And with 1 out, Capetillo reaching on an infield hit, his first Revs hit. And then all of the damage done with 2 outs. Alonzo Harris, an RBI single to center, made it 7-2. And then Isaiah Tejeda, a 2-run homer to left, his 7th of the year, out over the newspaper on the arch nemesis, and that had York within 7-4. Burgess walked and Franco singled before the inning was over. Mike Lee would get a ground ball fielder's choice to end the inning and finish 6 innings with the lead. And he would end up earning the win, even though it was almost erased before the game ended. The Revs right back to work in the bottom of the 7th. Joe Van Meter a scoreless top half. And then in the bottom half, Jared Mitchell a leadoff single, just his 4th hit of the year against a left-hand pitcher. A fielder's choice then for the first out, a great diving play by Jovan Rosa at third base on Trienfeld's ground ball. And had he not made that play, who knows? But that was the first out. Capetillo then singled, though, to right center to make it 1st and 3rd. Travis Witherspoon followed with a base hit to right. That made it 7-5. Alonzo Harris followed with a base hit to right and no RBI, but that made it 7-6 when Hinshaw in right field booted it and a run came in. And the Revs had first and third, tying run at third with only one out. But Stan Clyburn, rather than staying with his closer, he lifted Joe Beimel, the big league vet, with Tejeda coming up and the righties wearing Beimel out in that seventh inning. He brought in Nate Rowe, who's been his best setup man all year. He's been by far their best reliever. And Rowe in this game getting it done for the save. He got Tejeda to fly out to left. Made a mistake on a breaking ball that they wanted away. He left it in, but Tejeda unable to get any extension on it, got under it, and flied to left. Too shallow to even send Witherspoon from third with his speed. And then with Burgess at the plate, you had to like that matchup, left on right. But Rowe would get Burgess to chop it to first base on one hop to Maddox. And that's how the game ended. A 7-6 win for New Britain here in game one of the doubleheader. And again, they improved to 18-32. Revs fall to 20-30 as their bid for one of the biggest comebacks in team history came up just short. 7-6 the final. We'll check the out-of-town scores in a moment. We'll also have Mace on the Broadway Transmission Managers Report here between games. We'll have the starting lineups for Game 2 coming up in just a bit as well. It's an estimated 8:20 first pitch for the second game. Frank Gailey for York, 5-4 with a 4.59 ERA. Right-hander Brian Dupre for New Britain, 3-3 with an ERA of 2.64. So the Revs, who are now 1-8 in doubleheader games, a chance to get the split in this one with Gailey, who's still tied for the league lead in victories, getting the start here in Game 2 tonight, and that will be the goal and the task at hand. I don't know, human nature-wise, how easily guys turn the page from Game 1 to Game 2, especially when a potential emotional comeback comes that short and doesn't get finished, but they are professionals and they are adults, and they do have an incredible knack of putting things behind them very quickly. So the Revs hoping to continue the offensive display that they showed late in Game 1 on into Game 2 here tonight. 7-6 the final in Game 1. Once again, we'll take a break. Post-game continues. Out-of-town scores coming up in a moment.
Money and business are essential to the strength of a community. So is cheering and celebration and music and fun. That's why York Revolution games, concerts, youth sports, special events, and more happen at a place called People's Bank Park. People's Bank has been serving York County for more than 150 years. Always cheering, always celebrating, always committed to the things that make York County great. And to you having a great time at People's Bank Park. People's Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Celebrate Pride Month with the York Revolution. This Wednesday, it's the first ever LGBTQ night at People's Bank Park. Join the Revs in welcoming former Cincinnati Reds pitcher and athlete ally ambassador Joe Valentine for a special presentation. Take part in the pregame parade and help honor LGBTQ community leaders and members of our armed forces. And before the game, don't miss the visit by the world-famous Budweiser Clydesdales. Plus, beer sampling on the plaza presented by Brewery Products. That's LGBTQ night, Wednesday, June 14th. Tickets at YorkRevolution.com.
This is Dustin Hawkinson with the Keystone Sports Network. For the best Penn State football analysis and commentary, listen to Sports Radio 1350 every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday at 8 a.m. and after Revs games for the Keystone Kickoff Show. We'll bring you game reviews, player evaluations, and recruiting news. So for the best in Penn State talk, tune to Sports Radio 1350 WOYK for the Keystone Kickoff Show. Brought to you locally by your neighborhood SureSave Markets.
All about local sports. Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
Joe Morgan and his crew prepping the field for Game 2 tonight as they water the infield here on maybe the hottest day we'll have this year. That remains to be seen. Certainly the hottest to date, and New Britain winning Game 1 7-6, although the Revs certainly made it a thriller before it was over. We've reached the 8 o'clock hour here in the East, and we'll pause for station identification here on Revolution Radio.
First in York. First in sports. Your only local sports station. The new Sports Radio 1350. WOYK, York, Pennsylvania.
Take a look between games at our York Mitsubishi out-of-town scoreboard. They're in the fourth inning at Somerset. The Patriots lead the Ducks of Long Island 3-1. Somerset a 2.5 game lead on Bridgeport in the Liberty Division entering the day, and the Bluefish in the third are at home against Freedom Division leading Lancaster. That game's scoreless at the end of 2 innings at Harbor Yard. And also coming up tonight, Southern Maryland at Sugarland. The Blue Crabs have won 3 in a row in Sugarland after dropping the opener, and they are within just 1 game of Lancaster for first place. Sugarland now 4.5 back. Those were the only 2 teams in action last night, while the rest of the league had off. Take a look at some Major League scores here. They're in the fourth in D.C. The Nationals lead the Braves 3-0. Rockies and Pirates scoreless in the fourth in Pittsburgh. The Rays up 4-0 at Toronto, that game in the third. Phillies trailing to David Price and the Red Sox 2-0 in the third inning at Fenway. Dodgers a 2-0 lead in an interleague game in Cleveland in the third. And some folks entering the year thought that might be a World Series matchup. Clayton Kershaw is on the mound for LA tonight. Diamondbacks a 6-0 lead in the third inning in Detroit. The Cubs an 8-1 lead against the Mets already. That game in the second inning in Queens. A's up 1-0 in Miami. That game in the third. A doubleheader in St. Louis. The Cardinals shut out the Brewers 6-0 in game 1, and they'll play the second game. That was a day-nighter. They'll play the second game in about 10 minutes. Orioles are in Chicago to face the White Sox. Alec Asher against Derek Holland coming up in about 5 minutes from now. The Mariners and the Twins from Minnesota. Rangers and the Astros play. And now, of course, with both teams in the AL West, we see that Texas battle a lot throughout the course of the year. It seems like they just played, but they will do so again in Houston tonight. The Yankees and Angels out west later on. CC Sabathia against JC Ramirez. Reds and Padres tonight at 10:10. Scott Feldman up against Clayton Richard. And at 10:15, the Royals and the Giants. Jason Vargas against Ty Black. And that is your York Mitsubishi out-of-town scoreboard here tonight. Final in game 1 of our doubleheader, the Revs fall to the Bees 7-6. And your final totals for New Britain: 7 runs, 10 hits, 1 error. They left 6. For the Revs, 6 runs, 11 hits, 1 error, and they left 4. The win goes to Mike Lee, who's 1-4. The loss to Luis Guzman in his debut, 0-1. Nate Rowe picks up his first save as they bailed Beimel in the 7th. Time of the game, 2 hours and 43 minutes. And the attendance will be announced later this evening here for this single admission twilight doubleheader. Frank Gailey long tossing in right field, getting ready for game 2 against Brian Dupre. Gailey tied for the league lead in wins. Dupre third in the league in ERA at just 2.64. And opponents have hit only 209, so the Revs, who had 15 hits Sunday, 11 in game 1, most of those late, but 26 hits in their last 15 innings of offense, will be going up against one of the top starters in terms of lowest opponent's average in game 2 tonight, trying to keep that going. Our Kochman Kunkel Insurance Group player of the game in game 1, Alonzo Harris, who was 3 for 3 and on base all 4 times. RBI and a run scored as well. And his base hit and made it a 1-run game in the bottom of the 7th. Even though he didn't get the RBI, it scored on an error. But Harris, your Kochman Kunkel Insurance Group player of the game in game 1. Again, 7-6 the final. We'll take a break again here between games, and coming up next, we'll check in with Mace on the Broadway Transmission Manager's Report. We talked to him about Sunday's win over Lancaster. Obviously, he he often pushes the right buttons, but he cannot predict the future, so we weren't able to talk about Game 1 of our doubleheader when we visited with him beforehand, but we did rehash Sunday's 10-9 win and got his thoughts on how he would approach this 29-game in 28-day stretch overall as well. So stay tuned for that. We'll visit with the skipper coming up as we get ready for Game 2 in just a bit, about 15 minutes away, here on Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
Mid-Atlantic Industrial Equipment offers quality material handling equipment and services. Along with a full line of Unicarriers and Komatsu forklifts, you'll find Genie aerial lifts, IPC Eagle floor scrubbers, and Penalift loading dock equipment. Mid-Atlantic can provide rentals, pre-owned equipment, service, and replacement parts for most makes. When you need the best for your business, call Mid-Atlantic Industrial Equipment at 888-383-LIFT. That's 888-383-5438 or online at MidAtlanticIndustrial.com.
Can't get enough of the Birds? WOYK has you covered. Join us all season on Mondays at 6 for the Baltimore Baseball Show, hosted by award-winning Orioles and National Baseball writer Dan Connolly from BaltimoreBaseball.com. Exclusive in-depth interviews plus the latest insight and analysis on the Orioles every week. Talking baseball with the Birds, Mondays at 6. The Baltimore Baseball Show on Sports Radio 1350 WOYK. First in York, first in sports.
Come on, Colin Cowherd.
Baylor football is what I've been saying for years, what scares me about America. It's not the big cities. Big cities have a lot of eyeballs, like cameras. Small towns. I grew up in one. They hide stuff. Rumors, hidden, no eyeballs, nobody saw it. Football is too big a deal in some towns in America.
This is The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
Weekdays at 3 on Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
Enter Rutter's Summer of Freedom sweepstakes today. Look for the entry star. Purchase participating products. Scan your Rutter's rewards card or enter VIP information at checkout and automatically be entered to win your choice of a 2017 Jeep Wrangler Unlimited Sport, Ram 1500 Bighorn Quad Cab, or Dodge Challenger RT from Stettler. Drive better, drive Stettler. Free gas for a year and one of thousands of prizes, including Red Bull, Pepsi, and Pennsylvania Lottery scratch-off tickets. Must be a Rutter's VIP to enter. Rutter's, why go anywhere else?
This is Dustin Hawkinsmith with the Keystone Sports Network. For the best Penn State football analysis and commentary, listen to Sports Radio 1350 every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday at 8 a.m. and after Revs games for the Keystone Kickoff Show. We'll bring you game reviews, player evaluations, and recruiting news. So for the best in Penn State talk, tune to Sports Radio 1350 WOYK for the Keystone Kickoff Show. Brought to you locally by your neighborhood SureSave Markets.
This is the Dan Patrick Show.
I just like to say that y'all rock, man.
It's how great you are and then you don't win. And Seattle won 116 games, but they're remembered for winning 116 and not getting to the World Series. New England, 18-0, and then they lost to the Giants. Golden State was 73 wins. If you don't win the championship, we're going to look back on this season and say, that was great.
Dan Patrick.
Mornings at 9 on Sports Radio 1350 WOYK. The revolution plays here. Play ball! The new Sports Radio 1350. Rich Eisen.
I'm like the mayor of the politics challenge. You know,
The Rich Eisen Show.
and guess where we are right now? We have the NBA Finals that everybody was hoping for last year. Warriors, filled with momentum, taking on a Cavaliers team fully healthy, ready for action. Kyrie Irving, healthy. Kevin Love, healthy. Iman Shumpert and Dellavedova and J.R. Smith in the roles that they should be in because the main engines for scoring are in place for the Cavaliers. Cavs, Warriors, and I do want to say this. I'm already seeing the Choklahoma City Thunder. There's a lot of folks. I'm seeing all of the crying Jordan memes. I even retweeted one. Time to roll.
This is the Rich Eisen Show. Weekdays at noon on Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
Fans, it's time to go inside the clubhouse for the latest on your York Revolution and tonight's matchup. It's time for the Broadway Transmission Managers Report. Now, here's the manager of the Revs, Mark Mason.
Well, Mace, here we talk between games tonight, but looking back at the previous game before the off day on Sunday, and you win a slugfest, and I know it's tough to get into games like that with Lancaster the way that they hit, but you've got to be really pleased with what your offense did. A lot of guys stepped up huge.
No, it was a good win for us. I thought maybe even a signature win based on the year that we had so far, that we were able to stand in there and hit with the best team in the league and come out on top. Obviously, there was some adversity in that game in more ways than one, and 4 hours is adverse enough. But in addition to that, I thought we did a really good job, and we came through in the clutch when we had to.
We'll get right to it. I'm sure our fans want to know what light you might be able to shed on what they saw that overturned what appeared to be one of the top plays of the year from Mitchell and Wright.
Well, the first base umpire had him catching the ball, and then after they questioned him, he said, well, you know, he did kind of have his back to me, so I'm not 100% sure. And the third base umpire said that he thought he saw the ball. He thought he saw the ball on the ground. And then he told me, he said, well, if I didn't see it on the ground, then there was something funky going on over there. And I'm telling him, well, you can't overturn a call based on something funky that you think you saw. The ball is either on the ground or it's not. So anyhow, they took a hell of a catch away from Mitchell, and that runner ended up scoring. And they scored 2 runs that inning, which were big runs. So when we could have had a 3-run lead late in the game, now we had a 1-run lead, and I mean, that changes a lot of things for us. And we were a little short in our bullpen too on Sunday, so I mean, we had some guys come into some spots they're not used to, and they did a pretty good job. So we were happy to win that.
Yeah, one reliever I wanted to ask you about was Dula, to go to him in that spot, and what have you seen in terms of his development with Fletch and with yourself from where he got here as one of those typical hard-throwing guys that needs to rein it in a little bit to, he was really attacking the strike zone on Sunday.
He was. I was real happy to see him that aggressive in the strike zone. He has a really good fastball. He was throwing 94, 96 miles an hour, and I just think it's just going to take a little time with him to get in situations. But that was a boiling pot of water right there that he stepped into, and for a guy that really hadn't pitched that much in that situation, I thought he handled it really well and threw a lot of strikes. And once he recorded the 2 outs, I thought, well, they have a runner at third. I don't want to take a chance on a wild pitch here or something where they could bring in the tying run. So went to Allen, who's pretty good at keeping the ball in the strike zone, and I just figured we can use him for the 4 outs and then see what happened from there.
Well, offensively, obviously, a lot of guys had huge days, Dent in particular, but Casilla, he's, as we know, he's kind of battling through some things here, especially from one side of the plate, but the 2 last full games that he's played, he's had 3 hits in each. What type of hitter are you seeing him potentially become for you as he gets more and more games under his belt?
Well, first, I think he's getting more comfortable. He probably hadn't seen live pitching for a while before he got here, so there was an adjustment there, kind of like a spring training period for him. The batting practices have gotten continuously better every day, and I just think he'll be a good contact guy that can hit for some power. I mean, we saw him hit some home runs in the big leagues. I mean, he does have some power, so I just think a good middle of the order type guy somewhere, between 3 and 6, somewhere in there, that can drive in some runs and have a decent on-base percentage too.
Well, lastly, this doubleheader today starts a stretch of 29 and 28 for your team. When you look at it, how much planning ahead do you do, even at this point, in terms of the rotation you want to use with getting guys days off here and there, protecting guys as best you can?
Well, the rotations are set. It just becomes a question of trying to control your position players as well as the pitchers, just because, pitchers, the relievers, is pretty simple. 2 days in a row, probably not a third day, or somehow 3 innings in 3 days as a max, depending on pitch counts and things like that. But the position players, we have to be able to rotate those guys through, and we do have enough versatility, I think, that we can get guys off the field and not lose much defensively. So that's kind of where it turns into, and obviously the heat is coming on now too, so that's going to be a factor in the next month. But we've done it before, and we'll see. Hopefully the starting pitching can get deeper into games, and we can get 5, 6 plus out of those guys, and that'll make it a lot easier on the bullpen too.
All right, Mace, thanks a lot. Good luck tonight.
Yep, thank you.
All right, Revs manager Mark Mason, Frank Galey down in the bullpen, still completing his pregame routine. We'll take a break. We'll have the starting lineups for Game 2 in a moment here on Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
Kids today, with Facebook, texting, TV, and video games, seems like fresh air and sunshine are things of the past. Remember playing catch, climbing trees, wholesome backyard fun? Heritage Lawn and Landscape Care remembers, give them lush grass, healthy trees, the good old outdoors. American is baseball and apple pie. Kids have every reason to stay inside. Don't let your lawn be one of them. Heritage Lawn and Landscape Care, world-class care right in your backyard. 717-292-9994.
Having the gang over to watch the game? Keep them happy with great Best Jet products from your neighborhood Sure Save markets. Football fans, hockey fans, basketball fans, everyone's a fan of game day party planners with $18.93 deli items. Best Jet hot dogs go great with Best Jet kettle cooked chips. Or serve up a couple Best Jet rising crust pizzas with 12 packs of Best Jet soda. Throw the best game day party ever with Best Jet products. Shop Savills Markets in Shrewsbury, Stewartstown, Whiteford, and East York, Wetzel's in Glenrock, and Nell's Market Fresh Foods in Spry.
Money and business are essential to the strength of a community. So is cheering and celebration and music and fun. That's why York Revolution games, concerts, youth sports, special events, and more happen at a place called People's Bank Park. People's Bank has been serving York County for more than 150 years. Always cheering, always celebrating, always committed to the things that make York County great. And to you having a great time at People's Bank Park. People's Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Your home for Revolution Baseball. Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
Revs and Bees getting set for Game 2 of tonight's doubleheader. Starting lineups brought to you by Flying Feet. New Britain, who won the first game 7-6. Hanging on by a thread. Yusuke Kajimoto will lead off at second. Michael Baca, the third baseman, bats second. Jovan Rosa still in their lineup. He'll move over to first base and hit third. Craig Maddox will DH and bat cleanup. Connor Bierfeld in left field will hit fifth. Michael Kraus, the center fielder, is batting sixth. Jordan Henshaw in right field will bat seventh. Jake McGuigan, the shortstop, hits eighth, and Ivan Villa-Escusa is the catcher hitting ninth. Again, Kajimoto, Baca, Rosa, Maddox, Bierfeld, Kraus, Henshaw, McGuigan, and Villa-Escusa for the Bees. For the Revs in Game 2, Travis Witherspoon leads off in center. Alonzo Harris will DH. Isaiah Tejeda catches and bats third. Michael Burgess in the cleanup spot at first base. Angel Franco, second baseman, hitting fifth. Ryan Dent, his double play partner again at shortstop, hits sixth. Jared Mitchell goes to the other corner in right. He'll bat seventh. Carlos Trianfel at third base again, hitting eighth. And Derek Robinson to start in left field in Game 2, batting ninth. Again, Witherspoon, Harris, Tejeda, Burgess, Franco, Dent, Mitchell, Trianfel, and Robinson. For the Revs, who will look for the doubleheader split after their attempted 6-run comeback came 1 run short in Game 1. Revs are introduced to the field for Game 2. Frank Galey will lead them out as he jogs toward the mound. And we'll step aside. First pitch for game number 51 of the season, game number 2 of the evening. We'll have it for you coming up next.
Hear that? It's the sound of summer. Sound nice? Call Kona Ice. We do it all. Schools, sporting events, parties, both corporate and birthday. You name it, we'll be there. We bring the party to you. If you need a little bit of fun in your life, we're the shaved ice truck for you. Oh, and we fundraise too. This summer, cool down with Kona Ice. Give us a call at 1-800-KONA-ICE or visit us online at www.kona-ice.com. Kona Ice. Flavor our world.
Where will you find the kinds of deals on athletic footwear that are too hot to keep indoors?
Outside, under the tent.
Of course!
Flying Feet.
Flying Feet Sports Shoes annual tent sale is back. This Friday and Saturday only. Father's Day weekend just wouldn't be complete without a money-saving stop under the tent for this once-a-year Flying Feet event. Greg Baum and his staff have combed through their enormous back room and tagged some of this year's best deals. Save on thousands of discontinued and one-of-a-kind athletic shoes for men, women, and children at astonishingly low prices. Running shoes, cheerleading shoes, walking shoes, hiking boots, soccer cleats, volleyball shoes, all kinds of shoes for all kinds of activities. Athletic socks and apparel on sale too. 10 sale items are self-service only, so allow plenty of time to shop and try on. Cash or check with ID only. No charges accepted. Please come prepared.
Flying Feet.
The annual tent sale at Flying Feet Sports Shoes. 1511 Mount Rose Avenue, York. Friday 10 to 9, Saturday 9 to 4. All sales final.
Your county, your team. Sports Radio 1350 WOIK. First in sports.
Well, we had a quartet on the field by the name of Sunny Forecast performing our national anthem here between games. Fine job that they did as Frank Gailey gets set to go through his pre-first inning routine, taking the mound here tonight for his 10th start. Tied for the league lead in wins at 5-4, a 4.59 ERA, 49 innings, 53 hits, 16 walks, 39 Ks. Opponents hitting 277, and a nice outing last time out at Southern Maryland. He suffered a 3-1 loss, but a quality start, 6 innings, 3 runs, struck out 6, and that was after he had given up 5 earned or more in each of his previous 3 outings. He did start 5-1. He's trying to snap a 3-game skid here tonight, but again, did have a quality start last time, and the Revs were not able to get anything going offensively in that game. Against New Britain, he's faced them once this year, opening night at New Britain Stadium, 5 innings, 1 run, and what ended up being eventually a 7-4 win. But Matt, last time out, not a win, but it was good to see Frank get back more the way that we've been accustomed to seeing.
Yeah, got ahead of a lot more hitters, just kept the ball a little lower in the zone. He had the uncharacteristic 5-walk performance against Lancaster and really reeled it back in last time out.
Yusuke Kajimoto will lead it off. Our Dasher Investment Services first pitch is upon us here tonight. The Revs have switched to the alternate whites with the striping on the shoulders, Revs scripted across the front, and New Britain in road gray. Here is our first pitch to Kajimoto, who swings through it, and it's no balls and a strike. Underway at 8:25 here for game 2, and the board reading 93 degrees under fair skies. The 0-1, it misses high and away. Kajimoto hitting .333 after a 1-for-2 performance in the opener, now has a 7-game hitting streak. Pitch, and it misses upstairs. Our plate ump in game 2, Donald Mayer, Tim Detweiler at first, James Clayton at third. Timmy D down at first. He's got that Jorge Terran thing going on right now where he's following the Revs from series to series. Here's the 2-1, and a splitter missed down low. Frank behind the leadoff man. Kajimoto with 2 homers, 9 driven in 26 games played. Pitch, he swings, pops it up, it'll be foul, and this will make it out of play. Well back on the third base side, it clangs off the signage in front of the upper deck and rolls the whole way out to an unsuspecting Frank Gailey, who will walk to the front of the mound and toss it away. A full count on Kajimoto. entered the day hitting .357 against York. Here's the payoff pitch. And a drive in center. A step back is Witherspoon. Now he'll inch over to his right, reaches up, and squeezes it in medium center field. So Kajimoto took Gailey the distance, but flies out to start the night. I'll bring up Michael Baca, who hit 9th in game 1. 2 ground ball double plays, but he did lay down a sacrifice bunt. And with Skelton not starting game 2, they moved Baca to the 2-hole. And Baca's going to complain about the LED boards. He's hitting .164 with a home run and 5 driven in. So they'll dim the lights. As Baca digs in, first pitch, fastball missed a little bit high at 90. Good pop early in the game from Frank. On the 1-0, and he swings late, fouls it off the handle down the first base side. Gailey is 45th start with the Revs tonight, 4th most all time. 3rd all-time in strikeouts at 224 behind Thurm and Cody. The 1-1, and in on the hands again, and he shoots a foul 3 rows in behind the York dugout. He was late in the previous one, Matt, and they went right back in again.
And Gailey's getting some nice run into right-handed hitters. Got Kajimoto to chase what might have been ball 4 on 3-1, and that one as well to Baca.
And in again, this time foul tipped on an excuse me check. That found the knob of Baca's bat, or the handle at least, and glanced off. He was not trying to swing at that, but they keep pounding him in. He's been way late. Played at shortstop in game 1. He's at 3rd in game 2. Pitch, and he fights it off, a bouncer foul over toward his dugout. And again, they keep feeding him in, that one at 90.
And you have to figure it sets up Splitter away.
Tejeda working with Frank here in game 2. They've developed a good rapport the last 2 years. Bailey delivers, and a fastball up and away. Tejeda tried to frame it downward and didn't get it. 2-2. Try to hold it there and just tilt that glove downward ever so slightly. Gailey nods yes. The 2-2 backdoor hook missed away. Baca, who did not look good the first 2 swings, give him credit. He's worked it all the way to a full count. Gailey's 14th pitch here facing the second hitter. And he deals and missed high. Baca works out the walk. A 1-out base runner and Jovan Rosa to the plate. Rosa at 263 now. He went 1 for 3 with a 2-run double in game 1. 4 homers, 26 driven in. And this is now game number 191 all time for the Bees. And game number 191 for Rosa with the Bees. He moves over to first base in game 2. As Gailey lobs one to first and Baca goes scrambling back. 1-out base runner. And Gailey the pitch. It misses down low. You know, if Rosa didn't make that diving play on Trienfeld in the 7th in game 1, who knows where that inning might have gone. That was the first out. Big play defensively. Swings here and came up empty. Good fastball from Gailey, who evens things up. Ball and a strike. It's dusk time here in York, and with the heat, it almost feels a little hazy, the sky. Here's a snap throw over. Baca diving in again. Gailey to the belt. 1-1 and a swing and a miss. Stays with the fastball away, and Rosa can't connect. 1-2. Rosa previously in the league with Bridgeport and Southern Maryland. He's from East Hartford, Connecticut. And another snap move. It's low and got away. And Baca will move up to second. It rebounds off the wall to Burgess. It was above the dirt, but he was unable to handle it. And with the low throw, Gailey charged with the air. So Baca, who drew some attention, ends up at second base. The Revs with an error in each game now. And the pitch to Rosa. He swings, foul, tipped it off to Tejeda. As that ricochets to the backstop, that one stung him. And that might have been the right forearm again, or maybe shoulder. He's reaching up to the shoulder. And it was Tejeda, I think over the weekend, that took one off the forearm, if I'm not mistaken. So now add shoulder to the list. Chong and Mace out to make sure that he can continue. Luis Cruz away for at least a day for a personal matter. Tejeda will squat back down. It's hockey night here at the stadium, and a mixed reaction as they flash the Penguins Stanley Cup champion logo on the board. As a member of the working media, I'm not permitted to offer my reaction. And Gailey ready. And so is Tejeda, by the way. Pitch is just off the plate away. Another one that he held there for a beat. 2-2.
Well, as a Caps fan, I just don't know what it's like to have hockey night in June. That's weird.
Yeah. As a Flyers fan, every 15 years or so, I know, but I know it doesn't end well. Here's the 2-2. And a grounder, and picked at third by Trienfeld. He'll look the runner back, fires it across, and there's two away. And that one stayed low to the ground, a sharp roller, and Trienfeld picks it cleanly over to his left.
And when Trienfeld first took over at third base after the departure of Brian Pounds, that play over to his glove side that he has to reach for, he didn't look all that comfortable with, made a couple errors in his first few games, made a really nice play in the first game, and that one as well, seeming to grow more and more comfortable over there at third base.
So now two down, similar spot to game one with Craig Maddox at bat. First pitch, breaking ball, he swings and misses. So this time it's the lefty who's trying to handle him here with a two-out runner in scoring position. Maddox hitting .234, 3 homers, 26 knocked in, including 2 in the opener. And the 0-1, breaking ball again, he swings and misses. Gailey's got him eating out of his hand on those first two. Maddox 2 for 4 with a double in the opener. He's hitting way over 400 against York. The open upright stance, hands waving in front of his chest. Pitch is a fastball right there, strike 3 called. And Gailey, who set him up with 2 slow hooks, rears back and fires 91 right down the middle, and Maddox was frozen. No runs, no hits, an error, and 1 left. We played a half. It's the Bees nothing, and the Revs coming up.
Hey, it's the good-looking genius at Broadway Transmission. You know what really grinds my gears? Perfectly good cars being thrown away just because the transmission went bad. My mind slips into overdrive when someone says,
I'll just get a new car before I spend that kind of money on a transmission.
what? According to Kelley Blue Book, the average price of a new car is $32 grand. Now you're going to finance that, right? There's another $6 to $8 grand. And if you drive it off the showroom floor, it loses 20% of its value immediately. Don't forget, you also have to pay sales tax, higher insurance rates, title and registration fees, and come up with $600, $700, $800 a month depending on your interest rates. For 5 years, and remember, you will still have to pay for the upkeep of the car. Brakes, tires, wipers, fluids, etc. Stop! Trade your transmission, not your car.
Thanks, good-looking genius.
You're welcome, ma'am. Broadway Transmission. We'll get your ship together and save you all that dough. Visit us on the web at BroadwayTrans.com
or stop in and see how it's done.
Can you sit up, little guy? There you go. What a big boy. Whoa! Every time he grabs my maple donut, it pulls him over to one side. But he keeps on grabbing at it. Whoop, there he goes again. Wait, let's see how this works. Here you go, little dude. Here's another maple donut. Can you grab it? Well, there you have it, folks. Charlie's right. A balanced baby needs a maple donut in each hand.
Maple donuts taste right.
The revolution plays here. Play ball! The new Sports Radio 1350.
No score as the Revs come to bat here in the bottom of the first in game two. It's hockey night here, and the last highlight that they showed on the board between innings, voiced by our pal John Walton. It was an Ovechkin goal. Brian Dupre will start for the Bees, 3-3 in 9 starts, third in the league in ERA at .264. Witherspoon in there, shortens to bunt, and the first pitch is low. Witherspoon at .296, 2 homers, 16 driven in after a couple of hits in game one, 2 for 4, and a fastball called strike at the knees on the outer edge, 1-1. Witherspoon drove in a run in the opener tonight, the 1-1, and that's an inside corner strike call that he didn't care for. Turned and smirked as he walked out. Opponent sitting only .209 off Dupre. Fires and missed away, and that fastball at 89. He brings it straight over the top. 6'3" righty. Wines delivers, and a comebacker off his glove, ricochets towards short, and McGuigan can't cut it off. It's off his glove and into shallow center, and Travis Witherspoon, a leadoff base hit. 3 for 5 now in the doubleheader after 2 days off for him. Here's Alonzo Harris, who will DH in game 2, and he was 3 for 3 plus a walk in game 1. His average now to .303. Witherspoon with 6 steals, held by Rosa. Baca at third, even with the grass. And Witherspoon will draw a throw and dive in. Dupre, 47 and 2/3 innings, only 37 hits. 20 walks, 27 strikeouts. The Bees have the worst record in the league, but they're 4th in staff ERA. Pitch, it's a pitch out, nothing doing. A snap throw down though, and Witherspoon will tiptoe back in. They were successful on a pitch out in game 1. They went to on a 1-2 count. They got Mitchell on it. Here they tried on the first pitch. The 1-0. And a bouncer toward third. Big hop Baca goes to second. The turn to first. Harris legs it out. And Rosa threw it to Shorley. He was going to throw it around the horn, but Harris is safe. He beat it out by a step.
One way to try to sell it.
So a fielder's choice, and Zoe will take Witherspoon's spot with one away. Tejeda the hitter. Harris with 6 steals as well. Tejeda at .282, he went 1 for 4 with a 2-run homer as part of the comeback bid in game 1. Is DHing in that one, catching in the nightcap. First pitch is down low. Bees team ERA, by the way, 4.03 entering play today. 4th out of 8. 1-0. That's down and outside via Escusa backhanding it. Dupre with New Britain last year, 4-3 with a 4.52. The 2-0. And up high, Tejeda started the turn, but on the appeal to first, he kept the hands back. he'll operate with a 3-0 count. Dupre about a hit per inning last season. He was solid last year. He's been really good so far this year. On the 3-0. And that's in the dirt. He walks Tejeda on 4. And the Revs with 2 on for Michael Burgess. Tejeda unhooks the batting gloves. Our bat boy patiently waiting for him. And here's Burgess, who was held hitless in 3 ABs in game 1, including a ground out to end it. So I'm sure licking his chops to produce here in game 2. He's hitting .269, 8 homers, 24 batted in. Dupre, a 28-year-old righty, 7th-year pro overall. First pitch misses up high, a changeup. On our Heritage Lawn and Landscape Care home run contest for game 2, Amy Leland, unless it's Lalonde. It's French pronunciation, but Amy, you are our contestant. Good luck to you. The 1-0, and there's a fastball strike, ending the streak of 5 in a row that missed. Dupre had been in the national system his whole career before New Britain last season. 7th round pick in 2011 out of Notre Dame. I'll look back, and the 1-1 missed up high. He was a roommate of Golden Tate with the Fighting Irish. Native of Rochester, New York. Here's the stretch. And the 2-1. Swinging a high fly the other way and left, but fading foul toward the stands. Dupre made it to AAA for 2 separate appearances with the Nationals. Spent some time at Harrisburg in 2014 and 15. Two on with 1 out, scoreless here in the bottom of the first, approaching nightfall here in York. 2-2, fastball, strike 3 called in on Burgess. And he looks back in displeasure, and that's out number 2. Now Angel Franco trying to pick him up. Franco 1 for 3 in the opener. He's hitting at .277 with a couple of homers, 14 knocked in. Dupre at Notre Dame, a sociology and computer applications double major. And he's got a lot of talents aside from just baseball. First pitch is swung on, fouled off, third base side. Got in on Franco there. In high school, he played trombone and he sang in his school's nationally renowned show choir. They toured Italy in the summer of '07. Also, earlier in his high school days, he played basketball and ran cross country. 0-1, and a chopper toward first and foul. Of course, on the baseball field, he shined. He was the Gatorade State Player of the Year in New York at Greece Athena High School, a 0.21 ERA as a senior. Honorable mention All-America, and then on to Notre Dame. The Rangers drafted him out of high school, but he fell to the 36th round due to signability and his strong commitment to Notre Dame. He had been projected 116th overall by Baseball America, 162nd by Perfect Games. That would have been somewhere in the top 5 rounds, but they knew that his Notre Dame commitment was strong. 0-2 on Franco. On the stretch, 0-2, fastball up and away at 90.
And you and I were talking a little bit about the draft in game one, and unlike a lot of other sports, the baseball draft, in terms of where players go, is so much about what other options they have, where their desire is in terms of college baseball. It's not exactly one through whatever in terms of best player available.
Now Dupre signals in that he can't see the signs. Another thing is that you don't see trades of draft picks, which makes it different than other drafts. A long delay between pitches, fans getting on them here. 1-2, curveball just missed a little bit high. So Franco works it even.
You got 30 seconds!
Dupre was drafted the previous year out of Notre Dame by the Tigers, but stayed. 11th round, then the Nats took him 7th round. He deals. And a high fly foul out of play off to the left field side. Nats got the timer out. Had some long ones this weekend. Dupre did make a motion that he couldn't see via Scusa's signs. Now he's set after 25 seconds. Pitch is grounded down to first, right to Rosa. And he'll take it to the bag to end the inning. No runs on one hit, 2 men left. And we go to the second in game 2. It's a 0-0 game. Donegal offers car and homeowners insurance at rates that are very competitive. So competitive that Donegal's car insurance rates are among the lowest in the state. And if you insure your car and home with Donegal, Donegal will take up to an additional 10% off their already low rates. Donegal, a better value. Contact Coatman Kunkel Insurance at 717-854-0300 or stop in at 3217 East Market Street, York. Locally owned and operated by Pam and Rudy Kochman. Coatman Kunkel Insurance.
The Children's Cancer Recovery Foundation aims to create smiles, inspire hope, and rediscover childhood by providing new toys and gifts to children with cancer across North America. CCRF is based in New Oxford, but serves nearly 17,000 children annually. They rely on local community members to collect more than 50,000 toys each year, distributing them year-round. For more information on how you can make a difference in the life of a child with cancer, visit online at childrenscancerrecovery.org.
Celebrate Pride Month with the York Revolution. This Wednesday, it's the first ever LGBTQ night at Peoples Bank Park. Join the Reds in welcoming former Cincinnati Reds pitcher and Athlete Ally Ambassador Joe Valentine for a special presentation. Take part in the pregame parade and help honor LGBTQ community leaders and members of our armed forces. And before the game, don't miss the visit by the world-famous Budweiser Clydesdales, plus beer sampling on the plaza presented by Brewery Products. That's LGBTQ night, Wednesday, June 14th. Tickets at YorkRevolution.com.
Hi, this is Dan Patrick. Join me weekday mornings at 9 on Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
No score after a 23-minute first inning. But who's counting? We head to the second. Connor Bierfeld will lead off. Bierfeld 2 for 3 with a ribby in game 1, and his average up to 273. 10 home runs. First pitch of the inning is up a little bit. He's driven in 30. He is the league leader, though, with 60 strikeouts. The Bees have the first, second, and third leading hitters with Ks. And now because one asked for the LEDs off last inning, another will. 1-0. And that missed outside, a changeup. Bierfeld, Kraus, and Hinshaw here in the second inning. Cayley slowing things down a moment as he climbs back up. He fires. Backdoor curve, doesn't get it. That was right near the outside corner, but now 3-0. And the pitch. There's a fastball. It's a called strike. The Revs with this being a 7-game homestand, another 7-gamer that starts Monday, 14 out of 17 at home. It's a backdoor hook, and the same spot that he didn't get a moment ago, he again does not. Tejeda held it there close, but it's a leadoff walk. And both of New Britain's base runners here early are on via the free pass. Our WellSpan Sports Medicine injury report, Alexi Casilla will probably be in there tomorrow against a lefty with that jammed thumb, which is on his right hand. What a day he had Sunday, though. I'm sure they'll be anxious to get him back in as Gailey tosses to first. Bierfeld a dive back. On our pregame between games, Mace said he could see his big league vet becoming a middle-of-the-order guy anywhere 3 to 6. As Kraus shows bunt, Gailey misses high with it. Kraus at 261. He went 1 for 3 in the opener with a home run in the second inning, his 8th. Gave New Britain a 2-0 lead at the time. And there's a fastball for a strike, inside corner. 1-1. Stan Clyburn has given it a rest, coaching at third. Daisuke Yoshida down there. 1-1. Fastball outside. These couple of days might end up being some of the hottest all year. We understand that one of New Britain's players, John Griffin, had some heat stroke on Sunday and had to come out. There's a fastball that's just inside, 3-1.
Yeah, I was talking to our counterpart, Chris Knobloch, before the game, and he said Griffin was feeling a bit lightheaded and then took a ball that bounced into him at first base and then hit one off his foot in the batter's box and nearly keeled over.
Oh. Gailey, the 3-1, and that's over for a strike, a changeup. He's not missing by much. He's just off to all sides a bit here early on.
And just to finish that on Griffin, we got the lineup card for the Bees pretty late for game 2, and that was to see if Griffin would be able to go.
Pitch here is driven toward right center and slicing. Witherspoon can't get to it. Down in the gap, and it rolls to the wall. Bierfeld at third. Yoshida sending him. Relay from Franco to the plate, and it's off Tejeda's glove. He was slid into. Burgess will go corral it. Kraus ends up at third. Fairly close at the plate, but Bierfeld's in. As the ball bounced off Tejeda's glove, he would have been just in anyway. It's 1-0, and now Kraus might be cramping up as once again their athletic trainer, Andy Muccino, is out to look at one of the Bees down there at third base. It will be a triple for Kraus, and Witherspoon had a thought to lay out for that ball, but at the last moment as he approached, realized he could not. And just that little slice away from him. So it's 1-0. Here's Hinshaw, who lays off up high. And the leadoff walk scores. Revs again trying to end a 6-game slide against the worst team record-wise in the league. Here's a ground ball and a base hit to left. And Hinshaw pulls it through. It's an RBI single. Kraus is home as well, and it's 2-0.
And Frank Gailey, when he bounced back in the first and settled down, he was going first pitch, breaking ball, more that changeup splitter type look. I think he needs to favor that and go away from the fastball, which he's been missing just by a little bit, but missing and falling behind.
And now Jake McGuigan, still no outs, and Hinshaw a threat to run. He does draw a throw over. He's got 1 steal, but it's only in 4 games played. Pitch is outside on Jake McGuigan. He starts at short in game 2, hitting a .167, 2 home runs, 7 driven in. I think Gailey, frustrated with the plate ump Donald Mayer, and he's motioning that the ball is moving, as if to say, stay with it. And there's a throw over to first, Hinshaw back. On the 1-0, change up, swing and a miss. Good one there. Now the Revs, who nearly came back from down 6 late in game 1, will try to come back from down 2 early in game 2. There's a fastball at the knees, strike 2 called. And Gailey ahead 1-2. This will be his 40th pitch. He deals, missed high and away, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Now the 2-2, and a change-up loop to left center. That's going to fall in. Witherspoon over to play it on a hop, and he went off speed away, but McGuigan able to sit back and reach it and bloops it in. He was hitting 167, but he's got a hit with 2 strikes on him. Fletch will come out for a visit with 2 on and still no outs.
And that was a pitcher's pitch right there. Missed off the plate, I thought, and McWigan out in front kind of hooked it, but was able to get it off the end of the bat and bloop it into shallow left center.
Fletch to the mound just about 9 o'clock here. We'll pause for station identification on Revolution Radio.
First in York. First in sports. Your only local sports station. The new Sports Radio 1350. WOYK, York, Pennsylvania.
Revs trail 2-0 here. Take a look at our York Mitsubishi out-of-town scoreboard. Southern Maryland and Sugar Land scoreless in the 4th. Now Fletch is going to have a few things to say to Donald Mayer after he made the visit to wrap up the conference. Top of the 6th in Connecticut, Bridgeport leads Lancaster 3-0. And Somerset at home in the 7th leads Long Island 7-2. Here's Ivan Villa-Escusa, the catcher, with 2 on, still no outs. 2 runs home. The Revs with the corners in, anticipating a bunt. Villa-Escusa hitting .233. No homers, 1 ribby. And he does square. Gailey the pitch. And in on the hands, and he bunts foul just behind him. And that almost busted him right on the thumbs.
It's a good thing he was able to bunt it, because if he missed, that would have hit him square in the chest.
Oof. He is the clear backup behind Skelton, who plays all the time. Skelton, 40 starts. Villa-Escusa tonight, his 11th. Now Gailey ready. He squares, 0-1 is up and in, he bends back. Villa-Escusa, 30 years old, from Mexico, now lives in Yuma, Arizona. And in the Desert League last year, he was the Yuma Hammers manager. His dad, Antonio, was the bench coach. He played 10 years at short in Mexico. 1-1, squares and missed away. His dad was a 2-time Mexican League All-Star. Ivan has been there quite a bit throughout the years, also in the American Association previously. He's ready, the Gailey is. The 2-1, runner goes, the lead runner, and Villa-Escusa gets the bunt down, Burgess in to play it, and he turns and throws back to first with Franco over to cover. Sacrifice 3-4, and Hinshaw went on the pitch. The lead runner from second base, a run and bunt. Second and third with 1 out.
Interesting call there. I don't know if they were trying to take the bunt off or just make sure they got the runners over one way or another. I know at third base, Hinshaw took a turn, and if that throw had gone past Franco or if Franco hadn't paid attention, he would have tried to come home.
Here's Kajimoto at the top, infield back. First pitch is grounded toward third and foul. It sends Hinshaw to a knee. Now the Revs will give up a run to go down 3-0 in an attempt to avoid it being 4-0. Kajimoto fly out to center in the first. And Gailey approaching 50 pitches the first 2 innings. Here's the 0-1. Backdoor hook and a missed away. Kajimoto, a late arrival from Japan with some visa complications. Been in Lancaster for several years, of course. Stan Clyburn was a bench coach for Butch there 1 year. 1-1. Fastball high and away. Again, New Britain coming in last in hitting at 248 and 3.6 runs, but against the Revs they've hit 342. They're up 2-0 here in the second and threatening for more. Gailey steps off. Now has his sign. Pitch is rolled to short. It'll score a run. Dent up with it and sidearms to first to get Kajimoto. RBI ground out. It's a 3-0 New Britain lead. Kajimoto collects his 10th RBI. McGuigan to third base with 2 outs. Good piece of hitting by their leadoff man, content to put it in play rather than trying to go for a hit. Got one he could roll over. Here's Baca, who walked in the first. First pitch, runs inside. And trying to avoid it being a 4-run inning. McGuigan at third, 2 outs. Revs were hurt by the big inning in game 1. A 1-0, and a swing and a miss, a splitter that fell off the table. Baca was way early. First inning on fastballs, he was way late. On the pitch, swing and a foul back to the net. That fastball up, following the slow split. One-two, and a pop-up, middle of the infield. Franco back, waiting under it, near the bag at second, and he'll make the play. That'll end the inning. But New Britain opens the scoring for game 2 with 3 runs on 3 hits. 1 man left. We go to the bottom of the second. It's 3-0 Bees.
Hey man, I know how you feel. That guy down the street, the one with the fancy lawn, those weekend get-togethers, the big family barbecues, and the barefoot kids and wife outside working on her tan. Hey, it's no secret. It's greener on that side of the fence. It's Heritage Lawn and Landscape Care. Greener grass on your side of the fence is just a quick phone call away. For world-class care right in your backyard, call Heritage Lawn and Landscape Care, 717-292-9994.
Okay, here we go, people. This is The Herd.
Where are you again?
With Colin Cowherd.
It's increasingly problematic if Joe Madden, the smartest manager in baseball in many eyes, decides we're no longer going to pitch to Bryce Harper because other people will follow. Now you're adding another layer. We're not going to pitch to Bryce Harper. Yesterday he saw 25 balls and 2 strikes. I tell the story about my son. About 3 years ago I took him to a Padres Mets game. I go to a baseball game every year with my kids. And he said, the thing about baseball, Dad, not much happens. You want a game in which you have to pitch to the stars. In the NFL, it is a penalty to ground the football. The hack-a-shack, they're eliminating the hack-a-shack under 2 minutes. Why? I look at it and I'm like, Bryce Harper's the one guy I would pay to watch. I don't think you want a sport where nobody pitches to Bryce Harper.
This is The Herd.
Weekdays at 3 on Sports Radio 1350 WOIK.
The Somerset Patriots will be hosting the 2017 Atlantic League All-Star Game on July 12th at TD Bank Ballpark. To vote your favorite Revs players into the All-Star Game, Visit AtlanticLeague.com, and for more information or for tickets to the game, visit SomersetPatriots.com today.
Your teams all the time. Your only place for local sports. Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
Ryan Dent looks at a strike, leading off in the bottom of the second, 3-0, New Britain the lead. 0-1, and it tails away. Den Mitchell and Trienfeld due up. The Bees a 3-0 lead. Here in game 2, pitch is up a little bit. Dent stops after starting to turn. Game 1 tonight, he was 0 for 3. He's hitting .260. This is the 2-1. And a bouncing ball to short. McGuigan charging, reaches down to glove it on the run. He'll throw to first, and there's one away. New Britain, we mentioned, they're averaging 3.6 runs per game, last in the league. But against York, 6.4. And over the last 5 against York, 7.6. And the sweep that the Revs suffered at home against them after coming back from a pretty good showing on the road was maybe the most disappointing series of the year so far. It was in late May. Here's Jared Mitchell. Here's a fastball. It's a called strike.
And that first game, I believe, was 10-0, if I remember correctly.
Yep.
And that was a tough one coming back from Sugar Land the morning of, but still, that was painful.
Mitchell thought he had time, didn't get it, and he swings with a strike on him, pops it up, and Baca at third makes the catch. He thought he had time, and he's certainly smart enough to know that not put your hand up and ask for time, because you may not get it, but his reaction, he clearly thought he had it. And then with one strike, he thought he better swing, and he ends up popping out. He was looking back at Donald Mayer on his way down to first base, unhappy. 2 down, here's Carlos Trienfeld. After being held hitless in the first game, is hitting .203. First pitch is up and in. Gailey had a 30-pitch top of the second. Dupre is trying to force him right back to the mound. He's quickly got 2 outs. He deals and it misses in the dirt. By the way, our broadcast tonight brought to you by Wolf's Bus Lines, The Pretzel Twist, Neighborhood Sure Save, Turkey Hill Minute Markets, Etline Foods, and D's Nuts. The 2-0. Curveball missed way high. Derek Robinson on deck. 3-0 on Trienfeld, playing in his 20th game with York. Pitch, fastball missed low, and he walks on 4. Now the Revs with their third base runner. 1 single and now 2 walks, and here's Derek Robinson. Robinson at 226 entering tonight. He's trying to snap out of a bit of a scuffle here of late. First pitch to him. He watches it into the mitt for a called strike. Robinson trying to get out of a 1 for 17 the last 5. Here's the 0-1. And it misses high and wide, a changeup. Revs trailed 3-0 here in the bottom of the second in game 2. They lost the first one 7-6 despite a near mammoth comeback. 1-1 and a chopper over first, down the line, a base hit for Robinson. Trienfeld heading around to third. Robinson went halfway, slammed the brakes, and speeds back to first with a slide in. Henshaw coming over and firing a one-hopper to second, and Robinson thought he'd better not, but he chops the single high over Rosa, who couldn't even make a leap on it, and it's first and third for Witherspoon, trying to get York on the board.
Well, you've mentioned the heat today, and that's what it does to the infield. Even though they watered before each game tonight, it's still rock hard. And one big hop over the head of Rosa at first.
Robinson due, and hopefully he can take that and run. Here's Witherspoon, who singled his first time up. First and third, first pitch, breaking ball missed high. Scusa really stuck the right leg out in the setup. Thought for a moment he might be pitching out, but it was not the case. Here's the 1-0, and it misses down and away. Witherspoon 2 for 4 in game 1, and then a leadoff single here in game 2. The average back to 300. Dupre set at the belt, the 2-0, and a ground ball to short right at McGuigan. He'll make the short toss on to second, and that'll end the inning. Dupre got him on a 2-0 hook. No runs on one hit and 2 men left. We go to the third. Matt Present with the play-by-play. The Revs trailing here in game 2 by a 3-0 score.
Having the gang over to watch the game? Keep them happy with great Best Jet products from your neighborhood Sure Save markets. Football fans, hockey fans, basketball fans, everyone's a fan of game day party planners with $18.93 deli items. Best Jet hot dogs go great with Best Jet kettle cooked chips. Or serve up a couple Best Jet Rising Crust pizzas with 12 packs of Best Jet soda. Throw the best game day party ever with Best Jet products. Shop Savills Markets in Shrewsbury, Stewartstown, Whiteford, and East York, Wetzel's in Glenrock, and Nell's Market Fresh Foods in Spry.
The Children's Cancer Recovery Foundation aims to create smiles, inspire hope, and rediscover childhood by providing new toys and gifts to children with cancer across North America. CCRF is based in New Oxford, but serves nearly 17,000 children annually. They rely on local community members to collect more than 50,000 toys each year, distributing them year-round. For more information on how you can make a difference in the life of a child with cancer, visit online at childrenscancerrecovery.org.
This is Dustin Hawkinsman with the Keystone Sports Network. For the best Penn State football analysis and commentary, listen to Sports Radio 1350 every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday at 8 a.m. and after Revs games for the Keystone Kickoff Show. We'll bring you game reviews, player evaluations, and recruiting news. So for the best in Penn State talk, tune to Sports Radio 1350 WOYK for the Keystone Kickoff Show. Brought to you locally by your neighborhood Sure Save Markets.
Hi, this is Dan Patrick. Join me weekday mornings at 9 on Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
3-0 Bees on top. Frank Gailey comes home, and it's a first pitch ball to Jovan Rosa. Leading off the third, Rosa, Maddox, and Bierfeldt. And the pitch on the way, a little bit low. The count now 2-0. Gailey gave up a 3 spot in the second, looking to rebound here in the third. He winds in the pitch on the way. Breaking ball comes back, but it misses low. He starts off a 3-0 count to Jovan Rosa. Rosa ground out to third his first trip. And the 3-0 from Gailey, a fastball, and it's up and away, ball 4. A leadoff walk got the rally started in the second. And it's how Gailey begins the third as well.
Now batting designated hitter number 24, Craig Maddox.
So that brings up Craig Maddox. Maddox DHing in game 2. We got the start at first base in game 1. And the pitch on the way, breaking ball, stays inside, ball 1, and Gailey wondering where that missed. Now Mark Mason will come to the mound himself, and he will not be changing the pitcher. But this is to talk to Frank Gailey, and I think the body language is what has Mace concerned. It has not been good for Gailey. He's complained about home plate umpire Donald Mayer in this one, and I think Mace is saying, you got to let that go and just attack the strike zone. Because the umpire is going to be out there as long as you will, and if you want to be successful and get us back into this game by putting up some zeros, you have to overcome what you feel is adversity. Mace now will have a word or two with Mayer before exiting exiting the mound. The infield has converged. 3-0, New Britain leads it here. Top of the third. The Bees won game one 7-6, and they were ahead by a count of 7-1 before the Revs rallied, scoring 3 in the 6th and 2 in the 7th. And they had the winning run, and now Mace has been tossed. Mace was leaving the mound and might have said one thing too many. He can't believe it. He was turned around and walking to the dugout. He was nearly tossed in the finale against Lancaster for arguing after Jared Mitchell made a spectacular diving catch in right field, and the call was overturned, and Mace has been tossed in this one. Home plate umpire Donald Mayer threw him out, and now Mace is trying to get to Mayer, being guarded by third base umpire James Clayton. And now Mace going after Clayton. First ejection this season for a Rev. Now Mace is going to have a piece of first base umpire Tim Detweiler as well. The fans giving him a hand. They feel like this has been a long time coming. And the frustration finally has boiled over. Mace walks in to the dugout on the near side by home plate, walks all the way through and now exits the far gate, still going after first base umpire Tim Detweiler down the line. He now makes the slow walk down the right field line towards the clubhouse. He turns over his right shoulder one more word, and everyone else hands on hips waiting for him to exit. On the York Mitsubishi out-of-town scoreboard, Sugarland hosting Southern Maryland. They're in the top of the fifth, 1-0, the Skeeters lead it. Somerset Patriots and Long Island Ducks battling. Pitch on the way from Gailey as he's back and ready to go. And it's a called strike outside corner for Craig Maddox. Patriots up 7-2, bottom of the eighth. 1-1 the count to Maddox, the pitch from Gailey. Fastball, called strike outside corner. So perhaps, if nothing else, that ejection fired up Frank Gailey, who after falling behind Rosa and walking him on 4 pitches, delivers strike one and strike two to Craig Maddox. The 1-2 pitch, breaking ball, and he rolls over, just getting a piece and fouling it off towards the first base side dugout. Elsewhere on the York Mitsubishi out-of-town scoreboard, Bluefish 3, Barnstormers 1 in Bridgeport. They're in the top of the 7th. And of course, earlier today, 7-6, the Bees over the Revs. Back here for game 2, 1-2 the count. Nobody down, the pitch on the way, hit sharply right side, base hit under the glove of Burgess. Rounding first, heading for second is Rosa. He'll stop there as Mitchell gets it back in. And after getting ahead 1-2 to Maddox, he turns around a fastball from Gailey and shoots it through the right side. First and second, nobody down, will bring Connor Bierfeld to the plate. Bierfeld a walk to begin the second, came around to score, 1 of 3 in the frame. Bierfeld with the high socks, the stirrups in fact. Striped on top, righty against the lefty Gailey. And the pitch on the way, fastball and a swing and a miss. 88 middle in, and Gailey ahead 0-1. Gailey works from the first base side of the rubber, unusual for a lefty, but he gets some nice cross-body motion from it. A closed stance, kicks and fires, and it's a breaking ball, a splitter that misses off the plate away. Gailey leaning in, thinking he might have had a strike there at the knees on the outside corner, does not get the call. It's 1-1. Gailey steps off, now he's back on. Rosa at second, Maddox at first, Bierfeld at the plate. The 1-1 home from Gailey, fastball, swing and a miss. Looks like a changeup actually there, 70 on the inside part of the plate, and Bierfeld out in front. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Gailey fires and it's fouled straight back. Bierfeld in game 1, 2 for 3 with an RBI. Single through the left side, part of that big 5th inning in which the Bees scored 5. The pitch on the way, and that's off the plate away. Gailey misses. Count even, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Revs infield looking to turn 2. Gailey up to 67 pitches now in the 3rd inning. The 2-2 on the way. Breaking ball, got him looking, outside corner. He broke it back over. Connor Bierfeld down on strikes, and the second strikeout of the night for Frank Gailey. Both have been looking. Maddox in the first, Bierfeld here in the 3rd, and there's 1 down. That brings up Michael Kraus, the center fielder. Gailey leaning into Tejeda. Set at the belt. Lefty checks second, now comes home, and the first pitch, breaking ball, is over for strike 1. Kraus now in his 9th professional season, 2nd in New Britain. Acquired from the Barnstormers in a mid-season deal last year. Gailey sets. And the pitch on the way. Fastball, line drive, right field. Mitchell over, and he'll have to play it on a hop. Rounding 3rd is Rosa. He's being sent to throw back into second base. An RBI single by Michael Kraus, and it's 4-0 New Britain on top. Maddox stops at second, so it's 1st and 2nd now with 1 away. Kraus going the opposite way on that delivery, a fastball, middle away from Gailey. And Kraus has 2 RBIs on the night. Some activity starting now for the Revs down in their right field bullpen, as Frank Gailey will work to Jordan Henshaw. Gailey got off to a very good start to the season, won 5 of his first 6 decisions. And in those first 6 starts, pitched 34 innings, allowing 11 earned runs, good for a 2.91 ERA. Set at the belt, and the pitch to Henshaw. Breaking ball over, strike 1. However, the last 3 starts for Gailey have not gone as well. A loss against Sugar Land at home, and then losses on the road in back-to-back, one in Lancaster and one in Southern Maryland. Pitch on the way, breaking ball in the dirt, down and in. And in those last 3 starts, conversely, 15 innings of work and 14 earned runs allowed. So after beginning the year with a 2.91 ERA, it's a 8.40 ERA over the last 3 for Gailey. Frank sets 1st and 2nd. And the 1-1 pitch on the way, chop foul, 3rd base side. Frank, the only Revs pitcher to have a decision in every appearance this year. Still tied for the league lead in wins with 5. Trailing in this one, 4-0. Henshaw at the plate, a 1-2 count. Gailey checks, and the pitch on the way. Swinging a foul off, 3rd base side, picked up by Jake McWiggin in the on-deck circle. Henshaw out of the batter's box, now digs back in. Righty against lefty as Gailey sets. And the pitch on the way, fastball outside corner, got him looking. 2nd strikeout of the inning, both looking for Gailey, and all 3 tonight have been looking for the left-hander. So 2 down now as Gailey looks to limit the damage and hold the Bees to just 1 in the inning. That brings up McWiggin, with Michael Click beginning to throw in the right field bullpen. First pitch on the way. Fastball, strike one, outside corner. Gailey, originally a 23rd round draft pick of the Toronto Blue Jays in 2007 out of Westchester University. Pitch on the way. Breaking ball, inside out, swing to the right side. Burgess over, bobbles, picks it up, fires to Gailey, and it's in time to get the out. Gailey covers and beats McWiggin to the base and gets out of the inning, allowing just the run. It's one across on 2 hits, 2 men left, and through 2.5 here at People's Bank Park, it's 4-0 New Britain on top on 1350 WOYK.
You hear a lot about CPAP masks these days, but here's something you don't hear much about. Over half of the people who wear a CPAP mask for sleep stop wearing it within a year. How's that working for you? Dr. Gordon Bell would like you to hear this. York Dental Sleep Therapy has dental options that can help many of those people. If you or someone you live with is struggling with sleep apnea, visit yorksleep.com and see how Dr. Gordon Bell can help return your home to peaceful nights of deep, restful sleep. If you're groggy during the workday, if you wake up feeling exhausted, if you would like to get your nighttime sleep patterns back to a healthy state, get a confirmation from your doctor, then meet with Dr. Bell at his office on West Market Street in Hallam. He'll evaluate your symptoms and discuss which treatments would best suit your situation. Dr. Bell can restore restful sleep and get you feeling better day and night. York Dental Sleep Therapy. Call 316-1299 or visit yorksleep.com to learn more.
Celebrate Pride Month with the York Revolution. This Wednesday, it's the first ever LGBTQ night at People's Bank Park. Join the Reds in welcoming former Cincinnati Reds pitcher and Athlete Ally Ambassador Joe Valentine for a special presentation. Take part in the pregame parade and help honor LGBTQ community leaders and members of our armed forces. And before the game, don't miss the visit by the world-famous Budweiser Clydesdales. Plus, beer sampling on the plaza presented by Brewery Products. That's LGBTQ Night, Wednesday, June 14th. Tickets at YorkRevolution.com.
Your teams all the time. York's only place for local sports. Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
An eventful inning, but Frank Gailey minimizes the damage, allows just one across. Revs trail it 4-0, home half the third. Alonzo Harris, Isaias Tejeda, Michael Burgess due up. Against the righty, Brian Dupre. Dupre into the wide, he kicks and fires. And the first pitch changeup in for strike one. Harris reached on a fielder's choice in the first. Comes in with a 303 average, and the pitch on the way. Pops straight up, right out in front of home plate, around the pitcher's mound. Coming in the shortstop, McWiggin, and back of the mound, stumbling backwards, makes the catch and hangs on for out number one. That ball drifted on him a little bit. He called for it behind the pitcher's mound and went to a seat, but hauled it in. That brings up Tejeda. A walk in his first plate appearance. Tejeda, per usual, digs a foothold and then takes a practice cut before digging in. Dupre working from the line. And the slow motion, the delivery on the way, and a breaking ball just misses outside, ball one. Dupre certainly has been deliberate on the hill so far today. Drew some criticism last inning, and the pitch on the way. Fastball in there, strike two. Strike one, excuse me, the first one missing out of the zone. Last inning, the pace of play comments coming from the crowd, especially with runners on base. And the 1-1 pitch up and under the hands of Tejeda, who spins out of the way. Dupre in his second season with the Bees. And the pitch on the way. That one in the dirt. Now it's 3-1. He signed with New Britain after being released from the Nationals March 16th of last season. A career 24-31 records. Tejeda fouls it off straight down at the plate as trickles out in front and picked up by Vs.New. Last season with the Bees, a 4-3 record, a 4.52 ERA. Chong will come out and check on Tejeda. Tejeda's taking a beating in this one. Behind the plate, took one off his shoulder. I don't know if that ball bounced up and got him. It looks like they're looking on the upper body area, maybe around his face. Polo down from third. And with Mace tossed, it's Polo's first time back at third base since the Lancaster series in which Mace took over. Tejeda taking off his helmet, now putting it back on. Chong satisfied. Fletch had begun to come out as well. The two of them will depart back to the first base side dugout as Tejeda digs back in. It's a full count, 3-2, one away here, bottom of the third. Dupre ready. The payoff pitch on the way, fastball fouled straight back. Got in on the hands of Tejeda, and he fights it back to the screen. So the count remains 3 balls and 2 strikes. Dupre, as Darryl mentioned, drafted out of Notre Dame. Interestingly, did not have fantastic numbers as a member of the Irish. Pitch on the way, grounded back up the middle, on into center field, a base hit. Tejeda will take a turn at first, and he's been on board both times to the plate today. A walk in the first, and now a single in the third. That brings up Michael Burgess, a strikeout victim, his first time out. But for Dupre at Notre Dame, a 20-16 record, but his ERA 5.30. Still managed to go in the 7th round to the Nationals. Pitch to Burgess, and it's over. The heart of the plate, strike one. Dupre getting ahead. Lights have taken full effect here at Peoples Bank Park. Wind blowing out and the pitch on the way, high and tight as Burgess leans back and out of the way. Count even at a ball and a strike. Burgess 0 for 3 in the first game of the Twin Bill, batting .269 on the year. Waves the bat over home plate as Tejeda takes his lead. Pitch on the way and Burgess chops it over first. Rosa backing up to field and now will scamper to the bag to beat Burgess by a step. Well, there was one earlier where Robinson did very much the same, but that time Rosa backing up, able to field it before it did go over his head and took it to the bag. Tejeda up to second now with 2 men down. That brings up Angel Franco. Franco throwing on batting gloves for game 2. He went without them in game 1. Switch hitter bats from the left side. Bray sets Tejeda out there at second. And the pitch on the way. Fastball in the dirt, ball 1. 4-0 Bees out in front, bottom of the third. Runner at second, 2 away. A long look in from Dupre, now he sets. A long hold, and the pitch on the way. Breaking ball outside corner for a strike. It's 1-1. Dupre, 6'3", 200 pounds, a righty from Rochester, New York. A pitch to Franco, breaking ball, and he doesn't get the call. It started over the outside edge. Vs.New leaned to the outside, and then it broke towards the inside corner and missed. It's 2-1. Franco, in his first season at York, after 8 in the Royals organization, pitched on the way, he turns on one and fouls it off first base side. He reached as high as AAA Omaha the last 2 seasons. And the College World Series on the horizon. What a fun place to be. I was fortunate enough to go out there for the Big Ten tournament with Maryland a year ago, and it's such a cool city. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Tejeda at second. The pitch to Franco, breaking ball down and in, and the count runs full. Not only does everyone in Omaha embrace baseball and know what's going on in terms of who's playing and where the tournament's at, but it's such a nice little town. You can walk pretty much anywhere. 2 down, the payoff pitch to Franco. Fastball inside, ball 4. He leans back and out of the way and works a 2-out walk. 2 men on for Ryan Dent. Jared Mitchell, a happy guy with LSU winning their Super Regional. They're on to the College World Series. Derek Robinson watching Florida closely. They're leading Wake Forest 1-0. They're the last Super yet to be decided. First pitch to Dent. He swings away and fouls it back, 0-1. Dent, a career day yesterday. Or Sunday, I should say, in the finale against Lancaster. 4 for 5, drove in 6. And the 6 RBIs, both a Rev season high and a Ryan Dent career high. He had just 6 on the season coming into the day. The 0-1 breaking ball, called strike outside corner. And Ryan Dent, I think, wasn't fond of that call, looked to be a little down and away. The 4 hits as well, his total from the previous 7 games, so he really got on fire on Sunday. 2 men on, the pitch on the way, and it's upstairs with a fastball. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Dent did not chase. Michael Burgess, the other guy on this team who's had a 5 RBI or more performance this year. That came earlier in the season. But Dent now setting the mark at 6. Pitch on the way, 1-2, and he swings away and lofts it down the line and right, and that will drift out of play. But the guy who set up Ryan Dent for all the production, Alexi Casilla, he reached base all 5 times. 3 hits. He also walked. He reached on an error trying to push a runner forward on a sac bunt. And he scored a season-high 4 runs. Out of the lineup today, still bothered by that thumb, at least from the left side. The pitch to Dent, and he slaps it down the first base line, just foul. Doing a nice job to protect. The count holds at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Dupre making his 2nd start of the season against the Reds. Made the start in the finale of the opening series of the season in New Britain. Won that decision as the Bees took 2 of 3. 1-2 the count to Dent, 2 men down. Dupre checks and now deals. Breaking ball stays upstairs. The count now even at 2-2. In that game, Dupre worked 5 innings, gave up 2 hits, 1 run. It was earned. Struck out 2 and did not walk a batter. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Tejeda at second, Franco on at first. Dupre comes set on the mound. The pitch to Dent, runner goes for third, and it's outside and in without a throw is Isaias Tejeda. Not a big threat to run, but he read the move well as Dupre checked once, and then Tejeda took off and into third standing, now 90 feet away. The trail runner Franco remains at first base. Runners at the corners, 2 away. Full count to Ryan Dent. Dupre sets. And the pitch on the way. Runner goes for second. Base hit up the middle. Tejeda in to score. Franco around second, heading for third. Kraus bobbles out in center, and Franco will be waved. Into second standing is Ryan Dent. The Revs play 2, and they cut the deficit in half. It's 4-2. Ryan Dent comes through again, an RBI single. Scoring Tejeda, Franco coming around on the error. And that brings up Jared Mitchell. Dent now in scoring position. Lefty against righty, Mitchell in there. And the first pitch, a fastball inside, ball 1. Mitchell popped up to third his first time up, thought he had time called, and then took an emergency hack on 0-1. I think just a little bit flustered not to hear time from home plate umpire Donald Mayer. 1-0 the count, Dent at second. And the pitch on the way. Breaking ball outside corner at the knees for a strike. Dupre leaves the changeup over. 1-1. Mitchell on the season, 3 home runs, 14 runs knocked in. Pitch on the way, and he swings and fouls it off first base side. Out in front of that one as Dupre went back-to-back with the off-speed. Mitchell down in the count. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Batting .231 on the year, but coming into today was batting .313 in the month of June. Dupre shakes off and now sets. Dent at second, and the pitch to Mitchell, down and in. He lays off a breaking ball that came down over his back foot, and the count even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Dupre was drafted 3 different times. First by the Rangers in 07, 37th round. Then by the Tigers in 2010 in the 11th round, before signing with the Nationals, a 7th rounder in 11. Pitch to Mitchell, down and in. Good at bat by Jared Mitchell, and it's a full count, 3-2. A long look in from Dupre. He sets. Dent at second. The payoff pitch. Swinging a ground ball to second base. Back on it, Kajimoto fields and throws to retire the side. But the Revs get 2 on an RBI single by Ryan Dent. The error in center by Kraus helping as well as Tejeda and Franco come in, and the Revs cut the deficit in half. It's 4-2 heading to the 4th on 1350 WOYK.
Sports injury? Walk into WellSpan Urgent Orthopedics for immediate care. No appointment is ever needed. Our orthopedic and sports medicine specialists are here to treat you. Visit wellspan.org/urgent orthopedics today for hours at our York and Hanover locations.
The Children's Cancer Recovery Foundation aims to create smiles, inspire hope, and rediscover childhood by providing new toys and gifts to children with cancer across North America. CCRF is based in New Oxford, but serves nearly 17,000 children annually. They rely on local community members to collect more than 50,000 toys each year, distributing them year-round. For more information on how you can make a difference in the life of a child with cancer, visit online at childrenscancerrecovery.org.
Are you one of the many people that has a 401k that is eligible to roll over, but you just haven't done it yet? Maybe you're not sure where is the best place to put it. I'm Tom Dasher of Tom Dasher Investment Services. I specialize in helping you getting your 401k and IRA money parked in the best place for you. So if you haven't rolled your 401k yet, or if you're not satisfied with your IRA, call me for a consultation at 487-2096. That's 487-2096. And check out my website at tomdasher.com.
All about local sports. Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
The Revs back in it now, trailing by 2. Ivan Villascuso, and then the top of the order 2 up here, top of the 4th for the Bees. 4 runs, 5 hits, 1 error for New Britain. 2 runs, 4 hits, 1 error for the Revs. Frank Gailey back to work as the switch hitter Vs.New digs in from the right side. Gailey into his wind in the first pitch on the way. It's over with an off-speed delivery, a changeup, and a strike one. Vs.New still looking for his first official at bat, a sac bunt in the second. And the pitch on the way, and Gailey going back to the changeup, this time missing outside, 1-1. We mentioned that Dupre faced the Revs in the finale in the series season opener. Pitch from Gailey, skied out to right field. Right there's Jared Mitchell jogging in a few steps, reaches across his body to glove it for out number 1. 1 up, 1 down here in the 4th. Gailey also faced New Britain in that opening series, pitched on opening night. Got the win, going 5 innings, allowed 5 hits, just 1 run. No walks and 4 strikeouts, did so on 79 pitches. He's working here to Kajimoto. Back-to-back switch hitters and delivers a strike, 0-1. Gailey winds in the 0-1. Slider that stays outside. Gailey now up to 82 pitches on the night here in inning number 4. Pitch on the way. Fastball for a called strike, and Gailey ahead, 1-2. Kajimoto, a fly out to center field in the first. A ground out to shortstop that scored a run in the second. Gailey winds the 1-2 pitch, reached for and skied down the right field line and just foul. Off to the end of the bat, Kajimoto just trying to protect and came within a couple of feet of hitting the chalk. Kajimoto, a late addition to the Bees. Coming over, had some visa troubles, but now playing in his 27th game and hitting .333. Pitch on the way, fastball, swing and a miss, strike 3. Kajimoto chased it up and away. And Gailey has strikeout number 4. First one swinging for Gailey, the first 3 all looking. And Frank has now set down 4 straight. Michael Baca, the hitter, first pitch from Gailey, a breaking ball outside, ball 1. Gailey, as we mentioned, drafted out of Westchester, the Division II program, where he left as the all-time strikeout leader. Changeup on the way, misses outside. 2-0 the count. But he's not the only big-name player to come out of Westchester. Major leaguer John Mabry and Pat Kelly also went there. Pitch on the way, swing and a miss. Fastball snuck by Baca. Gailey now back into the count, 2-1. He has his sign, hand into the glove, the lefty winds. The 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Back-to-back whiffs from Baca, and the count even, 2-2. Baca, rough go of it in game 1, grounded into 2 double plays. The 2-2 pitch reached for and spoiled right side. So the count holds 2-2. New Britain ahead 4-2, top of the 4th. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The pitch on the way, fastball down and in. Gailey last season for the Revs, a 6-5 record, a 3.14 ERA. The 3-2 pitch. Swinging a drive out towards left field, backing up Robinson onto the warning track. He leaps and it's over his glove. It bounds up and off the wall. He collects it and fires it back in. Into second, standing with a 2-out double is Michael Baca. That one hit sharply, and Robinson had to go just over his outstretched glove on the leap. Right in front of the Martin's potato chip sign on the far right end of the arch nemesis in left. So a two-out runner in scoring position for Giovanna Rosa. Gailey kicks and fires. First pitch fastball in there, strike one. Rosa 0 for 1, rounded out to third in the first, walked and scored in the third. Gailey from the belt and the pitch on the way. Breaking ball outside. Gailey has walked 3 in the game. 2 of them have come around to score. And both walks that have scored have been leadoff walks. One and one the count. Pitch on the way. Breaking ball skied out to straightaway center. Witherspoon over towards his right a few steps, and he waits for it to come down and gloves it to retire the side. One hit, one man left stranded. And at the end of 3.5, it's 4-2. New Britain on front on 1350 WOYK.
Where will you find the kinds of deals on athletic footwear that are too hot to keep indoors?
Outside, under the tent.
Of course!
Flying Feet.
Flying Feet Sports Shoes annual tent sale is back. This Friday and Saturday only. Father's Day weekend just wouldn't be complete without a money-saving stop under the tent for this once-a-year Flying Feet event. Greg Baum and his staff have combed through their enormous back room and tagged some of this year's best deals. Save on thousands of discontinued and one-of-a-kind athletic shoes for men, women, and children at astonishingly low prices. Running shoes, cheerleading shoes, walking shoes, hiking boots, soccer cleats, volleyball shoes, all kinds of shoes for all kinds of activities. Athletic socks and apparel on sale too. 10 sale items are self-service only, so allow plenty of time to shop and try on. Cash or check with ID only. No charges accepted. Please come prepared.
Flying Feet.
The annual tent sale at Flying Feet Sports Shoes. 1511 Mount Rose Avenue, York. Friday 10 to 9, Saturday 9 to 4. All sales final.
Hey Revs fans, get points for great rewards just by supporting your team through the new Revolution Rewards program. Use the new York Revolution app to receive and earn points for ballpark food, store discounts, stadium tours, and more. Available through the Apple and Google Play stores, the York Revolution app also features team news and exclusive content, contests and promotions for Revolution prizes, online ticket purchases, live game streaming, and more. Download the York Revolution app today. Free stuff by supporting your team? That's Revs time.
For local sports on your smartphone, search WOYK at the App Store.
Four to 2, New Britain ahead. Bottom of the fourth, Carlos Trienfeld, Derek Robinson, Travis Witherspoon, 2 up for York. Trienfeld walked his first time up, was left stranded. Brian Dupre back to work. Righty against righty. And the first pitch on the way to Trienfeld. He shows bunt, drops it down in front of the mound. Off to field is Dupre. Fires to first in time to get Trienfeld for out number 1. A good idea by Trienfeld, but just got it too much in front of the plate as opposed to down the line. And Dupre, a nice job fielding his position. One away in the fourth. That'll bring up Derek Robinson. Robinson, a switch hitter, batting from the left side. Brandon Schimmel, a righty, up and throwing for New Britain, in the first pitch to Robinson, outside, ball 1. The Revs saw Schimmel their last time here at Peoples Bank Park. The pitch to Robinson, a fastball hit in the air to left field, straight away. Bierfeld there, over towards center a couple of steps, now takes one step in and makes the catch for out number 2. 2 quick outs here in the fourth. And Schimmel against the Revs was very good. Picked up 2 wins in that series, 1 in the opener and 1 in the finale. And the Revs just could not handle his slow mix of off-speed pitches, a lower arm slot as well. Witherspoon, the batter, with 2 away. And the first pitch from Dupre, a breaking ball, misses outside, ball 1. Witherspoon had 2 hits in game 1, 1 in game 2. And the 1-ball delivery, a swing and a miss. So after that day off on Sunday and then the true day of rest on Monday, He's right back to his old self after going 0 for his previous 10. The 1-1 pitch on the way, breaking ball called strike on the outside corner. And that 0 for 10 came on the heels of a very good stretch where he had hit safely in 13 of 14. The 1-2 pitch on the way, breaking ball, fought foul off to the right. On the season, Witherspoon hitting .296, 2 home runs, 16 runs driven in. Righty against righty, Dupre at 77 pitches through 3 2/3. The 1-2 pitch on the way to Witherspoon. Fastball, swing and a miss. Got him chasing up the ladder, and it's a 1-2-3 inning for Brian Dupre. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left. And we head to the 5th here at Peoples Bank Park. 4-2, Revs trail it on 1350 WOYK.
Money and business are essential to the strength of a community. So is cheering and celebration and music and fun. That's why York Revolution games, concerts, youth sports, special events, and more happen at a place called Peoples Bank Park. Peoples Bank has been serving York County for more than 150 years. Always cheering, always celebrating, always committed to the things that make York County great. And to you having a great time at Peoples Bank Park. Peoples Bank. Member FDIC Equal Housing Lender.
Sports Radio 1350 is your home for local and national sports. The Big Sports Talker also has you covered with news throughout the day. Catch statewide updates on news and sports from Radio PA. Stock reports with Your Money Now, mornings and afternoons. And national news updates every hour from Westwood One. Stay up to date while getting your sports fix all day. Sports Radio 1350 WOYK. First in York, first in sports.
Hear that? It's the sound of summer. Sound nice? Call Kona Ice. We do it all. Schools, sporting events, parties, both corporate and birthday. You name it, we'll be there. We bring the party to you. If you need a little bit of fun in your life, we're the shaved ice truck for you. Oh, and we fundraise too. This summer, cool down with Kona Ice. Give us a call at 1-800-KONA-ICE or visit us online at www.kona-ice.com. Kona Ice. Flavor our world.
Your teams all the time. York's only place for local sports. Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
Back here at Peoples Bank Park, 4-2, New Britain ahead. Frank Gailey back to work. Top of the 5th, Craig Maddox, Connor Bierfeld, Michael Kraus due up. Maddox back to his DH spot here for game 2. And the first pitch, a swing and a miss, strike 1. Maddox playing first base in game 1. That was just the 11th time he'd started there. Primary DH as Gailey misses inside. It nearly got Maddox, who jumped back out of the way. But John Griffin, their everyday first baseman, on the shelf at least for today. Suffered from heat stroke on Sunday in the finale against Somerset. And he nearly fainted on the field, we're told. He had a couple balls that hit him and he was already lightheaded and not a good situation, so they're giving him an extra day. Pitch to Maddox, a fastball called strike outside corner. Gailey ahead 1-2. Maddox, a player coach for the Bees. Serves as their hitting coach. The lefty ready, and the pitch on the way from Gailey, fouled off straight down at the plate. Maddox in this one, 1 for 2, a strikeout in the first, and a single through the right side in the third. Gailey leans in, Maddox holds the bat over home plate and reaches for the pitch and grounds it to short. Dent charges the off-balance throw to first in time. A nice play by Ryan Dent, throwing on the run to get Craig Maddox for out number 1.
Since 2004 and available for all of your landscaping needs.
So that brings up Connor Bierfeld.
Left fielder number 28, Connor Bierfeld.
Bierfeld on the season, a .273 average, as Fletch will come out and visit Frank Gailey. If you're just joining us, Mark Mason was ejected earlier in this one, so Paul Fletcher, the pitching coach, making the mound visit, and he will indeed make the move. So that's all for Frank Gailey. Goes 4 1/3 innings, and with the next 4 bats in the order, all right-handed, he will go to Michael Click. We'll step aside as Click gets warm. It's 4-2, New Britain on top on 1350 WOYK.
Take it from me, guys. You want to make life happier? Your wife wants a nicer lawn. The kind of lawn you see on Home & Gardens and Martha Stewart. Here's a hint. You're not alone. Call your pals at Heritage Lawn and Landscape Care. They've got a way with lush lawns that the ladies like. And as you know, happy wifey, happy hubby. Winky face. Heritage Lawn and Landscape Care. World-class care right in your backyard. 717-292-9994.
The Children's Cancer Recovery Foundation aims to create smiles, inspire hope, and rediscover childhood by providing new toys and gifts to children with cancer across North America. CCRF is based in New Oxford, but serves nearly 17,000 children annually. They rely on local community members to collect more than 50,000 toys each year, distributing them year-round. For more information on how you can make a difference in the life of a child with cancer, visit online at childrenscancerrecovery.org.
Can you sit up, little guy? There you go. What a big boy. Whoa! Every time he grabs my maple donut, it pulls him over to one side. But he keeps on grabbing at it. Whoop, there he goes again. Wait, let's see how this works. Here you go, little dude. Here's another maple donut. Can you grab it? Well, there you have it, folks. Charlie's right. A balanced baby needs a maple donut in each hand.
Maple donuts taste right.
York Sports on your mobile device or online at WOYK1350.com.
It's a Maple Donuts call to the bullpen. Michael Click comes in. With the next 4 batters all due to hit right-handed. Connor Bierfeld at the plate. One down, top of the 5th, 4-2. New Britain on top. Bierfeld looks down at his third base coach, Daisuke Yoshida, for signs, and the first pitch on the way. Fastball, swing and a miss, 0-1. Click on the season, making his 19th appearance. No record, but a very good 1.56 ERA, leading the team. No balls and a strike. Click works from the stretch, and the pitch on the way. And it's another fastball. This time it misses just off the plate away. It's 1-1. In 17 1/3 innings this season, Click has given up 10 hits, 3 runs, all earned. Walked 7 and struck out 14. From the belt, the 1-1 pitch from Click, a check swing, and he went around, says home plate umpire Donald Mayer. Bierfeld down in the count, 1-2. Click last officially worked in the second game of 3-game set against Lancaster, going 2/3 of an inning, walking 1 and striking out 1 to get out of a jam. 1-2 pitch on the way from Click, fastball up and away, in and out of the glove of Isaias Tejeda. Now I say officially because Click was brought in on Sunday, but in a very interesting situation, one that I'd never seen before. Click had been inadvertently left off the lineup card. So he was not able to pitch in that one, gave way to Houghton Buchanan. 2-2 the count to Bierfeld. And the pitch from Click, fastball, swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him up around the shoulders. Bierfeld swung through it, and Michael Click K's the first batter he faces here in the 5th. To close the book on Frank Gailey, he goes 4 1/3, gives up 6 hits, 4 runs, all earned, on 3 walks and 4 strikeouts. And not only were the next 4 batters right-handed, but Gailey had thrown 100 pitches on the night, 61 for strikes. 2 down, here's Michael Kraus. Kraus a triple and a single, he's driven in 2. First pitch from Click, fastball over, strike one. Click doing a nice job to get ahead. He'd been up and throwing an inning ago and then enters here. Came in with one out in the fifth. Click from the belt, the 0-1 pitch. Breaking ball, and it's over on the outside edge. Click ahead, 0-2. Once again, this the second of a doubleheader tonight. The Revs dropping the opening game by a score of 7-6. They fought back, scoring 5 in the final 2 innings, but came up just short. 0-2 the count. Click in the driver's seat. The pitch on the way. Fastball way outside. Click rearing back and letting that one go, and Kraus not chasing, down 0-2. The Revs trying to battle back in this one as well. We're down 4-0, but cut it to 4-2. That's where we stand here. 2 down, top of the fifth, 1-2 the count. The pitch from Click, breaking ball, got him looking. Back-to-back strikeouts from Michael Click out of the bullpen, and Revs pitching combines to get the Bees 1-2-3 in the top of the fifth. We head to the home half of the fifth here at Peoples Bank Park. 4-2, Bees on top on 1350 WOYK.
Having the gang over to watch the game? Keep them happy with great Best Jet products from your neighborhood Sure Save markets. Football fans, hockey fans, basketball fans, everyone's a fan of game day party planners with $18.93 deli items. Best Jet hot dogs go great with Best Jet kettle cooked chips. Or serve up a couple Best Jet rising crust pizzas with 12 packs of Best Jet soda. Throw the best game day party ever with Best Jet products. Shop Savills Markets in Shrewsbury, Stewartstown, Whiteford, and East York, Wetzel's in Glenrock, and Nell's Market Fresh Foods in Spry.
This is the Dan Patrick Show.
Conor McGregor tweeted that he's back in for UFC 200. Hasn't been confirmed, but I told you this last week. I still felt like A, he's not retiring, and B, he'd be back in UFC 200. Now, is there a chance Conor McGregor knew what he was doing from the outset here? He had given UFC 200 all of this publicity, millions of dollars of publicity. Is there a chance Dana White knew what Conor McGregor was doing? Is there a chance that Dana White, being the businessman running UFC, would be in on this with Conor McGregor from the get-go? Now, before you say no, look at all the publicity generated. And if you knew the end game was still going to be Conor McGregor was still going to fight, would you have gone through this? And you can't say, boy, that's so far-fetched. There's so much money attached to this. I never say never when it comes to this stuff.
The Dan Patrick Show.
Break out some IDs.
That's just good radio.
Mornings at 9 on Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
First in York, first in sports. Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
4-2, Bees lead it, home half of the fifth. Harris to Hada Burgess for the Revs. Still facing Brian Dupre. Dupre into his wind, and the first pitch on the way to Alonzo Harris, and it misses low, ball one. Harris, a very good first game of the Twinville. 3 hits and a walk, was aboard all 4 times. Pitch on the way, breaking ball over. The count even at a ball and a strike. That was Dupre's 80th pitch here in inning number 5. Harris DHing in game 2, got the start in right field in the first game. Pitch on the way, another breaking ball. This one misses up and in. Harris lays off, and it's 2-1. Righty against righty. Dupre from the line, the pitch on the way, and that's just in on the hands. Hitters count now for Alonzo Harris, 3-1. Dupre on the year has been very successful against righties. They bat just 180 against him. And the pitch to Harris, and that one misses high, ball 4. A leadoff walk issued by Brian Dupre. That's his 4th walk of the ball game, and the Revs have the first man on here in the 5th. And that might be all for Dupre. Stan Clyburn is out of the third base side dugout and walking to the hill. They had Brandon Schimmo up and warming, and it looks like that will be the move that they will make. Clyburn still standing there, yet to officially make the move. Talking things over with Dupre and Villascuso. And they continue to talk things over. Home plate umpire Donald Mayer allowing them to take their time. They'll give us a chance to take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard here around the Atlantic League. Brought to you by York Mitsubishi. It's a final in Somerset. Patriots taking it 7-2 over the Long Island Ducks. Down in Sugar Land, Southern Maryland out in front of the Skeeters by a score of 2-1. Another final in Bridgeport, the Bluefish winning it over the Barnstormers 3-1. And of course, in the first game here at Peoples Bank Park, the Bees coming out on top 7-6. It looks like Brian Dupre has talked his way into at least one more batter.
And it looks like part of that is Stan wanted to have a word with Donald Maris, and now it's their side unhappy, and Maris started to walk away from him and said no more.
Well, in this game right here, it's 4-2, New Britain ahead. They led it 4-0. Revs getting 2 runs back in the bottom of the third, and now it's 4-2, lead cut in half. Harris on with a leadoff walk. Here's Tejeda. The first pitch, a breaking ball, and it misses high, ball 1. Tejeda part of that comeback effort in game 1. A home run over the arch nemesis in left, scoring Harris. Harris goes for second, the pitch on the way, it's high, the throw down, not in time. Alonzo Harris slides in safely with a stolen base. And for Harris, that steal is his 7th of the year. So now a runner in scoring position for the 3-hole hitter. Tejeda, who was the DH in the first game, behind the plate here in game 2. Ahead in the count, 2-0. Once again with men aboard, Dupre taking his time. Harris working his lead off of second. A check, and now the pitch on the way. Breaking ball in there for a strike. It's 2-1. The Revs have lefty Luke Westfall up and loosening in their right field bullpen. Westfall last worked on Saturday against the Barnstormers. Went 2 in that one. So was given the day off Sunday, and then the team was off on Monday. 2-1 the count to Tejeda. Pitch on the way, and that one bounces, and it gets away from Villascusa. Up to third goes Harris. And now he's 90 feet away with nobody down. It's a wild pitch. Harris with good speed could score on another one. And a productive out could bring him home. Shimo still loosening for the Bees in their left field bullpen. 87 pitches now for Dupre. From the belt, the pitch on the way. Fastball down low, ball 4, he lost him. Tejeda works his second walk of the day. He's been on base all 3 times. And now that will end the night for Brian Dupre as Stan Clyburn is back to the mound. So the entire infield will converge as the new pitcher enters. I presume it is Shimo. He was loosening. And we'll tell you about the new arm when we come back. We'll let him loosen up before this Maple Donuts pitching change. It's 4-2, New Britain on top on 1350 WOYK.
At Donegal, we understand there are many costs associated with running a business. That's why Donegal works with you to provide quality insurance products based on your business needs, and why we deliver that insurance at a price to fit your budget. Call your local independent Donegal agent today and discover why, when it comes to insurance for your business, Donegal is a better value. Contact Coton & Kunkel Insurance at 717-854-0300 or stop in at 3217 East Market Street, York. Locally owned and operated by Pam and Rudy Kochman. Kochman Kunkel local insurance. Hey Revs fans, now's your chance to win big with the Revs and Shipley Energy. This season, during every home game at Peoples Bank Park, it's the all-new Shipley Energy Grand Slam inning. Each game, one inning will be designated, and one name will be selected as the contestant. If the Revs hit a Grand Slam that inning, you could win $5,000. To enter, stop by Fan Services and fill out your form, or enter via the York Revolution app or YorkRevolution.com. Sign up today and win big with the Revs and Shipley Energy this season.
What a game. The home runs, great pitching, even that foul ball over our heads.
I know, it was so close, I almost caught it. Maybe next time, Gus.
Well, what about catching this?
Pay me. The new scratch-off from the Pennsylvania Lottery, with top prizes of $100 grand.
That's more like a grand slam. Keep on scratching.
Players must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
Your county, your teams. Sports Radio 1350 WOIK. First in York, first in sports.
First and third for the Revs. Nobody down. Home half of the fifth. It's a Maple Donuts pitching change as Brandon Schimmo, the righty, comes on. 6'2", 195 pounds from German, Pennsylvania. And he will face Michael Burgess, who represents the go-ahead run. Harris at third, Tejeda at first, and the first pitch to Burgess, hit in the air to center field. This should score a run. Back on it, Krause. He makes the catch. Tagging at third is Harris. He will come in to score as the throw goes into second base. And the Revs cut the deficit to 1 on a sac fly in the RBI from Michael Burgess. First pitch swinging does his job, and it's 4-3.
Yeah, and a lot of times when you're trailing in a game, a running game gets shut down, but in this case, down to 3 innings to go. Harris, the leadoff walk. Obviously great speed, and he's able to use his speed to make it a one-run game. At least, Revs still in business, looking for more.
Here's Angel Franco, switch hitter, batting left. Tejeda on first with 1 away. Schimmo from the belt delivers, and the pitch gets by the catcher. Up to second goes Tejeda as Villescuso goes all the way to the backstop. Tejeda a big turn, but will stay put. And that'll go as a pass ball. Down and in, and Villescuso unable to catch it, going to his backhand. So a wild pitch in the inning, a pass ball as well, a steal from Harris. Runner in scoring position and 1 away. 1-0 to count to Franco. Schimmo has been very good against the Revs. I mentioned he picked up 2 wins in that last series here at Peoples Bank Park. 7 scoreless innings against York this year. Pitch on the way, and that's off the plate away. Franco eyeing it all the way to the mitt. And in that first game he appeared in here in York, that was May 22nd. He came in relief of Jonathan Pettibone. And Schimmo worked 4 innings and did not allow a hit. Lefty against righty, pitch on the way, and it's chopped foul towards the on-deck circle where Ryan Dent awaits his turn. 4 innings, no hits, 1 walk, 2 strikeouts, just 1 base runner in those 4 frames in what was a 10-0 loss for the Revs. He got the win 2 days later as well. Part of that 3-game sweep. Check a second, the 2-1 to Franco. Breaking ball, down and in, ball 3. So Franco making Schimmo work after Burgess skied out to center field. Our first pitch RBI.
He's a junk baller. They have a total of 1 hit in those 7 innings against him this season.
3-1 hitters count to the Revs' second baseman. Tejeda off of second. A pitch to Franco. Fastball hit well down the line and right. Back is Henshaw looking. It's gone! Angel Franco gives the Revs the lead. A 2-run shot down the line and right. And just like that, the Revs are on top It is 5-4. Third home run of the year for Bronco. Second this week. And finally, the Reds get to Brandon Shimo.
Oh, he knew he got it. He flipped the bat up, and that dugout went nuts. I saw water fly from in there. Somebody started the celebration with water in the air, and that dugout is alive, and they are fired up. They just missed the huge comeback in Game 1. Now the lead in Game 2.
Here's Dent, first pitch, down and away, ball one. 2 RBIs for Franco, now 16 on the season. And the 1-0 on the way to Dent. Breaking ball popped up, back of second. Kajimoto onto the outfield grass, now called off by Henshaw. And Henshaw charging in, makes the catch for out number 2.
I believe that's Dent's first from the left side of the plate. I think his first 2 were from the right-hand side. Franco, right, Franco. Oh, there goes the perfect season. But he's got pop from both sides and right off the tents in right field. Walloped it.
Well, the Reds finally get to Brandon Shimo. And with 2 down and Jared Mitchell coming up, Stan Clyburn will make a move. The Bees will use 3 pitchers in the inning. It's a lefty coming on. We'll tell you about him when we come back. Revs out in front, 5-4 on 1350 WOYK.
Enter Rutter's Summer of Freedom sweepstakes today. Look for the entry star, purchase participating products, scan your Rutter's rewards card, or enter VIP information at checkout, and automatically be entered to win your choice of a 2017 Jeep Wrangler Unlimited Sport, Ram 1500 Bighorn Quad Cab, or Dodge Challenger RT from Stettler. Drive better, drive Stettler. Free gas for a year and one of thousands of prizes, including Red Bull, Pepsi, and Pennsylvania Lottery scratch-off tickets. Must be a Rutter's VIP to enter. Rutter's, why go anywhere else?
Need material handling equipment for your company's busy season? Mid-Atlantic Industrial Equipment offers a full line of rental equipment to keep you operating at maximum efficiency. Forklifts from 3,000 to 15,000 pound capacity, narrow aisle reach trucks and order pickers, electric pallet jacks, scissor lifts, and forklift clamp attachments. Daily, weekly, and monthly terms available. Call today at 888-383-LIFT. That's 888-383-5438. And check us out online at midatlanticindustrial.com.
Celebrate Pride Month with the York Revolution. This Wednesday, it's the first ever LGBTQ night at People's Bank Park. Join the Reds in welcoming former Cincinnati Reds pitcher and athlete ally ambassador Joe Valentine for a special presentation. Take part in the pregame parade and help honor LGBTQ community leaders and members of our armed forces. And before the game, don't miss the visit by the world-famous Budweiser Clydesdales, plus beer sampling on the plaza presented by Brewery Products. That's LGBTQ night, Wednesday, June 14th. Tickets at YorkRevolution.com.
Follow York Sports on your Android. Search Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
Trailing 4-0, the Revs scored 2 in the third, and now 3 in the fifth, and they now lead it 5-4. From one Brandon to another, Shimo exits, Fry enters, and the lefty will match up with Jared Mitchell. Mitchell 0 for 2, 2 down, bases empty. Fry kicks and fires. The first pitch fastball over for strike 1. Mitchell a pop out to third on a late swing. He thought he had time, and then a ground out to second base in the third. Fry works from the third base side of the rubber. A high leg kick, and he delivers, and Mitchell swings and misses. Some sink on that fastball, and Mitchell in the hole, 0-2. Well, if this comeback holds, it would tie the biggest comeback of the year for the Revs. They came back from 4 runs down against Sugar Land. 0-2. Pitch to Mitchell, fastball in on the hands, and he fouls it off. That was May 27th when they came back to beat the Skeeters. part of those 16 consecutive games against division opponents. And the Revs went 8-8 over that stretch. 0-2 the count. The pitch to Mitchell, breaking ball, and he stays alive, fouling it off the end of the bat. Straight back to the backstop. Michael Burgess, a sac fly to get Alonzo Harris home. And then Angel Franco, a 2-run bomb to right field, scoring Tejeda. 0-2, high kicks and delivers. And that one's in the dirt, and Mitchell lays off. Jared trying to work his way back into this at-bat. Fry holds the ball down around his knees as he gets the sign. The 1-2 pitch on the way, fastball up and in. And Jared Mitchell, as we talked about his LSU fandom, retweeted a tweet from LSU baseball yesterday after they had a guy go in the first round. It was Alex Lange. Pitch on the way to Mitchell, swing a bouncer towards second base. Up with it, Kajimoto on to first to retire Mitchell. And just to wrap up that thought on the tweet, Lange joins Mitchell as one of 6 guys under the current regime at LSU to be selected in the first round. A 2-run home run by Angel Franco and a sac fly from Michael Burgess, and the Revs are now on top 5-4. Heading to the 6th, Darrell Henry will take you home when we come back on 1350 WOYK.
Did you know that Shipley Energy can take care of all your energy needs? From heating oil and propane to providing your home with electricity and natural gas. We also provide heating and air conditioning service and installation. All of your energy needs are under one roof at Shipley Energy. To learn more, visit shipleyenergy.com. Call 855-4SHIPLEY and don't forget to ask about our $100 rebate. Shipley Energy. Energy for life. Can't get enough of the birds? WOYK has you covered. Join us all season on Mondays at 6 for the Baltimore Baseball Show, hosted by award-winning Orioles and National Baseball writer Dan Connolly from BaltimoreBaseball.com. Exclusive in-depth interviews plus the latest insight and analysis on the Orioles every week. Talking baseball with the birds, Mondays at 6. The Baltimore Baseball Show on Sports Radio 1350 WOYK. First in York, first in sports.
Dream big for less with a first mortgage or home equity loan from First Capital Federal Credit Union. Our competitive rates and terms make it so easy to purchase a new home or refinance your existing home. Either way, we've got you covered. Plus, our home equity loans with rates as low as 3.99% APR for 120 months give you the spending power you need for remodeling, education, you name it. For more information, visit us online at firstcapitalfcu.com. First Capital, putting you first. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal housing lender.
First Capital Federal Credit Union.
There's only one place for local high school sports. Sports Radio 1350.
Head of the 6th, a 5-4 Rebs lead. Pitching change brought to you by Maple Donuts. Luke Westfall takes over. Our 6th inning tonight, brought to you by York Dental Sleep Therapy. And if you're paying attention to this game, you're not ready for sleep yet. The Revs were down 4-0. And now with a 5-4 lead. A home run from Franco. Jordan Hinshaw, the first to face Westfall at his first pitch of the night. Fastball right there for a strike at 91. Westfall 1-2, a 1.69 ERA in 20 outings. And again, it's been since Saturday night for him. Already, he steps back, kicks, delivers, swing and a miss, a changeup down low, or maybe the slider. They got Hinshaw to go after it. He's 1 for 2 tonight, RBI single and a run in the second. New Britain 3 in the second and then 1 in the third to build the 4-0 lead. Westfall ready with it. The wind, the 0-2. Swing and a miss. He blew him away. Fastball at 94 on the outside corner. one down. If the gun was accurate, he started him with 91 to get it over. He saved the best one there for strike 3.
And I feel like Westfall is a guy that's gotten stronger and stronger as the year has gone on. I don't think he was throwing mid to upper 90s in his first start of the year, hovering in the upper 80s to low 90s, but the last several, he's really built up that fastball, and man, has it impressed.
Here's Jake McGuigan, 1 for 2 with a blue pit. First pitch fastball is up a little bit. And McGuigan and then via Escusa. New Britain with Nate Rowe up in the bullpen. He finished game 1, got the save. Ending the Revs' comeback bid. Their comeback tonight through the middle of this game has given them the lead. There's a fastball and a called strike. 1-1 the count. 3 Ks in a row from Revs relievers. The 3 hitters they've faced. Click the 2 in the 5th. Westfall, the pitch. Bounced it up there. Tejeda throws it away immediately. A new ball in. 5 runs, 5 hits, 1 error for York, 4, 6, and 1 for New Britain. Evenly played doubleheader in terms of the total scoring. The pitch, swing and a miss, fastball by him, up above the belt, 2-2.
And Darryl, it's really been a story about walks, unfortunately. 3 of the 5 walks that have been issued to Revs batters have come around to score. On the other side of things, 2 of 3 for the Bees.
Wine, 2-2, and a missed high and away. Now Westfall trying to avoid the walk here, 3-2. The first out of the inning under his belt. Now looks into Tejeda, he's ready. And the sideways step to the windup, payoff pitch, missed high. McGuigan is on a 1-out walk. It ends a streak of 5 in a row, retired by Revs pitchers, 9 of the previous 10 as well. As Gailey did settle down to get them in the first out of the 5th. 100 pitches tonight. Here's Ivan Villa Escusa, who has a sac bunt and a flyout. McGuigan, the tying run at first base, 0 for 1 in stolen base attempts this season. First pitch fouled back into the netting. Via Escusa up there hacking. Brad Allen marching toward the mound in the Revs bullpen. And he's going to get loose now.
4-inning save last time.
Yeah. And a move to first. McGuigan back upright. Probably if they get to Rosa.
Even Baca would be righty against righty.
Yeah, bring him in for 2 hitters at that point. Here's a ball loose from New Britain's bullpen directly behind home plate. The bat boy will get that out of there. Westfall ready. The 0-1. Fastball, strike 2 called at 94. And he's got Villa Escusa down in the count. Here's the stretch from Luke. And a toss over to first. Back standing is McGuigan. The Revs have yet to turn a double play in this game. 14 turned in the last 4. Here's the stretch, 0-2. Swing and a miss. He'll take the strikeout instead. Off speed in the dirt. Tejeda smothers it. And 2 down, both on Ks for Westfall here in the 6th. Are you tired of feeling the effects of sleep apnea or sleepless nights due to your CPAP? Dr. Gordon Bell might have an option to help you. Make your appointment today. Let Dr. Bell help determine the best treatment for your needs. Call 316-1299 or visit yorksleep.com. Here's Kajimoto at the top. First pitch, fastball, and a strike down at the bottom of the zone. Kaji looked skyward as he backed away. He didn't like it. 0-1. He's 0 for 3 with an RBI ground out in the second. Switch hitter batting from the right. And Westfall steps off, wants to go through it with Tejeda again and get on the rhythm here. 5-4 York here in the top of the sixth. Westfall, the 0-1, and a ground ball, base hit to left. They had Trienfeld near the line at third, and a big opening over there. Kajimoto slaps it through. So first and second, tying run to scoring possession. Michael Baca will be the hitter. He's 1 for 2, a double and a walk here in game 2 tonight. Kajimoto now with an 8-game hitting streak. 2 on, 2 out. Baca, who doubled his last at bat, hit it over Robinson's head and left. And Westfall ready to go. Here's the first pitch. Fastball right through for strike 1. He zips it right in there. Throwing lasers. Allen continues to get ready. Westfall, the stretch, the 0-1, swing and a miss. Slider to the outside, and Baca chops over it. No balls, 2 strikes. Westfall trying to assure that the Revs will take the lead to the 7th. All these options to go to with his stuff.
I go right back to the fastball.
Here's the 0-2. He did. He missed off the corner away. That went at 94. We saw Gailey earlier tonight jam Baca late and fool him out in front off speed, but fastball is certainly Westfall's numero uno. He's ready. And the 1-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. A slider down out of the zone. Luke Westfall strikes out the side in the top of the 6th. The Revs bullpen has 5 outs tonight, all on strikeouts. And we go to the bottom of the 6th. The Revs will look for a little insurance first. They lead it 5-4.
Hey, it's the good-looking genius at Broadway Transmission. You know what really grinds my gears? Perfectly good cars being thrown away just because the transmission went bad. My mind slips into overdrive when someone says,
I'll just get a new car before I spend that kind of money on a transmission.
what? According to Kelley Blue Book, the average price of a new car is $32 grand. Now you're going to finance that, right? There's another $6 to $8 grand. And if you drive it off the showroom floor, it loses 20% of its value immediately. Don't forget, you also have to pay sales tax, higher insurance rates, title and registration fees, and come up with $600, $700, $800 a month depending on your interest rates. For 5 years, and remember, you will still have to pay for the upkeep of the car. Brakes, tires, wipers, fluids, etc. Stop! Trade your transmission, not your car.
Thanks, good-looking genius.
You're welcome, ma'am. Broadway Transmission. We'll get your ship together and save you all that dough. Visit us on the web at BroadwayTrans.com or stop in and see how it's done.
The Children's Cancer Recovery Foundation aims to create smiles, inspire hope, and rediscover childhood by providing new toys and gifts to children with cancer across North America. CCRF is based in New Oxford, but serves nearly 17,000 children annually. They rely on local community members to collect more than 50,000 toys each year, distributing them year-round. For more information on how you can make a difference in the life of a child with cancer, visit online at childrenscancerrecovery.org.
Hi, this is Dan Patrick. Join me weekday mornings at 9 on Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
Now the setup men tonight. Gone boom shakalaka out of the Revs bullpen. That may or may not have been a word of the day. You're welcome. Revs with a 5-4 lead as Carlos Trienfeld leads off here in the bottom of the 6th. Lefty Brandon Fry stays in, and Carlos swings, pops the first one foul and back. Trienfeld, Robinson, Witherspoon. Meanwhile, as Brad Allen readies for the 7th, and New Britain will have 3-4-5, so the heart of the order due. The Revs look for a little insurance. Trienfeld a walk and a bunt for an out tonight, trying to bunt for a hit. Here's the 0-1, and he swings, drives it well the other way and right. Hinshaw back, he looks, it's gone! Carlos Trienfeld goes opposite field. It rattles out of the home run patio, back onto the field, but it's gone. And Trienfeld with his second in 20 games with York increases the lead at 6-4.
A great job just going with the pitch, didn't try to do too much, but barreled it up and took it out the opposite way.
20th game played, that's his second. Here's Derek Robinson. And he swings, launches the first one up at short. McGuigan under it waiting, backpedaling out. And he's fighting it, but makes the grab. One down. The Revs with 2 long balls. Franco for the lead. Trienfeld to pat it. A winner on our Heritage One Landscape Care home run contest, Amy Leland. You can stop by the Apple Chevrolet ticket office at your convenience. Just tell them your name and they'll have that prize pack waiting for you. Here's Witherspoon, who's 1 for 3 tonight in game 2. 2 for 4 in game 1. The pitch. And it's in there, a called strike. So Allen now a 6-4 lead at the moment. Save Sunday was his 6th. Here's the 0-1. And that misses down low. Revs trying to battle out a doubleheader split. They were down 7-1 in the first one, got within 7-6. They were down 4-0 in this one, now lead 6-4. Here's a foul back upstairs. They had 5 unanswered in the first game. They needed 6. Here in game 2, they do have 6 unanswered for this 6-4 lead. Fry ready. And the 1-2. Breaking ball, and it stayed just a little high. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Good eye from Witherspoon. Tomorrow night, by the way, Victor Mateo against Anthony Marzi. Pitch. And that missed high. Fastball at 89, 3-2 rather. Witherspoon works it full. Thursday night at 6:30, Curtis Parch against Jonathan Pettibone. On the 3-2. And he cues a foul off the end of the bat down the first base side. Revs are trying to snap a 6-game skid against New Britain. He's 6-1 against York, 12-31 against the rest of the league. The Revs have gone 8-5 against the 2 first-place teams. Another 3-2. And a line drive to center, base hit for Witherspoon. He's got multiple hits in both games. The Revs with their 7th knock of the night. And he's a 1-out base runner.
And that's another one of those Travis Witherspoon hits where he just finishes leaning over the plate, and you can tell he got it. And it looks like the Bees are going to go back to their bullpen.
Another pitching change brought to you by Maple Donuts. Harris and Tejeda are the next 2. And the righty Nate Rowe will be in to face them. He was the one that saved game 1, brought in to face Tejeda with the tying run at third, winning run on. He got a fly out and then got Burgess to ground out. So Rowe will pitch in both games tonight. We'll stay here for the moment, check out our York Mitsubishi out-of-town scoreboard. Revs leading at 6-4. Southern Maryland a 3-2 lead at Sugar Land in the top of the 8th. It's not Nate Rowe, it's now Mike Heppel who's in the game, so forget everything I said, except that Southern Maryland Sugar Land score, that was accurate. Finals elsewhere, Bridgeport beats Lancaster 3-1. Somerset beats Long Island 7-2. So Somerset, with their win and Bridgeport's win, it maintains a 2.5-game margin for the Patriots in Liberty. And if Southern Maryland hangs on at Sugar Land, they will erase Lancaster's first-place lead and draw even. They're trying to win their 4th in a row after dropping the opener of a week-long stay in Texas. So Heppel getting ready now. Our broadcast tonight also brought to you by Image 360, Yingling's Ice Cream, which I devoured some of while you were on, Matt.
It's not very nice.
Which one? You're right. That was not nice. Hi, Mark.
It was fun that you did it, but then to rub it in my face, that's what crossed the line. Get back to your read.
that was crossing the line. Isaacs, Sheets, Ace Distributing, Stanball Plumbing and Heating, and Hatfield. Well, tomorrow night we'll have to...
It's all right. I'm just giving you a hard time.
Here's Harris, who's 0 for 2 with a walk, a steal, and a run. And the leadoff walk and the steal sparked the 3-run 5th, which gave the Revs the lead. The home run by Franco was the only hit in the 3-run inning. Apple 1-0, a 3.22 ERA in 13 games. And a move to first, and Witherspoon got back just in time. A little bit of a slow start on the dive back, but he's in. Apple in 22 1/3, just over a strikeout per inning. A little under a hit per inning, only 18 hits, but 19 walks. And the big righty holds, makes a move again. Witherspoon a dive back. He does have quick feet on that pickoff move, especially being 6'6". All the tall people now are like, what do you mean? Especially being 6'6". Apple made it to Double-A with the Mets. Now he holds, he deals. Elway spiked it. They might have been going for a pitch out. Villa-Escusa was creeping out of his crouch, and Heppel spiked it straight over the plate to the backstop. Witherspoon to second on a very wild pitch.
Well, sometimes you see crossups. That's not all that uncommon, but usually you don't miss a pitch out sign. Witherspoon now in scoring position, and the Bees in the 2 games here today have tried 3 different pickoffs, or pitch outs, I should say. We haven't really seen many at all this season.
It's Heppel's 8th wild pitch in 14 appearances. So another insurance run in scoring possession. 1-0 to Alonzo. He swings and bounces a foul down to Polo at third. Mace was ejected in the top of the 3rd inning. So Fletch, Polo at the reins. One ball, 1 strike on Harris. Witherspoon at second with that jersey halfway unbuttoned. He's got his lead. The pitch and a ground ball to third. Took a hop up on Baca, knocks it down, recovers, and makes the throw across. 2 down. Witherspoon has to hold, and you can hear it smack off Baca, a rookie playing in their infield. It is his first pro season. Defensively, he has certainly impressed. 2 down. Here's Tejeda, who has singled and walked twice, on base all 3 times with 2 runs.
And I think what Baca's done best is just keep his body in front of the ball. That time it deflects off of him, but he's able to knock it down, keep it in front. He had one where Burgess screened him in the first game towards the end of the game, and he was still right there to stay in front of it.
First one to Tejeda, just missed away. Slider from Heppel. Tejeda with 1 at bat in this one, 1 hit. On base all 3 times, as we mentioned. In the first game, he hit his 7th homer of the year. 1-0. Swing and a miss. A slider that he pulled off of. Revs a 6-4 lead here in the bottom of the 6th. Brad Allen getting ready for the 7th. He's been ready. He's just biding time down there. 1-1, and that's in the dirt, blocked by vs.New. Derek Capetillo warming up Allen. What a nice job he did in game 1 today. A couple of hits, threw out a runner. His first throw sailed, but man, did he atone for that later. Well, Heppel stares. A long look, and has his signal. The 2-1. And in the dirt, blocked by vs.New, who fought to keep that one nearby. Tejeda, I noticed earlier today, posted on Instagram some support for his former Yankee farmhand teammate, Gary Sanchez, to get some all-star votes. The two were catchers in the Yankees system together. The stretch from Heppel. 3-1. Fastball in there for a called strike. That one at 96. Heppel does bring gas.
Speaking of Yankee All-Star votes, how about Aaron Judge?
Man, oh man. That is a show every night. Here's the 3-2. And Witherspoon running from second. Tejeda pops a foul back over the roof. He kind of slipped on that finish. But back to his feet. He's had a tough night back there. He took a foul tip off the shoulder catching and then fouled one off himself. Did it bounce up and hit him?
It must have. Initially, I thought he just fouled it off his foot, but it looked like Chong was looking up towards his face, so it must have bounced back up and got him.
Heppel ready. Another 3-2. Swing and a miss. Got him with a high, hard one. But the Revs do add to the lead on Trienfeld's opposite field shot, leading off the inning. 1 run, 2 hits, and 1 left. And we go to the 7th. Brad Allen time for the Revs. They lead it 6-4. Facing a legal issue can be a frightening time. What's my course of action? How do I know who to call? Fortunately, the York County Bar Association makes it easy. Now, you only need to make one call to find the right lawyer for you. Call the York County Bar Association and let us help you find the right lawyer with our Attorney Connection Lawyer Referral Service. Just call 854-8755 or visit yorkbar.com. Don't hesitate in getting the help you need. Contact the York County Bar Association and let us help you find the right attorney at the right time.
Come on! Colin Cowherd.
Steph Curry won a unanimous MVP. And I do feel there's an anti-LeBron movement to some degree. And who votes on the MVP? Sports writers. Often 5'8", 5'7", 5'9". They're small like Steph Curry. They relate to Steph. They don't like LeBron. LeBron's big and powerful.
This is The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
I'm blowing everything up. We're starting Weekdays at 3 on Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
Enter Rudders Summer of Freedom Sweepstakes today. Look for the entry star. Purchase participating products. Scan your Rudders rewards card or enter VIP information at checkout and automatically be entered to win your choice of a 2017 Jeep Wrangler Unlimited Sport, Ram 1500 Bighorn Quad Cab, or Dodge Challenger RT from Stettler. Drive better, drive Stettler. Free gas for a year and one of thousands of prizes, including Red Bull, Pepsi, and Pennsylvania Lottery scratch-off tickets. Must be a Rudders VIP to enter. Rudders, why go anywhere else?
All about local sports. Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
seventh, Brad Allen trying to give the Revs a split in a long but very entertaining doubleheader here today with a lot of twists and turns. Pitching change brought to you by Maple Donuts. 3-4-5 due up. Rosa, Maddox, and Bierfeld for New Britain. Allen 1-1 with 6 saves, a 2.46 ERA in 21 outings. Saved the win on Sunday, the win on Friday, the win on Thursday. First pitch is up. 6-4 the lead. The Revs, who have struggled against New Britain, they've struggled in doubleheaders, trying to turn it around. The 1-0, and a swing and a foul back over the roof. Rosa 0 for 2 with a walk and a run here in game 2. He does have some thump in his bat, so Trienfeld's insurance home run big. The 1-1, and he tried to stop. He started to go. He did go on a fastball in, and the plate ump Donald Mayer said he couldn't hold up. He was stumbling away, having started his swing path. And now he's trying to ask for an appeal to first, but it was already called at the plate. 1-2. Allen the pitch, and it dives down and away, a slider. Now ready to go, the kick, the 2-2. Breaking ball popped up. Right side of the infield, Franco is there, inching toward Burgess. Franco's got it. One away here in the top of the 7th. Our broadcast tonight brought to you in part by Brickers, York Water Company, Pizza Box and Hoagie Shop, York Volkswagen, and Penn State York. Here's Craig Maddox, who's 1 for 3. Not Greg, but Craig. Here's Allen's first pitch. And it's on the outside corner, strike called. Fans got Doug Epler on PA to oblige and call 1 out, 1 out. Here's a swing and a foul over the third base roof, and it's 0-2. Sandy De Leon was going to tune in tonight to watch Luis Guzman in game 1. Well, Allen ready, the wind, the 0-2, and it misses in the dirt. Tejeda stays square in front of it. Now win, the Revs would go to 3-2 on this homestand. Play him the other way, pitch, and it missed outside, 2-2. Now nods yes. He winds, fires, just down and in. And Donald Mayer was in a strange setup there. He started to come up. 3-2 now. Down and in, didn't miss by much. Allen the wind, the payoff pitch. Swinging a line drive to left center. Witherspoon there. Runs it down. They had him played perfectly. And Witherspoon lunges forward, squeezes it. 2 down here in the top of the 7th.
Well, good positioning, but also a nice jump by Witherspoon. That ball tailing away from him towards the gap, and he got there in time to make the play.
So Connor Bierfeld, the last man in the way of the Revs getting this split here tonight. Here's the first pitch. And a slider, he drops it in, strike called. Bierfeld, a walk and a run early, 2 strikeouts since. Allen ready to go, the 0-1, and it darts away, a slider. A win would also move the Revs to 9-8 over their last 17. Pitch is foul tip back into the screen. That one deflecting off Tejeda's gear. And Allen's got him a strike away. 1-2 with 2 outs. here in the top of the 7th. Here's the windup and the 1-2 pitch. Swing, and he pops him up foul. This will find the stands behind the net. No doubt they've played better here of late. The offense has come around, and today, continuing that. With 6 runs in each game, 7 inning games. Another 1-2. Swing pops him straight up to hit it back near the backstop, eyeing it up, and out of room again. This one about 7 or 8 rows back. And we'll do it another time.
Well, the Revs, who are averaging around 3 runs a game for most of this month, have now scored 22 over their last 3.
That's more like it. Allen again on 1-2. Slider down low. Bierfeld putting up a fight. And that'll even things up. Pop up and a line out thus far. Here's the wind, the 2-2. And a fly ball to center. Witherspoon backing up. He's eyeing it up, and he squeezes all the way onto the track in dead center field. Witherspoon runs it down. And the Revs match their biggest comeback win of the season, down 4-0. And they score the final 6. And win it tonight 6-4. They earn the doubleheader split. They end that nasty streak against New Britain. And the Revs continue to put up numbers offensively here through the weekend and into the start of this week.